Chapter 32-23. Fighting against the primal chaos god lord again. Although Long Chen felt a little nervous in his heart, he wasn't as agitated as he was now. Right now, the entire battlefield was chaotic, but in Long Chen's eyes, the world seemed to be at a standstill. Everything was calm and the supreme ancient devil lord was in the center of the battlefield, staring at Long Chen with his slightly red eyes. This was different from the previous time when he planned everything. This time around, Long Chen suddenly appeared and foiled his plans. This caused a cruel killing intent to rise in his heart. The primeval troll was originally a manifestation of hatred. As for the supreme ancient devil lord, he was the condensation of millions upon millions of hatred. Hatred was his strength. Before the eyes of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, all the gods and devils in the surroundings vanished. In fact, even the entire supreme ancient immortal realms no longer existed. Only the supreme ancient devil lord remained before them. The supreme ancient devil lord was still in human form, but he was like a boundlessly gigantic ball of blood that even surpassed those in the supreme ancient immortal realms. He was like a blazing flame, radiating boundless might. This was how he was. He easily became everything in the eyes of his opponents. Big Brother. Ever since Mo Xiaolang broke through to the ultimate divine realm, he had never gone all out in a battle before. The supreme ancient devil lord was the most terrifying opponent he could face now. His emotions were similar to Long Chen. Although he didn't have much confidence, the battle intent in his heart had already drowned everything. I'll be at the front. Just like how they fought side by side in the past. Long Chen was at the front, fighting against his opponent while Mo Xiaolang searched for opportunities in the surroundings. Now that Long Chen had inherited the essence blood of the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony, he was already very different from before. Origin Dragon Palace. Firstly, under the state of the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony, he fused the golden origin dragon palace into his body. Many golden diagrams appeared on his dragon scales, complementing each other, allowing Long Chen to climb to an unprecedented peak. Origin Dragon Palace, Primordial Dragon Sword. They were all relics of the dragon sacrificial continent and contained endless secrets, especially the Primordial Dragon Sword, which seemed to be slightly related to the Primordial Dragon sacrificial rite. When Long Chen inherited the Primordial Dragon sacrificial rite's blood essence, he had gradually noticed that the Primordial Dragon Sword was different. It seemed that under the urging of the Primordial Dragon sacrificial rite's power, the Primordial Dragon Sword was unsealed and in a new state. Humph. At this moment, the Primordial Demon Lord no longer held back and decisively made his move. Just like last time, once he made his move, it was impossible to dodge. The power that belonged to him directly penetrated everything and descended on the head of Long Chen in a terrifying manner. Myriad Demonic Fist. His decisive attack was still the same rule that had once defeated Long Chen and the nine-colored chaos formation. It was simple, direct, and violent. It was the pinnacle of boxing that Long Chen had witnessed. There were quite a number of primeval troll blocking in the middle, but the primeval demon lord's punch still descended instantly. It seemed to be a small movement, but in reality, the moment it struck, it suppressed all the experts and became the most stunning attack. How powerful. Even that heavenly Yuan immortal paragon who was in the midst of the attack also felt the destructive might. He deeply understood how terrifying the primordial demon lord was. At the same time, he was also worried that if Long Chen and the others still couldn't stop the primordial demon lord, the supreme ancient immortal realms would still have no way to avoid the fate of destruction. When he thought of the miserable state the primeval troll was in, Heavenly Yuan immortal paragon only had one choice. And that was to fight to the death, fight to the death. Right now, all the immortal races in the supreme ancient immortal realms were putting their lives on the line, fighting against the violent primeval troll. One side was fighting for survival, the other side was fighting for destruction. Overall speaking, the immortal races in the supreme ancient immortal realms were putting their lives on the line. Boom! No matter what the others did, only Long Chen was facing the myriad demonic fist. In other words, whether or not Long Chen could block the primordial demon lord would directly affect the situation. Hence, at this moment, many immortal races in the supreme ancient immortal realms couldn't help but to pray, praying that Long Chen would be able to block the myriad demonic fist. It was just that they understood in their hearts that things wouldn't be so easy. The crisis of death descended once more. But this time around, Long Chen was much calmer. Gathering his origin dragon energy and creation god power, he retracted his fist and punched out explosively. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, incomparably swift and ferocious. The moment he retracted his fist, 9 chaos elemental dragons coiled around Long Chen's hands, possessing the most terrifying destructive power of chaos. Break. Chaos Dragon Fist. This wasn't just a form of might. It was a form of will that gathered Long Chen's unwillingness to be defeated, his determination to fight to the death, and his unwavering determination. Roar. In truth, the laws of chaos that belonged to Long Chen surpassed that of the primordial demon lord. At the very least, it was on par with the primordial demon lord, or perhaps even higher. The moment the Chaos Dragon Fist was unleashed, it shocked the entire world. No matter how fast the other party's myriad demonic fist was, Long Chen actually had the chance to fight against it at this moment. On one side, it was a combination of hatred and hatred. For the sake of survival, it was a vicious and ruthless massacre. On the other side, it was to save the dying and heal the injured. For the sake of survival and eternity, they fought with all their might. The will of the Chaos Dragon Fist was completely compatible with Long Chen's. It was like his mental energy. In the eyes of everyone, the majestic Chaos Dragon Fist directly clashed against the myriad demonic fist. A clash between dragons and devils. Rumble. As they clashed, the battlefield instantly widened. A large number of experts were flung through the air. No one could block the attacks of Long Chen and the primordial demon lord. Too powerful, too ferocious. It has long since surpassed the level that ordinary gods and devils could withstand. In fact, many deities and devils instantly scattered, leaving the most important battlefield for Long Chen and the primordial demon lord. From this, one could see how intense the clash this time was exactly. In that instant, even though there was still some distance between the supreme ancient immortal realms and the supreme ancient immortal realms, the mountains and earth were already collapsing. Powerful. After the primordial demon lord sensed it, he couldn't help but to sigh. Both fists collided. It seemed like Long Chen wasn't injured at all. He was merely forced back. Clearly, the Chaos Dragon Fist managed to block the attack of the primordial demon lord. Long Chen, under the support of his overwhelming confidence and strength, successfully blocked the attack that he wouldn't have been able to block earlier. Bzz. After retreating a great distance, Long Chen stabilized his body. There weren't many injuries on his body. This caused him to feel some joy. As expected, the primordial dragon's sacrifice inheritance was effective. Right now, it was already impossible for the primordial demon lord to defeat him with a single strike. Powerful. Long Chen gritted his teeth. The incomparably intense battle intent in his heart erupted forth once more. Your improvement is so fast. No matter what, I can't let you live today. The primordial demon lord reacted. As the embodiment of the hatred of millions and millions of primeval troll, the him now was even more cold-blooded and malevolent. Towering devil chi gushed forth. At this moment, he completely ignored all the primeval troll and immortal experts in the surroundings. There was only Long Chen in his eyes. Who? In the blink of an eye, the primordial demon lord crossed a great distance and appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen's heart was calm but his blood was boiling. Facing such a huge challenge, he was getting more and more excited. He was already fully prepared for the battle. Heaven-devouring fire diagram. But at this moment, Mo Shaolang had already successfully appeared behind the primordial demon lord. While the primordial demon lord was too lazy to pay attention to him, Mo Shaolang displayed the rules of the sky-devouring race. The ancestral fire spread. There were also billions of divine flames that clustered around the ancestral fire, forming the heaven-devouring fire diagram. The defenseless primordial demon lord was instantly controlled by the heaven-devouring fire diagram. Boundless flames, imbued with the law of devouring, descended on the head of the primordial demon lord. Child's play. The primordial demon lord snorted coldly. It was obvious that he didn't put Mo Xiaolang in his eyes at all. Even if Mo Xiaolang was a sky-devouring race member to him, he was just a young one at the moment. Since that's the case, I shall end the few of you here. Then, I shall take care of your worlds one by one. All of you will come and enjoy yourselves. That would save me a lot of trouble. The primordial demon lord was unfazed in the heaven-devouring fire diagram. Even when the 5 types of ancestral fire wrapped around his body, he still looked calm. But it could be seen that his body was covered with black dragon scales. Those were dragon scales that protected him. This was the moment when the primordial demon lord's killing intent was at its peak. Unparalleled demonic arts. He attacked again. But this time, it wasn't a punch. It was a formless attack. It appeared out of nowhere and attacked Mo Xiaolang. He no longer attacked Long Chen but stared at Mo Xiaolang. Return. Under Mo Xiaolang's control, the primordial demon lord was covered in countless layers of flames. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang turned into the sun-devouring demonic wolf and was about to devour the flames. He had almost succeeded. At this critical moment, the formless unparalleled demonic arts activated on Mo Xiaolang's body. Suddenly, Mo Xiaolang was trapped in another world by a skull-shaped black demonic fog. Kiki. As the skull-shaped fog dissipated, the unparalleled demonic arts spread across Mo Xiaolang's body. The rules were like waves, gushing into Mo Xiaolang's body, forming a crushing force. Under such a crushing force, Mo Xiaolang's body was collapsing rapidly. The heaven-devouring fire diagram lost control and was naturally pushed away by the primordial demon lord, freeing him from the shackles. The primordial demon lord was powerful indeed. He easily reversed the situation. Any of his performances was enough to shock people. Facing Mo Xiaolang, who was being torn apart by the unparalleled demonic arts, Long Chen's first priority was to save him. When the primordial demon lord broke free, he appeared in front of Mo Xiaolang. Soul melody of life. The green flames danced around Mo Xiaolang like a song. Then, they gushed into Mo Xiaolang's body, bringing him great vitality. Moreover, with Long Chen's help from outside, they were able to destroy the unparalleled demonic arts rules with great difficulty. After completing all this, Long Chen's confidence became smaller. Even now, the primordial demon lord still had the mentality of toying with them. He was sure that the next attack would be even more dangerous. Especially since Mo Xiaolang was slightly injured, it would be even more troublesome. To be able to break me twice, you're really capable. The primordial demon lord laughed coldly. Even if it was in other battles and primeval troll was retreating, he wasn't worried at all. Chapter 32-24. Long Chen realized that if he and Mo Xiaolang attacked together, the primordial demon lord might pick on the weakest, which would put Mo Xiaolang in great danger. Long Chen thought carefully. It is impossible to destroy the primordial demon lord with just me and Xiaolang. We can only wait and see if Kitten will come, so I can only restrain him, but Xiaolang can go and help Venerable Heaven Yuan and the rest. Long Chen quickly told Mo Xiaolang his idea. Big brother, will you be able to handle it alone? Long Chen replied, I can only try my best. Also, it is impossible to take down the primordial demon lord, but maybe the other primeval troll will do something if they suffer heavy casualties. Alright. If 2 people decided something on the same battlefield, it would only lead to chaos. Mo Xiaolang had great trust in Long Chen, so he basically carried out his arrangement seriously. In that case, I will make these small fries pay the price. After the 2 communicated, they quickly separated. Long Chen blocked the primordial demon lord, while Mo Xiaolang's target became the primeval troll. He was now in the sun-devouring demonic wolf state, and when fighting against opponents like the primeval troll, Mo Xiaolang would cause more damage than the primordial immortal race. Under the sun-devouring demonic wolf's heaven-devouring fire diagram, the demon lords were devoured one by one, and the speed of their deaths was much faster than before. After all, no one could stop Venerable Heaven Yuan previously. In order to protect his homeland and all living beings, even the heavenly origin celestial sovereign was in a frenzied state. He wielded an origin-grade celestial sword and swung it, turning the evil primeval troll into black smoke and dissipating. For a period of time, the speed at which primeval troll died seemed to have gone out of control. With Mo Xiaolang and heavenly essence in the lead, the supreme ancient immortal realms were like sharp blades, piercing into primeval troll's body. This caused the supreme ancient immortal realms behind them to be able to enjoy peace despite the intense battle. The primordial demon lord naturally could not tolerate this situation to continue. Seeing Long Chen block himself, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. Of course, he felt that Long Chen's guts were too big. However, how could he know that Long Chen was currently in a frenzy? For the sake of protecting the supreme ancient immortal realms, for the sake of defeating the primeval troll, and even more so for the sake of the myriad of worlds, right now, he was blocking the primeval devil lord. Hence, Long Chen didn't say anything and immediately unleashed all the methods he had. Eternal whirlpool. The power of time gushed forth. This time, Long Chen's target was only the primordial devil lord. He could do his best to restrict the primordial devil lord's movements. Even if it was just a tiny bit, it would still be extremely beneficial to him. Grand Mist Dragon World. The new Grand Mist space was born, and it pulled him and the primordial demon lord into another space. The original Grand Mist space was very sturdy, and there were billions of dragons soaring within it. They swept across the Grand Mist Dragon World and spread out. The dual suppression of spacetime completely locked onto the primordial devil lord in a very short period of time. In terms of time, it was 10,000 times slower than normal, like countless ropes coiling around the primordial devil lord. And in terms of space, the Grand Mist Dragon World froze, causing the primordial devil lord to be sealed within countless layers of steel. These were the first two steps of Long Chen's frenzied attack. Time flowed by extremely quickly. He gritted his teeth and truly unleashed his killing move. His sure kill move, the Death Spirit Blood Rune. With a tap of his palm, the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman chased after the primordial devil lord. Not to mention that the primordial devil lord was unable to escape. Even if he had already escaped, he would still be completely locked onto by Long Chen. The Dead Spirit Blood Talisman that was condensed from the hatred of millions of lives stuck tightly onto the primordial devil lord's chest. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated deep into the primordial devil lord's body. Although the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman would definitely die, Long Chen would not be so naive to think that the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman could kill the primordial devil lord. Now that the primordial devil lord was looking down on him, he would have the opportunity to attack. At least for now, Long Chen still had no idea what was going on with the primordial devil lord. However, it seemed like he still had the opportunity to attack. Long Chen, who had the support of a huge amount of willpower, seemed to have endless power. Within his body, energy erupted continuously, causing Long Chen to become even more fiery. The boundless creation energy of the Origin Dragon Palace swept down and was infused into the primordial dragon sword. Kill. Endless life and death calamity. Past and future fate reversal. 2 consecutive swords, 2 completely different attacks, condensed 6 types of rules at the same time. 2 streaks of sword chi swept out. Long Chen prayed in his heart that the primordial devil lord was still under the suppression of time and space. Moreover, he was still resisting the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman. It was very likely that this violent attack of Long Chen's would have some effect. No, this might not be able to kill him. However, the feeling of danger in his heart did not disappear. Even when the endless life and death calamity in the past and future fate reversal rushed into the primordial devil lord's body and brought about a destructive blow together with the dead spirit blood talisman, Long Chen still felt that the rules did not seem to pose much of a threat to the primordial devil lord. Creation reincarnation. Therefore, at this moment, Long Chen directly used the attack that he was most confident in. The creation reincarnation could take any form. Long Chen directly attacked with the primordial dragon sword. Another streak of sword chi rushed towards the primordial devil lord. However, this time around, the slight difference was that the sword chi was faintly discernible. There was a lot of mist gathered on it. Every drop of mist was like a real world, completely in the midst of birth and destruction, releasing endless power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was as though the primordial dragon world was still shaking. In an instant, the creation reincarnation crashed into the primordial devil lord. It was clear that the primordial devil lord was completely under Long Chen's control. Under Long Chen's frenzied attacks, the primordial devil lord seemed to be completely suppressed. However, from the start to the end, the primordial devil lord's expression did not change at all. Boom. The creation reincarnation bombarded the primordial devil lord's body. There were already two types of suppression on the primordial devil lord's body. There were three different ways of destruction, especially the past and future fate reversal, which was reversing karma and fate. However, under the violent destruction of the creation reincarnation, the primordial devil lord's entire world instantly exploded, turning into countless particles. He could not be any more dead. However, the power of the creation reincarnation did not stop there. The shattered particles gathered once again, forming the appearance of the primordial devil lord. Just as they gathered, before they could even take shape, they exploded again. The scene was as beautiful as fireworks. However, time passed too quickly. In a short period of time, the destruction of the new world had reached close to 1,000 times. Every explosion brought the primordial devil lord closer to destruction and disappearance. This was the destructive power of the creation reincarnation. In the reincarnation, he was continuously destroyed. Boom. For the last time, the primordial devil lord was completely destroyed. There was no longer anything that could gather in front of Long Chen. This made Long Chen a little dazed. Could it be that under his crazy attacks, the primordial devil lord was already killed by him? It was that simple. He always felt that although the combination of several of his rules was heaven-defying, the primordial devil lord was in existence in the half-ancestor realm. Danger. This was what Long Chen thought at this moment. He instantly left his previous position. At the moment he left, a formless fog appeared, forming the appearance of the primordial devil lord at his previous position. The primordial devil lord smiled at him and said, "You don't understand. At my realm, I'm already above the gods. I'm immortal and indestructible. I'm everywhere. It's impossible to destroy me." Long Chen could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He did not expect that so many rules would not be able to truly destroy him. In this case, Long Chen was at his wit's end. He only played the role of delaying the time slightly. However, after careful observation, he still discovered something. He coldly smiled and said, "What you said does make sense. However, it seems like you're still somewhat affected, isn't it? My 4 rules are still in your body. You need to spend a lot of effort to resist them." This was also the reason why the primordial devil lord did not immediately attack Long Chen and instead stopped to talk. On the primordial devil lord's body, the 4 rules were like maggots in his bones. The dead spirit blood talisman was releasing endless hatred and killing energy. The life and death calamity was still destroying him. The past and future reincarnation technique was also reversing his karma and fate. He still could not get rid of them. The primordial devil lord smiled and said, "All right, this is the price I have to pay for underestimating you today. I'll have to properly digest the 4 gifts you've given me." His cultivation was terrifying. He could now suppress the 4 terrifying rules. If it was a chaotic god lord, Long Chen's past and future reincarnation technique would be enough to make him collapse. Of course, every rule is only on the periphery of his body. They haven't truly penetrated deep into his body. No matter how heaven-defying the rules are, they will be blocked at the entrance and won't be able to exert their effects. Long Chen believed that any one of these four would be able to deal a devastating blow to the other party's body if it were to penetrate deep into their body. The primordial devil lord was waiting for him to completely suppress the four rules before killing Long Chen. Naturally, he would not make the same mistake twice, nor would he give Long Chen a chance to attack. The problem was, he could not wait any longer. Please take a look. Long Chen opened the primordial dragon world. The primordial devil lord instantly saw that under the joint attack of the sun-devouring dire wolf and heavenly yuan celestial venerable, close to half of the 200 primeval troll had died. Mo Xiaolang and the others had completely suppressed them. Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi were also unable to suppress their opponents. This time, the biggest loss came from the primeval troll. Seeing this scene, the primordial devil lord was enraged. In his rage, his expression turned completely cold. It was so cold that it was terrifying. Previously, he had been toying with them, but now, he was filled with hatred. He was still waiting to get rid of the four rules before killing Long Chen and the others. The problem was that the primeval troll would not be able to hold on for that long. No matter what, this operation was a complete failure. The primordial devil lord did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, the primeval troll fighting below disappeared instantly. They had probably returned to the devil-dragon ancient tomb. When I get rid of these four rules, it will be your death. Chapter 32-25. The war has ended. Long Chen didn't expect it to end so quickly. He also didn't expect that the price he had to pay today was so much smaller than what he had imagined. There were two main reasons. Firstly, Long Chen sent Mo Xiaolang to deal with the primeval troll. Because of the huge losses, the Supreme Ancient Devil Lord had no choice but to retreat and reorganize. Secondly, it was because of the four types of law energy. Long Chen's law energy was so powerful that the Supreme Ancient Devil Lord had no choice but to spend some time to get rid of them. Back then on the battlefield, this amount of time was enough for all the primeval troll to die. There was also another point. The original plan of the primeval troll was to attack the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms to replenish their strength. Their initial opponent was only Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon. However, the appearance of Long Chen and the others ruined the plan from the very start, and an intense battle ensued. The Supreme Ancient Devil Lord was in existence with great patience. No matter how strong he was, if the situation wasn't right, he could still retreat. After all, Long Chen would only be able to reach the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms at most. The situation of him sneaking into the primeval trolls group had already happened twice. Clearly, the next time they attacked another world, the Supreme Ancient Devil Lord would definitely not allow Long Chen to sneak in. As long as he checked, Long Chen wouldn't be able to hide from his eyes. Hence, he chose to retreat at this moment. But clearly, he only changed his target, changing the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms to a place where Long Chen couldn't reach. Such a Supreme Ancient Devil Lord was even more terrifying. Also, with this lesson, the next time he appeared, it would simply be Long Chen's death date. He wouldn't give them any more chances. Hence, although the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms avoided a calamity, Long Chen didn't feel relaxed in his heart. At this moment, the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms were in a state of joy. After making some arrangements, Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon brought all the experts and came before Long Chen, the Primal Chaos God Lord and the others. Life Revival Curse. Long Chen didn't speak of anything else. In this battle, many people from the primordial immortal race had died. He saved as many as he could. There were some who were on the verge of death, but with Long Chen's help, they regained their lives. This scene made the primordial immortal race feel even more favorable towards Long Chen. They had also seen that Long Chen had forced back the great destructive demon. After the incantation ended, the Skyuan Immortal Paragon respectfully spoke. Skyuan Immortal Paragon, on behalf of all the immortals of the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms, thank the four of you for saving my life earlier. I wonder how I should address the four of you. Communication is necessary. Forming an alliance with the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms was also of the utmost importance. Long Chen swiftly introduced himself. Forgive me for being presumptuous. Honestly speaking, most of us have thought that our Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms is the only world. We didn't expect that there would actually be a devil from the other world appearing today. Not only that, the four of you would appear to save us. May I know where all of you are from? Long Chen spoke. Immortal Paragon, actually this world is much larger than what you imagine. Let me explain the ins and outs of the story to all of you. Many thanks, we just so happen to need the truth. Long Chen then explained the current situation of the myriad of worlds, the status of the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms to the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. At the end, he also explained that the primeval troll was an evil devil that had been in slumber for a very long time. They wanted to destroy gods and devils, wanting to invade the myriad of worlds. They only awakened recently and were in a place called the Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb. So it turns out that the world is actually so vast. It seems like we are ignorant and ill-informed. So it turns out that our Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms is merely an original grade world that was sealed off. There are 6 other worlds similar to ours, and there are even experts like you. No matter what, the four of you have saved our Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms today. We are filled with gratitude towards the four of you. The four of you are the benefactors of our Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. The Sky Origin Immortal Paragon spoke with deep emotions. His face was handsome and his emotions were sincere, causing people to feel an involuntary desire to get closer to him. Long Chen spoke, Immortal Paragon, actually, we are facing a common problem. It's only natural for us to help each other. What's more important now is that the primeval troll hasn't been destroyed yet. They are still growing stronger and are a threat to every place. The most important thing for us is to join forces. As long as we face them together, there won't be a problem for us to overcome this crisis. The most terrifying thing is that the primeval troll would destroy us one by one. Sky Origin Immortal Paragon understood Long Chen's meaning. He nodded, don't worry, this isn't just your responsibility. It's also the responsibility of our Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. When facing the other races, the most important thing is to join forces. Hence, if there are any battles to join forces, our Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms will not shirk. Today, those primeval troll have already shown us how bloodthirsty and brutal they are. Being able to join forces with Sky Origin Immortal Paragon meant that he had another helper. Long Chen felt more confident, but a more important problem appeared. Long Chen frowned, to tell you the truth, we have no way to enter the other original grade worlds. The reason why we came to the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms was because I followed them. But now that they are on guard, it's clearly impossible. Hence, we are still in a state of separation from the 5 original grade worlds. But the primeval troll is able to lead the primeval troll to wipe out the 5 worlds one by one, just like how they dealt with you all today. Once they succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's right, 5 worlds that have been completely destroyed. Not a single mortal remains. Upon thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel their hair standing on end. The Chaos Godlord spoke, since we have already joined forces, the most important mission for us now is to search for the passageways to the other worlds. The more worlds we join forces with, the greater our chances of success. If we are too slow and allow the primeval troll to invade the other worlds first, we would lose even more miserably. The primeval troll has the passageways to the other worlds. Who knows, they might have already invaded the other worlds in this world. The Chaos Godlord's words were very logical. This was the most urgent matter at hand. But this also caused Long Chen and the others to be at a loss. There should still be devil sovereigns in the myriad worlds. Let me try and see if I can infiltrate the Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb again. The Chaos Godlord spoke, this is one method. However, if I'm the Supreme Ancient Devil Lord, after I familiarize myself with you, I won't let you succeed. Maybe, all the Devil Sovereigns have already returned. That's right, Long Chen ordered Heavenly Deity Luya to search for the Devil Sovereigns. But until now, he hasn't found them. Since he hasn't found them, Long Chen wouldn't be able to act. Such an urgent situation simply caused everyone to be extremely anxious. At this moment, the Sky Origin Immortal Paragon spoke. Everyone, I remember something. In the past, I didn't know how vast the myriad worlds are. Hence, I didn't pay much attention to it. But it's true that in a certain location in the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms, I could sense the existence of living beings there. Let's go and take a look. Could it be a passageway to another world? The Chaos Godlord spoke. That's possible. Back then, my Chaos Divine World was separated from the myriad worlds by a layer. I could see the myriad worlds. Let's hope that what you see isn't the myriad worlds but another world. Lead the way. As long as there's a bit of hope, they would have to fight for it. Immortal Paragon, tell them to return to protect the world. You can join us. Those experts from the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms were already very tired after experiencing this battle. Sure. The Sky Origin Immortal Paragon instructed the Immortals to return to protect the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms and report the situation. After that, he brought Long Chen and the others with him. The 5 of them traversed the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms and headed towards a certain direction. Everyone unleashed their greatest speed. Along the way, no one spoke. If what the Sky Origin Immortal Paragon saw isn't another world, if it's only the myriad worlds, we would have wasted our efforts. The Supreme Ancient Devil Lord is definitely attacking the other worlds now. There's only a 20% chance that we would arrive in time. When he thought of this, Long Chen felt somewhat depressed in his heart. Honestly speaking, it was very possible that the tragedy he imagined was actually happening in a certain world. Primeval troll that blotted out the sky, countless mortals screamed in agony, a world that was destroyed. We've arrived. The Sky Origin Immortal Paragon finally brought everyone to their destination. This place was the border of the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms, a desolate stretch of starry space. The Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms was very far behind them. Other than the Sky Origin Immortal Paragon, most probably no one else had the strength to reach here. Following the direction that the Sky Origin Immortal Paragon pointed, everyone turned their gazes over. At the border, there was a translucent screen of darkness, churning like waves. Long Chen instantly arrived here. He directly told Heavenly God Luya to come here. The Sky Origin Immortal Paragon only saw the other side by chance. Now, he couldn't see it anymore. Only Heavenly God Luya's eyes could confirm it. Let me take a look. Heavenly God Luya activated his vision and stared ahead. It was like how he saw the ancestral star before. And the barrier before them seemed to be much sturdier than the one in the ancestral star. It was just that it wasn't as huge as the one in the Blood Fiend starfield. When Heavenly God Luya was observing, everyone was extremely nervous. Long Chen was observing as well. He could faintly sense that there were signs of life behind the barrier and it was extremely intense. This might very well be an original grade world. There's life, there's someone there. It's very big, it's a giant. Suddenly, Heavenly God Luya spoke with excitement. That's right, it's a world that we've never seen before. Clearly, it's an original grade world. Heavenly God Luya said. It was a miracle that 2 original grade worlds that were sealed off had actually come together. As such, Long Chen and the others looked at each other. Long Chen said, the simplest and most direct way is for all of us to work together and see if we can break this barrier. No problem. The power of 5 ultimate realm ultimate gods. They were all top-tier deities. Heavenly God Luya went back to continue searching for the primeval troll demon supremacy. The others in the myriad worlds were also working hard. Meanwhile, the 5 ultimate realm ultimate gods had gathered together and were ready. Let's do it. Chapter 32-26. Long Chen actually had some confidence. Back then when the Chaos God Lord broke the barrier and caused the entire Chaos Divine world to descend, he could do it himself. Although it took a little longer. But at least he succeeded. And now, the power they had was 5 times that of the Chaos God Lord. Break. The 5 of them worked together, using Long Chen's boundless life and death tribulation energy as their strongest attack. They blasted the barrier with all their might. The Chaos God Lord's power, Mo Xiaolang's power, etc. The 5 forces clashed together, condensing into a giant sharp sword that pierced through the barrier. Basically, other than Mo Xiaolang and the Chaos Divine Art, the rest were all original grade boundless divine arts. Among the original grade boundless divine arts that the Chaos Divine Art cultivated, Mo Xiaolang hadn't found one suitable. After all, there weren't many boundless divine arts in the entire world. The light from the giant sword illuminated the heavens and earth, forming a snow-white screen above the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. If this attack could hit the primordial demon lord head-on, Long Chen was sure that it would definitely deal a heavy blow to the primordial demon lord. It would definitely be stronger than his own attack. There wasn't an explosion like they had imagined. Under the impact of the 5's full strength, the barrier started to melt like liquid, forming a passageway. The passageway was thousands of meters long. Through it, they could faintly see the world on the other side. Let's go. There was no time to lose. The passageway had already appeared, but it was terrifyingly tough. Right now, it seemed to still be recovering. If they couldn't rush through before it recovered, it would be a waste of energy. To the 5 of them, the distance of a few thousand meters was just a matter of an instant. They successfully passed through. When they arrived at the other side, they discovered that the passageway was indeed reforming. The things set up by the sky-devouring race were truly hard to fathom. However, it was fine as long as they accomplished their goal. At this moment, the 5 of them were already attracted by the majestic, never-before-seen original grade world in front of them. For a period of time, they were all stunned and no one spoke. The Chaos Divine Realm and Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms were both original grade worlds. The vastness of an original grade world, Long Chen had seen it for himself in the Chaos Divine Realm. The ethereal beauty of an original grade world was something that Long Chen had experienced before in the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. However, the origin world in front of him was a completely different world. If Long Chen were to use a word to describe it, the simplest would be, steel jungle. In the depths of the starry sky, a huge ellipsoidal world appeared in the void. It was as big as the entire Chaos Divine Realm, perhaps even bigger. The primal Chaos Divine world had been surrounded by a magnificent 9-colored chaos formation, but the ellipsoidal world in front of him was dark and cold. There were no clouds, no soil, no mountains, no trees. There was only one thing, and that was metal. In the cold metal world. The entire world was like a gigantic battleship. That's right, it was a steel battleship floating in the void. It was hard and sturdy, and there were perhaps trillions of different types of metals within it. From afar, it looked like a steel battleship, but up close, it had a complex structure with countless continents. Perhaps even a single component contained countless living beings. Just like the flower fairy world and the Buildwood's sacred tree. This kind of world was in the form of an item. In fact, one could only see it from afar. The living beings living in this world had no idea that the world they lived in was like this. On this boundless steel battleship, Long Chen could sense that there were at least trillions of living beings. However, even these living beings gave Long Chen the feeling that they were only made of metal. Maybe even the simplest living beings here were completely made of metal. Compared to the human race and the demon race, they were a completely different race. Maybe they were the steel race. However, in the past, they were also a part of the myriad worlds. The myriad worlds are truly a miracle. Long Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart. In the past, he had been deeply moved by the fact that there were actually trillions of living beings on a giant tree. Now, he was even more moved by the fact that there were actually hundreds of trillions of living beings on a complex steel warship. In fact, the metals that made up these living beings were all different. As the metals became tougher, their cultivation bases might also become stronger. Long Chen thought of something. In the past, in the chaos starfield of the dragon sacrificial continent, there were all sorts of races. The illusion immortal race, the dream monkey race, the chaos royal race. These races might have been left behind after the myriad worlds came to the dragon sacrificial continent. For example, the chaos royal race is related to the chaos gods. The supreme ancient immortal realm is also related to the illusion immortal race. As for this steel battleship, the countless members of the steel race seem to be related to the golden war god race. Long Chen had a deep impression of the golden war god race of the chaos starfield. Their bodies were made of steel. Other than their body structure being different from humans, they could also cultivate and comprehend laws. What he felt from the entire steel battleship was very similar to that of the golden war god race. The powerful members of the steel race were huge, similar to the demon race. The weakest ones were not even gods, but they were actually similar to humans. What heavenly god Luya saw before was the strongest part of this primitive battleship. Presumably, the largest members of the steel race were about the same size as the three ancestor fiends. The first thing he saw was the wonder and shock of life. One could imagine how prosperous the myriad worlds were before the epoch. The second thing he saw was war. The war existed at the back of the steel battleship, on the other side where Long Chen and the others were. Otherwise, Long Chen and the others would have seen it at first sight. On the other side of the steel battleship, a fierce battle was happening. Countless members of the steel race were fighting to the death. Their opponents were, of course, the primeval troll. Long Chen and the others were lucky. Coincidentally, after the primordial demon master led the primeval troll back, he chose to attack this world. Coincidentally, Long Chen and the others broke through the barrier between the worlds and came to this world. Why did this happen? The most important reason was that the two worlds were adjacent to each other. The passageways in the demonic dragon tomb were also very close. Because the primordial demon master had hatred in his heart, he naturally rushed here. Therefore, this was actually not too much of a blessing. Instead, it was something to be expected. What Long Chen was worried about was that they would attack the world that he could not reach. Regardless of whether he could defeat the primordial demon master, the most important thing at that moment was to help the steel race defeat their opponents and protect the steel battleship world. Uniting one more world and opening one more world meant that they would have more power. Everyone, get ready. This time, we have to deal a heavy blow to the other party, otherwise, they would not be so lucky to arrive in time when the other party attacked the next world. Understood. Everyone was clear. At least this time, there was an additional super expert from the steel race. After so many years of peace in this original level world, there would definitely be an ultimate god expert. Rush. Fight for a few seconds. The distance was not far. With their realm level, their speed was faster than Lingxi's gate of the universe. Especially the chaotic lord, with his attainments in primordial law, he basically arrived in an instant. Long Chen followed closely behind him and was ready to fight when he arrived. Whoosh. They instantly arrived and rushed into the battlefield. Just like what Long Chen expected, this was a life and death battle between the primeval troll and the steel race. It was extremely intense, very similar to the war in the supreme ancient immortal realms. In order to survive and protect this world, every member of the steel race was fighting with their lives on the line. Long Chen saw many different types of experts from the steel race. Most of them were at least at the ultimate god realm. Their bodies were constructed from all sorts of metals and were extremely huge, roughly the size of the primeval troll. Also, their internal structure was extremely complicated. Some were dazzling, some were malevolent. Their metallic skin was engraved with all sorts of mysterious runic diagrams and formations, strengthening their strength. Every type of steel race had different appearances and colors. Some looked like giants, some looked like wild beasts like lions and tigers, some looked like octopuses, and there were even some that looked like steel trees. All sorts of mechanical beasts rushed out in rage. All sorts of mechanical giants transformed their bodies and unleashed laws. They were incomparably powerful. In fact, among them, Long Chen saw existences that looked exactly the same as the Golden War God race. It was just that the Golden War God race here was incomparably huge. Their bodies were like continents when lying down. Even a single part of them was bigger than the Golden War God race in Long Chen's divine kingdom. This type of steel race was generally very strong. There were 2 ultimate God realm experts at the peak phase of the steel race. However, Long Chen's eyes still swiftly locked onto the primordial Devil Lord's opponent. Because, that person would definitely be the strongest. Before Long Chen and the others arrived, the 2 ancestor devils were leading the primeval troll to slaughter the steel race. It was completely one-sided. The leader of the steel race wasn't a match for the primordial Devil Lord at all. The entire worship was about to be destroyed because of the steel race's experts. Divine Master, you deal with Ancestor Shi. Celestial Lord, you look for Ancestor Hua. Xiao Lang and Divine Marshal will deal with the other primeval troll. Be quick. Long Chen made the fastest arrangements according to their strength. He was slightly stronger than the chaotic Divine Master and Tian Yuan Celestial Lord. Without hesitation, he fought against the primordial Devil Lord and rescued the leader of the steel race. The chaotic Divine Master and Tian Yuan Celestial Lord were about the same. They could restrain the 2 ancestor devils while Mo Xiaolang and chaotic Divine Marshal were slightly weaker. All right. The 5 of them made the arrangements and quickly separated. Long Chen suddenly appeared in front of the primordial Devil Lord. Before he arrived, the expert of the steel race had already severely injured the primordial Devil Lord in a very short period of time. Now, he was just struggling. Long Chen. The primordial Devil Lord exclaimed. It was the first time he had appeared. Chapter 32-27. The leader of the Steel Clan was slightly similar to the leader of the Golden War God clan, but his body was larger and more complex. There were billions of array diagrams and veined patterns on his body. The biggest difference was that his entire body was platinum, without a trace of impurity. He was like a huge piece of gold, dazzling and shining. Even the array diagrams were like platinum powder that covered his body. Among the entire Iron Steel race's experts, this was the only one who looked like this. Of course, because he was seriously injured by the archaic Demon Lord, his entire body cracked apart, almost breaking into 2. He was simply like scrap metal, struggling at death's door. Requiem of Life. Long Chen stood in front of the primordial Demon Lord, and without saying a word, he directly used the laws of life. The flame of life enveloped the leader of the Steel Tribe. The other party was shocked at first, but then he realized that it was the power of life. Under the nourishment of the Requiem of Life, the leader of the Steel Clan quickly recovered. After all, the Requiem of Life was used to bring people back from the dead. It was very effective on him. Long Chen could bring him back to life even if he died in battle. However, there were still limitations to bringing him back from the dead. Who are you? The person asked in a low, mechanical voice. His voice was very special, mechanical, and dry as if he was reading from a script. I'm Long Chen. We'll talk about the rest later. He understood when he said they were fighting against the enemy together. Moreover, the Steel Clan that was originally in despair suddenly seemed to turn for the better due to the arrival of Long Chen and the other 4 experts. The 2 ancestral demons were stopped. 2 ultimate realm ultimate gods were fighting against the primeval troll. Other than the primordial Demon Lord, the situation on the other battlefields was reversed. Moreover, Long Chen had saved his life. Under such circumstances, he was facing destruction a moment ago but had received such a pleasant surprise. It was impossible for the other party to be hostile towards Long Chen. Swoosh. The requiem of life dissipated and the leader of the Steel clan became the same size as Long Chen. Of course, his body was still made of steel with a gorgeous platinum body. At that moment, he was unscathed. This is the primitive battleship. The people who live here are the Iron race like me. I am from the Platinum War God race. People call me Primogenitor and Primitive War God. Thank you, 5 of you. Primitive God of War quickly informed Long Chen of the situation on his side. Let's survive together. No need to thank me. He is angry. Long Chen's gaze was fixed on the primordial demon lord. As expected, he was truly enraged. Even his eyes were blood red, especially when he saw that the remaining primeval troll was quickly dealt with. Long Chen, come quickly. You're forcing me to end things with you. What the primordial demon master had always wanted was to obtain the greatest victory with the smallest loss. Therefore, for 2 consecutive times, he avoided Long Chen's desperate attacks and prepared to deal with Long Chen later. However, Long Chen appeared again and again, obstructing his plans. This made him even more enraged and lose his rationality. When anger overcame rationality, the primordial demon master was at his most dangerous. At that moment, Long Chen felt an astonishing killing intent. The killing intent from the primordial demon master was too terrifying. Even he and Primitive War God could not withstand it. To be honest, Long Chen was a little frightened. Humph, the primordial demon master snorted coldly. It was so cold that Long Chen felt like he was in an ice cave. The other party's angry gaze sent chills down his spine. Go back. The primordial demon master called. All the primeval troll, except for the 3 ancestor fiends, returned and disappeared. The war temporarily stopped. Last time, the primordial demon master left immediately. However, he did not do so this time. The 3 ancestor fiends gathered together and became extremely terrifying. Primitive War God sensed the arrival of a huge storm and hurriedly ordered the other Iron Steel race to return. Activate the heart of the world and drive the primitive warship away. The further the better. This was the Primitive War God's order to his subordinates. Ancestor, what about you? I will fight to the death here. Under the Primitive War God's order, all the Iron Steel race swarmed back into the primitive warship. To think that such a huge origin-grade world could be activated and moved. This was something unbelievable. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The 6 experts fought against the 3 ancestor fiends directly. The flames of war were about to explode. However, Ancestor Wa and Ancestor She had retreated far away. The other party basically wanted the primordial demon master to fight the 6 experts alone. At that moment, everyone was a little worried about what the primordial demon master was going to do. This time, there was no retreat. They could only fight to the death. The primordial demon master had had enough of Long Chen. Just nice, all 7 of you are here. I can destroy them all at once and save me a lot of effort. The primordial demon master was so arrogant. However, with his identity, he naturally dared to say it only because he had something to rely on. As such, the tense atmosphere spread. At that moment, the primitive warship had really left at lightning speed. Fight! Long Chen let out a low roar, rousing everyone's determination. It was finally time to fight to the death. Chaotic Divine Master, Mo Shaolang, Chaotic Divine Marshal, Heavenly Yuan Celestial Venerable, and Primitive War God. They were all ultimate gods fighting against a half-step ancestor. Facing the fierce resistance of Long Chen and the others, the primordial demon master only sneered in disdain. Long Chen, if it wasn't because I was unwilling to show my true form, you wouldn't have been able to jump until now. However, it just so happens that everything will end now. True form. Indeed, everyone present had shown their true forms, but not even the primordial demon master. Long Chen knew that Ancestor Wa and Ancestor She were Demon Wa and Demon She, but he didn't know what kind of demon the primordial demon master was. Everyone. Long Chen was not intimidated by the primordial demon lord. Instead, he exchanged glances with the others. Everyone was preparing themselves. Since the other party wanted to fight against the 6 great experts alone, they would take this opportunity to deal a fatal blow to him. Fortunately, the primitive warship had gone far away. Now was the time for them to fight for survival. After a moment of silence, the battle to the death was about to begin. It exploded instantly. From the relaxed expressions of Ancestor Wu and Ancestor Shi, it could be seen that they had absolute trust in the true form of the primordial demon master. They believed that the primordial demon master could easily defeat the 6 of them. From this, it could be seen that this battle would be extremely difficult. On one side was destruction, and on the other side were the 6 who wanted to survive and protect. Long Chen and the others couldn't retreat. Buzz. At that moment, the primordial demon master sneered. Chi, in the endless void, for the first time, he changed from a human to a primeval troll. One could vaguely see 2 pairs of huge wings, huge forelimbs, thick hind limbs, and a huge whip-like tail. Sky-devouring troll. The primordial demon master announced his identity with a roar. He was the sky-devouring troll of the primeval troll. Among the primeval troll, his bloodline was the closest to that of the sky-devouring clan. Because of this, he was the primordial demon master. The Troll Lord. What kind of divine dragon bloodline did he combine to create such a primeval troll? Long Chen couldn't think. He could only see that the primeval troll that was born now was too big. Compared to the chaos beast, Ancestor Wu, and Ancestor Shi, it was 2 to 3 times bigger. It was one of the most terrifying beasts in the starry sky. It was pitch black, and didn't look ferocious at all. In fact, it looked a bit like the Era Heaven Devil or the Eternal Devil Emperor. However, it was so huge that it was impossible to see it. From the name, Sky-Devouring Troll, one might be able to understand the true terror of the primordial demon master. Before the scarlet eyes of the Sky-Devouring Troll, the 6 experts couldn't help but transform into their true forms to fight him. Otherwise, the pressure in their hearts would be too great. The Chaos God Master and Chaos Divine Art all transformed into Chaos Beasts. Mo Xiaolang transformed into the Sun-Devouring Dire Wolf. He was a true Sky-Devouring clan member, but before the Sky-Devouring Troll, he was like a child. The primordial war god once again formed that huge steel body. Only Heavenly Yuan Immortal Venerable did not have a true body, but he had an Immortal Source true body. The Immortal Source true body projection also formed a huge body similar to the primordial war god, but it was more illusory. Long Chen was the only one who didn't look any different in his human form. Such a majestic scene was a wonder of the myriad worlds. The Sky-Devouring Troll faced off against the 5 giants or beasts on Long Chen's side. Each of them was the size of a world. I have to thank all of you for giving me such a grand banquet. From now on, all of you are the feces in my stomach. The Sky-Devouring Troll laughed. The moment he laughed, perhaps a nightmare would descend. Wang. In front of the 6, the Sky-Devouring Troll opened its huge mouth. In an instant, whether it was the laws or instincts, the most terrifying devouring that Long Chen had ever witnessed in this world began. It was not as grand as it seemed. All the devouring power was used on the 6 of them, so there was no change in spacetime. The ones that changed were Long Chen and the other 5. At that moment, when the devouring descended, even Long Chen felt his heart tremble. It was a nightmare. It reminded Long Chen of the events that had happened before the epoch. He had often seen Mo Xiaolang devour flames, but he had never trembled like he did now. It was as though he was a weak mouse facing its natural enemy, a cat. He felt helpless and trembling. He had met an existence that was born to rule him. Not being able to move was a small matter. His body did not feel like it belonged to him. These were all small matters. The most serious thing was not that his body had been devoured by the heaven-devouring giant demon, but that his primordial spirit and mind were being invisibly bitten and devoured. It was as though there were countless bugs growing on his divine body, and on his primordial spirit, there were countless soul-devouring bugs. Terrifying. In an instant, the 6 of them were extremely miserable. They were forced towards the body of the sky-devouring troll. The nightmare had only just begun. Chapter 32-28. Devour. In Long Chen's eyes, the sky-devouring troll was no different from the sky-swallowing clan. It was a kind of restrictive devouring. Even Mo Xiaolang, who was the most proficient in it, couldn't resist it. Under such circumstances, everyone's control over their own strength and the use of the rules was simply at its lowest point. It was the most direct and straightforward form of weakness. For a moment, everything was still and they could only see their own irreversible decline. Terrifying, Long Chen experienced it deeply. He seemed to have seen the era before. Under the devouring of the sky-swallowing clan, he and the other 5 were like struggling divine dragons. Moreover, it seemed like the myriad world's ancestor gods were also devoured. It was because of the devouring of the myriad world's ancestor gods that the sky-swallowing clan had the power to fight against the 10 ancestral dragons. Resistance seems to be useless. The scornful voice of the sky-devouring troll appeared beside everyone. Long Chen opened his eyes in extreme weakness. Due to his anger and hatred towards the sky-swallowing clan and the primeval troll, he was filled with the most extreme unwillingness and spirit of resistance. I've climbed up from the bottom and experienced all the battles and life and death to destroy the primeval troll and the sky-swallowing clan. I want to destroy these poisonous bugs that are destroying the world. I've come this far and this shameless devouring is showing itself again. I don't care how I die, but I can't die in their stomach. That kind of humiliation is absolutely unacceptable. Unprecedented rage, and roar filled his heart. Monstrous waves surged as he resisted the other party's power. Perhaps it was because the other party was fighting against 6 enemies at the same time. At the very least, Long Chen gave it his all and managed to prevent himself from being devoured. However, he still could not move, let alone escape. The situation was still extremely critical. The others were not as strong as him, especially Mo Xiaolang and Chaotic Divine Marshal, who had just reached the ultimate God realm. The Chaotic Divine Master, Heavenly Yuan Celestial Lord, and the Primordial War God could not control their bodies. Even though they struggled wildly, they were still devoured. The world lords of 3 origin worlds were like turtles in a jar. Even if they used all their means, they still could not stop the disastrous devouring. As for the heaven-devouring giant demon, it was as relaxed as ever. Ancestor Wa and Ancestor Shi watched all of this with smiles on their faces. They even chatted casually with each other. Seems like that wolf and that chaos god will be devoured first. Who do you think will go first? Judging from the current situation, the first one should be the chaotic gods. After all, he seems to have just reached the ultimate realm and is the weakest. Then, it's the wolf. Ancestor Wa smiled coldly and said, then it's Tian Yuan Immortal Sovereign, then Primordial Battle God, then Master Chaos Overlord, and finally Long Chen. They will be devoured one by one in order. Interesting. Ancestor Shi laughed, that's only natural. If it wasn't for Boss being too lazy to reveal his true form, he would have long since killed these fellows. But it's good that all of them are gathered today. After we deal with these troublesome fellows, at the very least, the primitive battleship and the supreme ancient immortal realms will be our playground. The losses we suffered earlier should also be able to recover. That's right. This time, Boss is truly enraged. Those who angered him are truly audacious. They are all fellows who won't shed tears until they see their coffins. Now, they are powerless to do anything and are naturally suppressed. How does this feel? As they spoke until here, the 2 of them involuntarily laughed. It was as though there was no one else present. Just like what they said, even if Long Chen managed to withstand the devouring, Mo Xiaolang and the others wouldn't be able to. This was especially so for the Chaotic Divine Marshal. His speed was extremely fast and he didn't even have a chance to resist. It was as though he would soon become food in the stomach of the heaven-devouring giant demon, being digested by him and becoming his strength. In the end, the heaven-devouring giant demon would devour Long Chen and the others. Damn! Their desperate resistance was like a sad song. In the dragon sacrifice continent, in the ancient battleship, countless lives were staring at them with sorrow in their eyes. Only now did they understand how terrifying the supreme ancient devil lord was. Hatred, anger, vengeance, all of them were useless. Under absolute suppression, even if they were as strong as them, they were simply like ants. Their defeat was the destruction of the world. All living beings knew this, and all of them looked at them with eyes filled with hope and despair. The atmosphere of desolation spread out endlessly, and everyone was in the throes of pain. This was especially so for Long Chen. If all of them were devoured, everything would be finished. He struggled so much that his entire body turned red. If it was just him, he wouldn't be so worried. The problem was that Mo Xiaolang was still being dragged away. This was his life and death brother. Xiaolang. The situation was incomparably dangerous. Long Chen was trying to think of a way out of this situation. Right now, he had no time to worry about anyone else. In this moment of imminent peril, Long Chen let out a roar of rage. He stopped resisting, and as he swallowed, he shot toward the heaven-devouring Titan devil like a sharp sword, shocking countless people. Long Chen. While everyone was panicking, Long Chen suddenly stopped behind Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, he used all of his strength and roared angrily. His body suddenly turned into a giant divine dragon. Primordial sacrificial dragon. This was the first time Long Chen had turned into the body of the primordial sacrificial dragon. Such a body was as huge as an original incipient realm world. It was even bigger than the chaos beasts. A dark gray divine dragon emerged from the primordial chaos. Its body had the patterns of the entire dragon sacrifice continent. 3 ancient powers revolved around it. Boom! Long Chen turned into the primordial sacrificial dragon. With his back facing the heaven-devouring giant demon, he used his dragon head to push against the sun-devouring dire wolf. He roared and attacked crazily. Finally, the sun-devouring dire wolf slowed down a little. It stopped in the air and pulled the heaven-devouring giant demon like a tug-of-war. Although the problem wasn't solved, at least Long Chen didn't want to see Mo Xiaolang die in front of him, especially not to be devoured by the heaven-devouring giant demon. Roar, roar, roar. Come in. The heaven-devouring giant demon didn't have much patience and used its power directly. The feeling of death came again. Long Chen even used the power of the Origin Dragon Palace to the limit. He was in a frenzy but still couldn't escape. At most, he could ensure that he wouldn't be devoured. Damn it. If this continues, we will lose. The consequences will be terrible. Long Chen always knew this. But reality was so cruel and the heaven-devouring giant demon was so terrifying. They were all fighting for the masses and were heroes. But now it was a tragedy for the heroes. Those who were watching them were all trembling and even crying. The more they struggled, the more miserable it was, as if they were a fish that had been hooked and was still resisting. At this point, anyone could see that they had no chance of winning at all. No matter how many people came here, it was simply a futile effort. The heaven-devouring giant demon was definitely going to die. Just like how Long Chen could only save Mo Xiaolang, he couldn't save the others. It was especially so for Chaos Divine Might. Chaos Divine Might was being devoured rapidly and was about to be devoured by the heaven-devouring giant demon. Father. He didn't die in battle, but he was swallowed instead. This was truly unbearable. The Chaos Divine Might would rather die in battle than be swallowed by the primordial giant demon into this filthy body. That was why he was in such despair at this moment. Long Chen was so anxious that he was about to explode. But he understood that once he let go of Mo Xiaolang, the first to be devoured would be Mo Xiaolang. Between Chaos Divine Might and Mo Xiaolang, he could only choose Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen couldn't face Master Chaos Divine. But the calamity was aimed at everyone. Master Chaos Divine was also fighting for himself. Divine Might. Long Chen used his peripheral vision to look. Actually, Master Chaos Divine was at the furthest position. Among everyone, he was the safest. But now, when his eyes met with Chaos Divine Might, he made a decision. A father's decision. Long Chen, if we win, please protect my primal Chaos Divine world and protect my son. After Master Chaos Divine said this, his face was filled with sorrow. He didn't allow Long Chen to speak. He made a choice. It was a tragic choice. No, before the calamity, before Long Chen could shout, Master Chaos Divine gave up resisting. He suddenly surpassed everyone and appeared in front of the heaven-devouring giant demon. He blocked the heaven-devouring giant demon's path of devouring Chaos Divine Might. Everything happened in an instant. Master Chaos Divine Might. Long Chen turned around. When he called out, Master Chaos Divine Might laughed and said angrily, "Primeval troll, you bunch of filthy things. The day of your death is not far away. Divine Might, the primal Chaos Divine world will depend on you in the future. Don't be shy." His last sentence rang in Chaos Divine Might's ears. Chaos Divine Might turned around in shock and saw a pair of beautiful wings flying towards him. That was Master Chaos Divine Lord's origin-grade creation divine weapon, Ancestral Wings. The Ancestral Wings rapidly moved over and attached to the back of Chaos Divine Might. From then on, it became a part of Chaos Divine Might. At this moment, Master Chaos Divine Lord's actions were swift and decisive. The Origin Incandescent Stone appeared in his hand. "No, Father, I deserve to die." Chaos Divine Might's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At that moment, tears flowed down his cheeks. This Master Chaos Divine Lord, who rarely showed his fatherly love, was now a great father and a hero. Long Chen couldn't stop him. Moreover, Master Chaos Divine Lord was trying to save his son. If it was Long Chen himself, he might be willing to do this for his children. There was no reason for him to do so. Just like how the Time Dragon servant chose to let him leave for Long Chen's birth. Master Chaos Divine Lord crushed the Origin Incandescent Stone in front of the heaven-devouring giant demon. Then, he swallowed the Origin Incandescent Stone into his stomach. All the energy of the shattered Origin Incandescent Stone exploded at this moment. In the explosion, all the energy of Master Chaos Divine Lord was mixed together. This was the resistance of Master Chaos Divine Lord. He was like a living being. He was determined, angry, and fatherly. He was protecting the entire Chaos Divine race. That was why he wanted Long Chen to take care of him at the last moment. In an instant, dazzling light exploded on the body of the Chaos Divine Beast. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Beast didn't advance. Instead, it retreated. Its huge body pounced on the head of the heaven-devouring giant demon and exploded instantly. "Primeval troll, even if my spiritual body is destroyed, I will let you die a horrible death." Chapter 32-29. An unprecedentedly terrifying explosion caused an incomparably terrifying commotion. It was like the destruction of the myriad worlds. The starry space shattered as spacetime shifted. Such a tragic scene was simply indescribable with words. At the same time, the devouring power of the heaven-devouring giant devil was finally stopped. The primal Chaos Godlord used his life to end this terrifying battle, saving his son from the jaws of the tiger. Accompanying the explosion was the tragic cry of the heaven-devouring giant demon. The Chaos Beast pounced on him and exploded. With the origin ore and the cultivation of the Chaos God Master, it was impossible for such a terrifying force to not injure him. Such a change simply caused Long Chen to be stunned. In truth, he was still waiting for Kitten to arrive. He urged him a few times but there was still no movement. Long Chen initially thought that Kitten would arrive in time. Kitten was his only hope. Although it was a little overconfident to deal with the Supreme Ancient Devil Lord, the survival of the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms and the Primal Chaos God Lord was something that Long Chen couldn't ignore. The Primal Chaos God Lord was like a friend who wouldn't get to know each other if they didn't fight. Although he was tyrannical, he was magnanimous. Honestly speaking, Long Chen liked him very much. But he didn't expect that things would be resolved in such a manner today. I want to save him. Long Chen still had the ability to revive. He suddenly discovered that there was no need for him to devour. He regained his freedom and directly pulled Imo Xiaolang into the death world. After that, he didn't say anything and rushed towards the terrifying explosion. The strength of a father could be so tyrannical to such an extent. Even if he wasn't at the center of the explosion, Long Chen had no choice but to use the life echo melody to protect himself. If not, he would also be badly mutilated. This was all because of the Primal Chaos Godlord's rage. Father. The Primal Chaos Godlord's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He wanted to rush over. Even if his face was covered in tears and he was worried about his father, Long Chen wouldn't allow him to get close. After all, his life was exchanged with the Primal Chaos Godlord's life. Long Chen coincidentally encountered him and hurriedly flung him away. Behind him, the heavenly Primal Chaos Godlord and the Primal Chaos Godlord were holding back the frenzied Primal Chaos Godlord. In the Primal Chaos Godlord, he was the eternal legend in his heart. Now, it had transformed into a magnificent radiance that engulfed everything. Long Chen's mission was extremely important. He gave it his all, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through the clouds and arrived at the center of the explosion, enduring this unimaginable force. In the fierce light, Long Chen saw the remnant soul of the Divine Lord of Chaos. Everything on his body had exploded, including his Yuan Shen. He needed this remnant soul to come back to life. However, because the chaotic God Master was too strong, and he had suffered great injuries this time, it was hard to say whether he would be able to revive quickly. Long Chen immediately acted. God Master, come back to life. The rule of life swept out and turned into a green spring that swept out. As the damage was too great, it wasn't easy to recover. At this moment of destruction, Long Chen couldn't even see where the heaven-devouring troll was. He would definitely be heavily injured, but he would definitely not die. God Master, come over. Long Chen kept calling out. However, the situation was dire and he was extremely anxious. But at this moment, the thing that he was most worried about happened. Suddenly, a raging suction force swept out again. The giant head of the heaven-devouring troll popped out, opened its giant mouth, and swallowed all the remnant soul of the chaotic God Master at an unparalleled speed, cutting off Long Chen's revival. Everything was over. No. Long Chen was burning with anger. If there was a chance, he could have saved the chaotic God Master. But now, he actually watched as the chaotic God Master was completely swallowed by the other party. How was he going to explain this to the chaotic Divine Marshal? The anger and hatred in his heart instantly reached its peak, and he felt like he was about to explode. Now, the power of the chaotic God Master's suicide attack had disappeared. The heaven-devouring troll was riddled with holes, and his physical body was severely injured. His primordial spirit had probably suffered a huge blow as well. His aura was far less terrifying than before, and he even looked like he was on the verge of death. It seemed like the chaotic God Master's suicidal attack had taken a toll on him. He is only the first. Do you think it's possible to revive him in front of me? Long Chen, it's rare to see such a defeated expression on your face. Why? Are you angry? The heaven-devouring troll sneered coldly as he retreated. Even though he was injured, he was still so arrogant. Long Chen had no way of reviving the chaotic God Master. He could only take revenge for him, and then grant the chaotic God Master's final wish. However, his mind was blank, and it was filled with more and more anger. He charged towards the heaven-devouring troll like a madman. Eternal Whirlpool. Hongmeng Dragon World. The double suppression of time and space stopped the heaven-devouring troll's escape. Compared to the previous time, it suppressed the heavily injured heaven-devouring troll even more. Now, radiance erupted from Long Chen's body. Death Spirit Blood Talisman. The fatal talisman rushed into the primordial demon master's body once again. In truth, the primordial demon master did not know about Long Chen's previous 4 laws. Previously, he had forcefully suppressed them. This time, Long Chen wanted to detonate these laws and attack the primordial demon master's body. At the very least, he wanted to injure the primordial demon master so that even the chaotic divine might could not do anything to him for a short period of time. Primordial Chaos Dragon Fist. A furious punch landed on the heaven-devouring troll's head, causing his teeth to fall out and his tongue to be smashed. Fresh blood flowed out of his mouth. Endless life and death calamity. Endless killing power rushed into the primordial demon master's body once again. It merged with the endless life and death calamity's power, forming a sword chi that grew stronger and stronger as it wantonly slaughtered the primordial demon master's body. Past and future life reversal. Another law rushed into the primordial chaos dragon fist. Previously, the chaotic dragon fist and the endless life and death calamity had caused the heaven-devouring troll to scream in pain and flee. After the past and future life reversal fused, the 2 powers fused and truly displayed the power to reverse karma and fate, causing the primordial demon master to encounter the most terrifying laws. At this moment, he was completely terrified. The chaotic god master's destruction, in addition to Long Chen's 4 laws deeply implanted in his body, if he did not spend a lot of effort to recuperate, the primordial demon master would definitely know that he would lose his power and become a cripple. Save me. The dignified primordial demon master was currently fleeing in a sorry state. Just a little more. Just a little more and he would have been able to deal a devastating blow to the primordial demon master. Long Chen wanted to take revenge for the chaotic god master and also give the chaotic divine might an explanation. He was in a hurry to obtain everything, which was why he was so crazy. Creation and reincarnation. A towering sword pierced towards the primordial demon master's law core. This sword was stronger than anything else. Destroy for me. The power of creation and reincarnation, in addition to other laws, could definitely destroy the primordial demon master's foundation. This was a rare opportunity created by the chaotic god master. Boom. However, at the most crucial moment, another primeval troll appeared and blocked the creation and reincarnation. He used his arms and wings to block it, which caused his arms and wings to be instantly destroyed. They exploded into powder and disappeared into the starry sky. It was Devil Shi. At the last moment, he saved the primordial demon master. Go. Ancestor Shi cried out in pain as he was hit by the creation and reincarnation. Although it was only his arms and wings, the laws had actually rushed into his body. Although it was not as heavy as the primordial demon master's, he would definitely need some time to recuperate. Rumble. The door of the devil dragon ancient tomb opened. The primordial demon master transformed into his human form and rushed in. The moment he entered, he looked back at Long Chen who was chasing after him. The contempt and anger were all gone, leaving only calmness. Then let's have a truce for a period of time. Let me repeat my next words. Everything is far from over. The chaotic god master is just the beginning, whoosh. 2 of the 3 ancestor devils were heavily injured. They all escaped into the devil dragon ancient tomb. Before Long Chen rushed in, the devil dragon ancient tomb was completely closed, causing Long Chen's last bit of anger to fall into thin air. And on Long Chen's side, he lost a chaotic god master. When all the primeval troll disappeared, the starry sky suddenly entered a very quiet state. Completely silent. Long Chen was a little sluggish. He turned his head in a daze. This battle, until now, he did not know if it could be considered a victory. Perhaps it was a victory, perhaps it was a defeat. Everyone shut their mouths, not knowing what to say. Long Chen thought of the chaotic god master's final decision. This was all his own decision, but it was undeniable that he had saved everyone. Without him, more people might have died. And it was even more impossible to cause serious damage to the primordial demon master and ancestor Shi. No matter what, everything had to be faced. Winning this battle was the best way to account to the chaotic god master. His death was worth it. Long Chen came in front of the chaotic divine might. At this time, the chaotic divine might had regained its calm. He pursed his lips, looked up at Long Chen, and said, "Don't worry, we have all existed for a long time, and have long separated ourselves from mortal kinship. He saved me, and did the most valuable thing. Our long lives are all for a worthy death. He is lucky." And perhaps what he said was right. But who could truly separate themselves from kinship? Just like the chaotic god master's final decision, perhaps what drove him was the chaotic divine might. Just like the time when Long Chen crippled the chaotic divine might, his heart ached. The chaotic divine might said, "Long Chen, this matter has nothing to do with you. You have already tried your best, and all the decisions you made were the most correct. I admire you very much, and I am even more unwilling to let my father's sacrifice make you feel bad. Everyone will die one day, and it is lucky to have a worthy death. But hatred must be avenged. In the future, the war has not ended, and I am willing to follow you to fulfill my father's wish, to kill all the primeval troll, and not leave a single one alive." Long Chen took a deep breath. The chaotic divine might was right. He had lost his father, and he should not be the one comforting Long Chen. "So, I have to think about the next step." There was no update at night, so there was no need to wait. Chapter 32:30. The next step of the plan. Chaos Divine Might, Primitive God of War, and Sky Yuan Celestial Supremacy were working together. Primitive God of War was still confused about many things, so Long Chen explained the situation to him first. Because Master Chaos had died trying to save the primitive battleship world, Primitive God of War felt rather guilty. After learning the ins and outs of the matter, he immediately said, "I see. Long Chen, everyone, this is indeed a disaster for all of us. Our race is duty-bound. From now on, the elites of our race will be at your disposal. It was best if everyone could work together to fight the enemy." Long Chen had left many Death Realm Dragon Gates here to keep in touch at all times. Of the 6 original grade worlds, 2 were now connected. The Ancestral demon is heavily injured and will need some time to recover. We don't have to be so anxious, but we must find a way to enter other worlds. Primitive God of War, do you have any news about other worlds? Unfortunately, Primitive God of War did not. He also thought that the entire world was a primitive warship. He did not expect the worlds to be so vast. And he did not find anything similar to Sky Yuan Celestial Supremacies. As such, they were in a stalemate. Long Chen prepared to return to the Death Realm and use it as the hub to think about the next step. Primitive God of War, Sky Yuan Celestial Supremacy, and the others also entered the Death Realm and joined Long Chen's team. With the Death Realm as the core, they would protect the worlds. When Long Chen had just returned, Zhu Shi suddenly told him, "Boss, Kitten wants to see you." Kitten. Just now, when they needed him the most, he didn't come. If he had come, the Chaos God Master wouldn't have fallen. So Long Chen was a little unhappy, but he didn't blame Kitten. He just felt that it wasn't a good idea to be so far away. He had to think of a way to let Kitten return to the big family. "Everyone, think of a plan. I will leave for a while." Long Chen bade farewell to everyone and headed in the direction that Zhu Shi had mentioned, where Kitten was. In fact, they were at the Creation Wood Sacred Tree. Why did he want to see him? Why didn't he come out to help just now? If he were to help, he might be able to finish off the 3 ancestral fiends. After all, Long Chen had just heavily injured the primordial fiend lord. After coming out of the death world, Long Chen arrived at the Builder Tree. Kitten and Zhu Shi were waiting for him in the void. The white tiger Meng Nan had an indifferent expression as he watched Long Chen arrive. Long Chen did not question why he did not arrive. After all, the one standing in front of him was not the kitten in his heart, but the reincarnation divine beast. I heard that you've restored the dragon sacrificial continent. I want to go and take a look. Kitten was straightforward and directly said when Long Chen arrived. I can see it from here. It was understandable that he missed the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen's thoughts flickered. Suddenly, the huge original incipient grade world appeared next to the builder tree. To the original incipient grade world, the builder tree was just a huge tree on it. The people in the dragon sacrificial continent felt that the stars had moved. Other things were not affected. Long Chen was like the creator. He could move out smoothly as if he was taking out a creator artifact. When he saw this world descend into the infinite worlds again, Kitten's eyes slightly twitched. He didn't say anything and flew towards the dragon sacrificial continent. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of Long Chen. This guy really pissed me off. I tried to persuade him for a long time, but he ignored me. I really want to pull out his tendons. Boss, quickly think of a way to bring back the old kitten. He's too annoying now. He's just like an old man. She couldn't help but complain when she saw him leave. I'm also thinking of a way, said Long Chen. The urgency in his heart wasn't less than Zhu Shi's. However, the problem was that no one knew what to do to bring him back to Kitten. The two of them waited here for about an hour. Little Cat should have walked all over the dragon sacrificial continent. He came back in a daze. When he saw Long Chen, he said, looks like you've already succeeded. You need to become even more powerful. Only then will this world become even more powerful. Only then will you be able to truly let him be reborn. The current you has even more responsibilities to accomplish. His words were heavy. I know. Long Chen nodded. As he improved, the original incipient grade world would also improve. Long Chen now hoped that it could become an origin grade world or even higher until it recovered its previous level. Then, Long Chen brought the dragon sacrificial continent back to the Holy Kingdom. No matter what, this was the place that he needed to protect the most. It was the home of the dragons. Kitten looked at him and said, it seems that you're a little dissatisfied that I didn't take action against those three. I think that at least as a former member of the dragon sacrificial continent, you should take action, said Long Chen. Kitten laughed and said, don't you know that I still don't have confidence in you and the entire world? Facing the sky-devouring clan, we won't have a chance to survive. This world is doomed. Long Chen also laughed. He said, I won't brag first. With your situation, resisting means death. Not resisting also means death. If it were me, I wouldn't want to be a coward. Kitten stopped smiling and shut his mouth. He took a deep breath. Perhaps Long Chen had poked his sore spot. However, Long Chen knew that wasn't the case. He was just being stubborn. What he said earlier wasn't his true thoughts. All right, I'll tell you the truth. Kitten paused and looked at Long Chen. He said word by word, the future of the worlds doesn't depend on me. It depends on you. You're the inheritor of the 10 ancestor dragons. So, your strength is more important than everything else, and more important than me. So, I'm just a small character. These 3 so-called ancestral demons are insignificant trash to the real sky-devouring clan. If you can't even beat them, how are you going to deal with the sky-devouring clan? So, I don't want to help you. You should practice first. The most important thing is not how many people die, but how much stronger you can become in this war. As for the common people, they will eventually die. No one can stop it. This was the reason why he didn't want to take action. Long Chen didn't agree with his point of view. He said, you're too selfish. No one wants to die. Kitten couldn't be bothered to say more. He said, let me tell you one last time. Primeval Troll isn't as simple as you see it. I think to you, they're good news. You should try your best to stay alive, practice more, and grow stronger. Only then will you have the right to protect the worlds in the final catastrophe. Now, you're just a pitiful worm struggling on the edge of life and death." With that, Kitten took Zhu Shi and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky without looking back. Isn't the primordial great fiend just 3 ancestral fiends and 3 experts? From the looks of it, in order to achieve his goal of becoming stronger, Kitten was completely unwilling to help. More importantly, from what he said and what he heard from some of the primeval troll, it seemed that there were more than 3 ancestor devils in the demonic dragon tomb. I can imagine that primeval troll was created by the sky-devouring clan to destroy the worlds. The worlds before the epoch were extremely powerful. Although the dragon sacrificial continent was destroyed and the ancestor gods of the worlds were devoured, there must still be many experts in every world. For example, the chaotic divine realm was a world that surpassed the origin level. There must be quite a number of half-ancestors. To destroy such a world, how powerful must the primeval troll be? Although they've weakened a lot in an epoch, the problem is that their numbers are definitely not small. The 3 ancestor devils might just be a part of it. Thinking of this, Long Chen felt a chill down his spine. He understood that the most important thing now was to unite the other origin-level worlds, find more like-minded people, and fight to the death with the primeval troll. At least eliminate the 3 ancestor devils. The other primeval troll wouldn't be awakened so easily. Without further ado, Long Chen returned to the death rain. Everyone was still at a loss. Right now, the primeval troll below the demon lord is everywhere. There's no end to them, but they haven't attacked yet. They're still waiting for an opportunity. Li Xuanji said. Just when everyone was having a headache, Heavenly God Luya brought a piece of good news. These days, he had been using his eyes to find the demon lord of the primeval troll. Did you find anything? Seeing Heavenly God Luya's arrival, Long Chen hurriedly asked. There's good news. In the Eastern Star region, there's a primeval incipient realm called the Sea of Heavenly Demons. It was a place like Mount Buzhou and the Burning Sun. After Mo Xiaolang stabilized his cultivation, Long Chen would take him to devour the Burning Sun. It was the largest fire source in the entire world. It was one of Long Chen's trump cards. The Sea of Heavenly Demons was also a place like that. The Sea of Heavenly Demons was the opposite of the Burning Sun. It was an extremely frozen place filled with all kinds of cold water. Just like the Burning Sun, only godly venerables could approach it. As for the deepest part, even the 4 rulers didn't dare to go there. At least until now, no one had ever sneaked into the Sea of Heavenly Demons. Heavenly God Luya continued, when I was looking for the Demon Lord, I passed by the Sea of Heavenly Demons. Out of curiosity, I pushed my limits and looked into the depths of the Sea of Heavenly Demons. The deeper I went, the stronger the cold energy. I probably exceeded my limits and saw the deepest part. I realized that the Sea of Heavenly Demons could be penetrated. After I went through, I seemed to see a world. That was the good news he brought. In other words, there might be an original grade world inside the Sea of Heavenly Demons. Basically, I can confirm that it's an original grade world. It's roughly the feeling I got when I saw a primitive battleship in the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. Heavenly God Luya said with certainty. He had indeed brought great news. Chapter 32-31. It's indeed difficult. The center of the Purgatory Sun was the core of the entire primeval incipient world. It was also the hottest place. It was much more terrifying than Mo Xiaolang's current ancestral fire. Only a monster like Mo Xiaolang could enter a place like the core of the Purgatory Sun. But even Mo Xiaolang couldn't go to the Sea of Heavenly Demons. The Sea of Heavenly Demons was the complete opposite of the Purgatory Sun. It was an extremely cold place. The deeper one went, the colder it would be. It was indeed difficult for Long Chen. But even if it was difficult, he had to go. This was Long Chen's belief. He was racing against time. After all, no one knew if the 3 ancestral fiends had other plans. Long Chen wasn't willing to let the 3 ancestor demons destroy any of the 6 origin worlds. One destruction would mean the death of trillions of people. The price was too heavy. Especially the angry and hateful primeval troll. Everyone, please wait here. I'll be right back. Long Chen set off immediately after making the decision. Everyone could only remind him to be careful. In terms of the origin creation artifact, Long Chen's origin dragon palace was the most suitable for defense. It was fully protected and suitable for him to sneak into the Sea of Heavenly Demons. Long Chen had never been to the Sea of Heavenly Demons before. He could only go from the nearest world. But it didn't take him long. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen saw a world similar to the Purgatory Sun. In the starry sky, there was a blue and magnificent ocean. It was the same size as the current dragon sacrificial continent. It floated in the starry sky. Looking from above, the ocean was extremely beautiful. The movement of the seawater was very quiet. It was as if there were many blue crystal sand at the bottom of the sea. It looked gentle and beautiful. But only after entering it would one know how cold it was. Without saying anything, Long Chen descended from the sky and plunged into the Sea of Heavenly Demons. Instantly, the coldness was like billions of sharp blades stabbing his skin. It was as if he had entered a mountain of knives instead of an ocean. This was only the surface of the sky demon ocean, so it wasn't that scary. Ordinary godly venerables could probably move freely here. Long Chen traveled tens of thousands of miles in an instant at the speed of light and gradually went deeper. The deeper they went, the more the Yin energy swept over. Without a doubt, this was one of the harshest places in the myriad worlds. The Yin and cold seawater could even kill an ultimate god, let alone others. At this point, in order to ensure that he was unharmed, Long Chen could only take out the origin dragon palace to form an encirclement and protect himself. Only then was he able to relax. He didn't need to use much strength to advance smoothly. Anyone else wouldn't have such an easy time. The Sky Demon's Sea is much more terrifying than I imagined. Moreover, it seems to have deepened a lot. Up until now, he was only halfway there. Moreover, the deeper he went, the harder it was for him to move at full speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His ears were filled with the sound of the seawater crashing against him. As though it was conscious, all the Yin energy swept towards Long Chen and shrouded him, preventing him from moving forward. Long Chen used his origin dragon vitality to resist and assist the origin dragon palace. He was like a golden divine dragon diving into the deep sea. Under the violent impact, his speed finally increased. Almost there. When Long Chen took out the origin dragon palace and still felt a lot of pressure, he realized he was almost there. Although he was still in the coldest place. If it was someone else, they would probably be frozen to death and annihilated in the depths. Brother Luya's eyesight is really good. You can even see something so deep. I only have a slight feeling now. Through the heavy seawater, Long Chen finally saw what seemed to be a world in the depths. There were activities of common people inside. Judging from the level of that world, it should not be low. Almost there. After locking onto his target, Long Chen charged even harder. In the end, he even took out the primordial dragon sword and made a bloody path. He used the endless life and death tribulations to open a path and headed straight for the depths. Whoosh! With the endless life and death tribulations, Long Chen became braver as he fought. Soon, he passed through the coldest part. His hand that was waving the primordial dragon sword was almost frozen. He almost lost his grip on the primordial dragon sword, but he managed to persevere. He finally passed through the harshest part. The seawater was not so cold after this. Long Chen moved faster and faster. I've passed through the most dangerous part. I'm almost there. Everyone, wait for my good news. Long Chen first gave an answer to those who were worried about him and reassured them. Then, he continued forward. Finally, he saw an exit in the increasingly calm seawater. Go. He passed through the exit. On this side of the world, it wasn't the Sky Demon Sea. The entrance was just an inconspicuous barrier. No wonder the people of this original grade world didn't come to the myriad worlds through the Sky Demon Sea. It was because it was really not easy for them to find this entrance. Now that he was here, he naturally had to seize the time and establish contact with this world. Long Chen memorized this location. Looking over, he saw that other than the supreme ancient immortal realms, the chaos divine realm, and the primitive battleship, there was a fourth original grade world. There were 6 boundlessly huge vortexes. Each vortex was filled with countless stars. The vortexes were actually 6 incomparably beautiful nebulae. These 6 nebulae were formed by densely packed stars, each shining with 6 different colors. They were magnificent and filled with awe-inspiring visual impact. Actually, one could see that this entire world didn't have a complete continent. All the continents were made up of stars. The largest star was probably only enough for a chaos beast to crawl on. But the 6 nebulae added up to a total of over 10 billion stars. Most of the stars had life on them. The smaller ones only had a few lives, while the larger ones might have millions or even hundreds of millions of lives. It wasn't like the Chaos Divine World, it was incomparably solid. In terms of size, the Chaos Divine World wasn't even 1/10 the size of the 6 nebulae. But in terms of living space, the 2 original grade worlds were about the same. It was just that the stars in the 6 nebulae were too scattered. The Chaos Divine World was vast, the supreme ancient immortal realms was ethereal, the primitive battleship was cold, and these 6 nebulae were resplendent. It's actually the demon race? Long Chen didn't expect that this place was actually the world of the demon race. In the 6 nebulae, there were gigantic beasts flying everywhere. This was a world for demons. The reason why there were only 1 or 2 lifeforms in the 6 nebulae was because of the size of the demon race. But luckily, the primeval troll didn't attack this place. If not, given the size of this place, it wouldn't be easy to defend, let alone escape like the primitive battleship. There's no time to lose. No matter what race it was, Long Chen had to inform him about the primeval troll as soon as possible. Therefore, he approached the 6 huge and resplendent nebulae without concealing his power. If there were ultimate gods in this world, they would quickly discover his existence. Such a beautiful world still exists today. I wonder how glorious the myriad realms were in the past. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Back then, everyone was strong. The entire myriad realms should be like a big home, not as fragmented as it was today. Who dares to invade my 6 paths of reincarnation? All of a sudden, someone discovered Long Chen's existence in the most central nebula. Long Chen was now the strongest person in the myriad realms. He came to this new world and directly talked to the strongest person in this world. However, when the person in the central nebula spoke, the other 6 nebulae all started to move. For a period of time, there was actually an expert in each of the 6 nebulae that sped towards Long Chen's direction. Long Chen maintained a friendly attitude and remained at his original location. The 6 paths of reincarnation was different from the primitive battleship of the supreme ancient immortal realms. After all, the primeval troll didn't attack this place. Long Chen was the one who appeared in this stable world. So. In a very short period of time, 6 experts appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen took a closer look and discovered that these 6 experts were exactly the same. It was just that their cultivation bases were different and their demeanors were different. They seemed to be 6 people, but there was a deep connection between them. This made Long Chen think of the primordial Kuan beast. The primordial Kuan beast has 3 bodies. Clearly, this demonic beast might have 6 bodies. What I see isn't 6 but a single person. My name is Long Chen. I wonder how should I address you? Long Chen didn't have any ill intentions at all. He calmly spoke to this existence. Their appearances were all the same. Their hair was messy and their faces were covered in stubble. Their eyes were like whirlpools and their appearances were exactly the same as the 6 nebulae. You know that I'm actually alone? The 6 bodies of that person spoke at the same time, and they were all saying the same thing. He carefully observed and could sense that Long Chen might be an expert on the same level as him. Even if Long Chen didn't have any enmity, he still felt a deep sense of danger from him. After all, for countless years, he was the only ruler of this world. You can refer to me as the 6 Paths Demon Sovereign. The other party spoke at the same time. Long Chen went straight to the point and said, 6 Paths Demon Sovereign, I know that you'll be shocked to see me. Obviously, I'm not from your world. What I mean is that you might not believe me, but the real world is much bigger than you can imagine. From what I know, there are a total of 10,000 worlds. Of course, the 6 Paths reincarnation realm that you're from is one of the top engine level worlds. Only such worlds can give birth to an expert like you. Are you kidding me? Why should I believe you? The 6 Paths Demon Sovereign sneered. It seemed like this guy wasn't easy to deal with. Long Chen thought for a while and opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate. In an instant, Heavenly Yuan Celestial Venerate, Primordial God of War, Chaotic Divine Might, Mo Xiaolang, and Long Chen walked out. This lineup was enough for the 6 Paths Demon Sovereign to work together. There was one more chapter at 22 p.m. Chapter 32-32. Long Chen could imagine how shocked he would be if he was in his shoes, standing at the peak of the world for countless years. Suddenly, 5 existences on the same level as him appeared. The 6 Paths Demon Lord couldn't believe his eyes. His 6 bodies retreated. Even with his achievements, he was still a little nervous. But he quickly suppressed his nervousness and narrowed his eyes. In fact, he was already preparing for battle. Long Chen quickly said, "Don't worry, we don't have any ill intentions. Of the people you saw, 3 of them have the same 6 Paths wheel. They are world lords of origin worlds on the same level as you. We came here today because we have something important to tell you. The Primal Chaos God Lord died and the Primal Chaos Divine Might inherited the Ancestral wings. He was now the new ruler of the Primal Chaos Divine Realm." The 3 of them introduced themselves to each other. The 6 Paths Demon Lord didn't doubt their identities, but he was still very cautious. "All right, I believe this world is bigger than I imagined. This is what I suspect, but I haven't been able to confirm it. But now that you've discovered this place, what do you want?" The 6 Paths Demon Lord asked. Long Chen said, "If this was a peaceful era, we wouldn't be in such a hurry to find an ally with other origin worlds." Then, Long Chen explained the situation of the myriad worlds and the primeval troll to the 6 Paths Demon Lord. "He's right. Before coming here, I met them and allied with them to fight against the primeval troll," the primordial war god said. The Sky Origin Immortal Paragon spoke. "Among them, the ancient giant devils were the first to attack our supreme ancient immortal realms. It was Long Chen who infiltrated their forces and found my world. He joined forces with me to force the ancient giant devils to retreat, allowing the supreme ancient immortal realms to survive. If it wasn't for the Primal Chaos God Lord sacrificing himself and heavily injuring the 3 ancestor devils, we reckon that the 3 ancestor devils would have already attacked us. Apart from the 6 paths of reincarnation, there are 3 other original level worlds. We don't know where they are, and they are all isolated. Once the primeval troll recovers and attacks them alone, they will definitely face destruction." At this point, everyone was waiting for Lord 6 Paths' reaction. "So, you came here early to save the 6 paths of reincarnation?" Lord 6 Paths asked coldly. "It's not that we're going to save you. We're going to unite and save ourselves together," Long Chen said resolutely. "Why should I believe you? Who knows, maybe all of this is just something you made up to gain my trust, and then take the opportunity to make trouble at some point in time to reduce your losses, right?" The demon lord of 6 paths still didn't believe him. Since the primeval troll hadn't actually appeared and brought about a disaster, it was obvious that the other party was still very much on guard. "Then tell me, what do I have to do for you to believe me?" Actually, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to say whether he believed him or not. As long as there was a passage to the six paths of reincarnation, as long as the primeval troll attacked here, everything would be clear. The key now was to search for the next 3 worlds. Lord Six Paths said, "It's simple. You're your leader. If you're stronger than me and can defeat me alone, I'll believe that you won't play tricks on me. I'll also believe that the primeval troll is real." Long Chen laughed. "In the end, you just want to spar with me, right? I understand. With your identity, you've been invincible in the 6 paths of reincarnation for so long. You must be itching for a fight." Long Chen's words made it seem like the 6 paths demon lord's thoughts were exposed. He became angry and said, "Cut the crap." Long Chen understood that he had no ill intentions. "If that's the case, I'll play with you." They were still quite a distance away from the 6 paths of reincarnation, so it wouldn't affect them. However, some of the experts in the 6 paths of reincarnation noticed the commotion here. "Please." Mo Xiaolang and the rest dispersed, leaving the battlefield to Long Chen and the rest. It had been a long time since he had met an opponent who could fight against him. The demon lord of 6 paths had even forgotten how it felt to fight. After all, the 6 ultimate stage ultimate gods in the 6 paths reincarnation realm were no match for him even if they joined forces. He used to be crazy about fighting and had been quiet for too long. He couldn't help but provoke Long Chen. Now that the battlefield was out, the 6 demon lords of 6 paths spread out in all directions and surrounded Long Chen. Demonic energy soared. Lord Six Paths was no match for Kitten, but he was much stronger than the Chaos Demonic Forefather. 6 Chaos Demonic Forefathers were no match for one Lord Six Paths. Especially the 6 bodies, they were 6 threats to Long Chen. Demonic energy filled the air and chilling winds blew. 6 humanoid 6 demon lords of the 6 paths had 6 huge shadows. The phantoms were all different. Some were majestic and vast, like the heavens, some were condensed by common people, some were like the mortal world, some were like Azura's rampaging, some were like a slaughterhouse, and some were even more evil spirits and wild beasts galloping about. Every body was a kind of rule, a kind of will. In the blink of an eye, the demon lord of 6 paths attacked. The 6 paths of reincarnation saw what was happening. More and more people realized that the Supreme God in their hearts had met an opponent from beyond the heavens. The Supreme God that hadn't shown any news for tens of millions of years, the Lord Six Paths. This huge battle that everyone could see caused a huge uproar in the 6 paths reincarnation realm. Suddenly, more and more people started shouting and cheering for the 6 paths demon lord. They were full of confidence in the 6 paths demon lord. The legendary fiends were no match for him. The 6 vast nebulae echoed with an earth-shattering sound. But in the eyes of Long Chen and the Lord Six Paths, there was only one opponent. The Lord Six Paths made his move. 6 different kinds of rules were used in the same way. In an instant, the 6 bodies gathered their power and surrounded Long Chen from all directions. Heavenly Tao Reincarnation. One of them turned into a 10,000 feet tall golden giant, holding a huge golden wheel in his hand. The light illuminated the heavens and earth, leaving no place for the demons to escape. Human Tao Reincarnation. Another one seemed to be made up of billions of living beings. He held a pure white wheel and smashed it towards Long Chen's head. The roar of billions of living beings gave rise to a monstrous pressure. Azura Tao Reincarnation. Hungry Ghost Tao Reincarnation. Animal Tao Reincarnation. Hell Tao Reincarnation. The demon lord of 6 paths had 6 different kinds of power, and each of his 6 great theories could seal the heavens and earth, leaving no gap. The 6 different kinds of power could overturn the world and destroy the earth. In front of these 6 kinds of power, Long Chen was like an ant in front of the heavens. Either you lose, or you die. Lord Six Paths didn't show any mercy when it came to killing. He hadn't fought for countless years, and now that he had the chance to do so, he was so excited that his blood was boiling. In truth, he was hoping that Long Chen would be able to block his attack. Facing the power of the Six Paths reincarnation, Longchen wasn't surprised at all. He faced it calmly, and as soon as the Six Paths reincarnation came crashing down, Longchen condensed the chaos elements in his right hand. The 9 chaos elements turned into 9 giant dragons that coiled around his arm. This was a power born for destruction. Chaos Dragon Fist. With a punch, 9 dragons soared. Boom! The will of the primal chaos laws was directly destroyed. Longchen punched out, piercing through the heavens and earth, directly blasting the heavenly Tao Samsara. With a loud explosion, the heavenly Tao Samsara vortex instantly destroyed the 9 kinds of destructive primal chaos elements of the primal chaos dragon fist. Boom! The heavenly Tao reincarnation dissipated, and one of the Lord's 6 paths was sent flying. Longchen could have used this opportunity to escape, but he didn't. He stayed in the encirclement. Grand Mist Dragon World. Brand new laws swept through the space and a brand new world was born. In the Grand Mist Dragon World, tens of thousands of dragons soared and devoured the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Within the Grand Mist Dragon World, the remaining 5 types of roulette exploded under the pressure of the space. Longchen crushed the space in the area and easily escaped from it. The battlefield was completely destroyed, and the only word that could describe it was a complete mess. 6 rays of light rushed out, and they were the Lord's 6 paths. However, every one of his bodies seemed to be in a sorry state. They gathered together again and looked at Longchen with a look of admiration in their eyes. They said in a clear voice, "Awesome, you're very strong." As expected of someone who could subdue so many experts. Especially in the aspect of the law, it's heaven-defying. However, I, the Lord's 6 paths, am not so easy to defeat. You have to be careful next. Longchen smiled faintly and said, "Lord Demon, you should be the one to be careful. I was just practicing." The people in the 6 paths reincarnation realm heard this conversation, and for a moment, everyone was nervous. Could it be that this visitor from outer space was going to leave before the Lord Demon? For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic, and everyone was discussing the background of this existence called Longchen. Very good, very domineering. The Lord's 6 paths knew that Longchen was joking, but he didn't mind. Through the battle, he had acknowledged Longchen. This was the so-called no discord, no concord. However, he was proud and unwilling to admit defeat. He still wanted to determine a winner with Longchen. Gather. At this time, just as Longchen expected, the 6 bodies of the Lord's 6 paths merged into one. This was the real Lord's 6 paths. Of course, at the beginning, it was an ordinary human. The only difference was that each of his eyes had 6 colors, as if the 6 nebulas had merged together. You are from the demon race. Why don't you fight me with your true form? Longchen said. As you wish. The 6 paths demon lord roared as his human form underwent another transformation. He hadn't transformed for tens of millions of years. Chapter 32-33. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Beast. It was born in the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Naturally, it had a deep imprint of this world. When it revealed its true form, this kind of imprint was very obvious. Longchen retreated a great distance before he could see the beast clearly. So it's a lion. He originally thought that the combination of the 6 bodies would be very messy and ugly. However, this was definitely not an ordinary lion, because its body was illusory and did not seem to have a physical body. What formed its body was endless stars, stars of all colors that were equally flickering. It was as if all the stars in the 6 paths of reincarnation had gathered into the shape of a lion to become the 6 paths of reincarnation beast. The stars on his body were twinkling and revolving, and the silhouette of a lion could be seen, especially in the position of the eyes. This lion had a total of 6 eyes, and those 6 eyes were simply miniature versions of the 6 huge nebulae behind him. Roar. A soft roar silenced the world, and all things bowed to its feet made of stars. But the 6 Paths of Reincarnation beast was not good at the star rules. The star rules were encompassed by the creation rules. Its rule was still the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. After transforming into its true form, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation beast successfully displayed the ability of an original grade world ruler. It made Long Chen realize that the 6 Paths of Reincarnation beast was not easy to deal with. Take this. It's been millions of years since I've transformed into my true form and fought for millions of years. One can imagine how passionate the 6 Paths of Reincarnation beast is right now. Just as he transformed into his true form, he could no longer hold it in. Reincarnation blade. Suddenly, a dazzling light flew over. It was a huge, illusory machete, like an illusory crescent moon, floating above the 6 Paths of Reincarnation beast. A lion and a crescent moon. The reincarnation blade was definitely an original grade destination grade artifact. It was another original grade destination grade artifact. And it was an attack type 1. It was not like the Origin Dragon Palace, which was more of a defensive type. It was rare to run into an opponent like this, and therefore, Long Chen was looking forward to this battle. In order to feel more carefree, Long Chen transformed into a divine dragon, the second ancestor dragon, primeval sacrificial dragon. The dark divine dragon that seemed to have walked out of the chaos was born under the encirclement of the 3 primeval powers. Although it was not as big as the other party, in terms of power, Long Chen's divine dragon vaguely suppressed the 6 Paths of Reincarnation beast. Especially after Long Chen fused with the Origin Dragon Palace, the huge palace that guarded his body fused with his dragon scales, making them exceptionally indestructible. Amidst the dark silver, there was a flash of golden light. Gold and silver mixed together. A battle between a dragon and a lion. What is this? The 6 Paths of Reincarnation beast did not know whether Long Chen was a demon or a human. Does it matter? Long Chen laughed heartily and let out a vast dragon roar as he attacked the 6 Paths of Reincarnation beast. Nope. The 6 eyes of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation beast spun furiously. The eyes seemed to be connected to the entire 6 Paths of Reincarnation realm. The will of all living beings in the 6 nebulae had completely fused and descended. Given Lord 6 Paths of Reincarnation, he desired the fiercest impact. Therefore, in an instant, he rushed into the sky and used his teeth to pluck the crescent moon, which was the samsara blade of origin. Then, he stepped into the starry sky with a monstrous aura, traversed an endless distance, and instantly charged towards Long Chen. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Eternal Oblivion. He released his most confident nomological law and swung it. The crescent moon carried the nomological power and directly locked onto Long Chen. Heaven-defying nomological law exploded at this moment. Eternal Oblivion. The speed of the crescent moon was terrifying. It did not directly attack Long Chen. Instead, it circled around Long Chen countless times, leaving countless trajectories in the starry sky. These trajectories were like a network that completely trapped Long Chen in an endless array diagram. The array diagram of eternal oblivion. The nomological law of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation was displayed incisively and vividly in this one. What everyone saw was completely different from what Long Chen saw. Now, Long Chen was surrounded by 6 boundless realms. These 6 realms all contained terrifying power, and now, with Long Chen as the center, the 6 realms were currently collapsing. Destruction. The power born from the destruction all rushed towards Long Chen, making Long Chen the only outlet. The destruction of each realm was similar to the destruction of the entire origin realm. Countless lands collapsed, countless living beings perished, countless souls ascended to the heavens, and rivers of blood flowed. Heavenly path, human path, Azura path, hungry ghost path, animal path, hell path. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation were destroyed in an instant. Under the structure of the samsara blade, all of this was not fake, but real. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everything was destroyed. After the destruction, all the power condensed into 6 torrents that rushed towards Long Chen. Each torrent was as sharp as a blade and as vast as the sea. In fact, the most terrifying part of each torrent was the samsara blade. Rip. Lord Hexapath wanted to use the samsara blade to tear apart the origin dragon palace on Long Chen's body and attack Long Chen. Facing all of this, Long Chen's huge divine dragon body coiled up. His argenty chain eyes stared at everything around him, completely unperturbed. This is a very good nomological law. However, the 6 paths of reincarnation and 6 paths of destruction are also within my creation realm. Therefore, the same creation nomological law had its differences. For example, Ancestral was creation nomological law was different from Long Chen's. Even Long Chen and the Master Chaos God were different. Although the destruction of the 6 paths of reincarnation was different from creation, the changes in the creation realm were more thorough. Buzz buzz. Inside Long Chen's body, a myriad of powers gathered. The power of the countless divine palaces blended and exploded, fusing with the origin dragon palace's creation divine power. In the end, all of this became a nomological law. Creation samsara. Using the creation nomological law in the form of a divine dragon would result in some changes. Long Chen's divine dragon body was enveloped in the power of the creation samsara. At this moment, he was the creation samsara, and the creation samsara was him. He was destruction, change, and birth. Boom! Facing the 6 destructive powers, Long Chen did not retreat. Instead, he charged towards the torrent. Instant impact. There was no explosion as expected. Instead, it was the advantage of the nomological law. The creation nomological law allowed the endless torrent to be tamed like wild beasts when it collided with Long Chen's creation samsara. Buzz buzz. A dark divine dragon image swam in the 6 paths realm. Wherever it went, all destruction stopped. Everyone could see Long Chen chasing the samsara blade in the net. He actually, unaffected. Completely suppressing the 6 paths reincarnation's eternal oblivion law, Long Chen did not sink into oblivion. Instead, he sank into oblivion. Ding! It was over in an instant. At the last moment, the dark divine dragon used its teeth to clamp down on the samsara blade. Endless nomological law power swept out. No matter how much the samsara blade resisted, the creation nomological law seemed to restrain it and restrain its movements. The seemingly simple confrontation was, in fact, extremely thrilling. There had been countless clashes of nomological laws and changes. Only people at their level could understand what had happened. Indeed, when it came to nomological laws, Long Chen was fully deserving of his title. This was the part that made him the strongest. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen appeared before the 6 paths reincarnation beast with the samsara blade in his mouth. He opened his mouth, and the samsara blade returned to the 6 paths reincarnation beast's side. Back. After returning it, Long Chen calmly reverted to his human form. He had obtained the opponent's creation divine weapon in this battle. It could be considered a complete victory. There was no need to continue the following battle. So, I've lost? The 6 paths reincarnation beast sighed and reverted to his human form in front of Long Chen. Of course, it was a combination of 6. The battle ended in an instant. The voice of the 6 paths demon lord was heard by many experts in the 6 paths reincarnation realm. To the 6 paths reincarnation realm, this was an unimaginable event. Even if many experts didn't want others to know about it, it didn't take long for them to find out. Their 6 paths demon lord, the supreme monster god, had lost. Long Chen could imagine what kind of storm this would cause in the 6 paths realm. However, Long Chen did not care, because the news of primeval troll would soon suppress this storm. They had the right to prepare in advance in the face of danger. Alright, huh? Suddenly, the 6 paths demon lord laughed and said, "You should know that I've trusted you for a long time. It's just that I haven't had a good time in many years, so I wanted to find an excuse to spar." However, it didn't take much time. Indeed, it was just as Long Chen had imagined. This way, the matter of uniting with the Six Paths realm was settled. Out of the 6 original grade worlds, 3 had joined together, taking up half of them. It was a pity that they had lost Master God Chaos. Otherwise, Long Chen's camp would be even stronger. The key was how to search for the remaining 3 worlds. Long Chen and the others then familiarized themselves with the Six Paths Demon Lord. The Six Paths Demon Lord had already secretly passed on the news of Primeval Troll. The other experts in the Six Paths realm would arrange for the defense. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Unbelievable. After familiarizing himself with the Six Paths Demon Lord, he found that he was easy to get along with. So, what do we do next? Search for the entrances to the remaining 3 worlds. That's the most important thing. Long Chen nodded. Do you have any clues? About the other worlds? Asked the Six Paths Demon Lord. Of course not. After dealing with the Six Paths realm, they were once again at an impasse. The remaining 3 worlds were not easy to find. On one hand, they had to rely on Heavenly God Luya. No matter what, we will need everyone's efforts. Demon Lord, if you have news about the other worlds, we can discuss it together as soon as possible. I have to prepare at night. I can only write 1 chapter. There will be more in a few days, so don't rush. Chapter 32-34. The Demon Lord of Six Paths had been alone for a long time. With his personality, he would definitely investigate if he discovered anything. Therefore, he basically did not have any news at the moment. Long Chen understood that it was useless to be anxious. It was very likely that the primeval troll would have destroyed the remaining 3 worlds while they were at their wits' end. However, there was not a single Demon Lord primeval troll in the entire myriad worlds. Even if they could find the entrance to the demonic dragon ancient tomb, they naturally could not open it. It was just like without Long Chen's permission, no one could enter the life and death realms. The demonic dragon ancient tomb was under the control of the 3 ancestor fiends. It was useless to be anxious, but everyone had to think of a solution. Now, we can only mobilize the gods and demons to see if they can find the entrance to the remaining 3 worlds like Heavenly God Luya did. The most important thing now is to find them and protect them. Long Chen and the other experts discussed for a while and decided that this was the only way. If there's any news, inform us immediately. Following this, the various experts would send their own forces to search for him together. Long Chen said, "There's another problem. Although a large number of primeval troll are scattered throughout the myriad worlds and it's difficult to get rid of them, we should kill as many as we can to distract the 3 ancestor fiends. Of course, the premise of all this is that the defenses of every world must be done well. The fact that the primeval troll did not attack meant that the 3 ancestor fiends had not given the order. As for whether they did not want to suffer losses or had other plans, no one knew. During this period of time, they were like ants on a hot pan. On the one hand, they could not find the remaining 3 worlds, and on the other hand, they were worried that the 3 ancestor fiends would attack those 3 worlds. Long Chen was not sure how much damage he had caused to the primordial demon lord. There was no news of when the other party would recover or attack. In order to find the entrance to the remaining 3 worlds, Long Chen also walked through the myriad worlds and searched. At the same time, if he encountered any primeval troll, he would not leave any survivors. The number of primeval troll wandering in the starry sky was decreasing under the ultimate realm ultimate god's efforts. However, the overall impact on the primeval troll was not very big at the moment. Because they were too scattered. There were many talents in the infinite realms and the origin worlds who were all working hard. Long Chen couldn't help but think of what Kitten had said. The only factor that could decide this battle was none other than Long Chen's own combat ability. Including the sky-swallowing clan. That's why for me personally, if I improve my strength, I'll be helping the infinite worlds. I have a more important mission. At their current level, only he and Mo Xiaolang could improve. Mo Xiaolang was also working hard. After thinking it through, Longchen returned to the Tower of Time and began to think about his own rules. If there was any news from the outside world, it would naturally inform him. Now that he had his own primeval incipient world, Longchen's strength became more vigorous and magnificent. His improvement was also very fast. The new dragon sacrificial continent was a part of his body. The power on it was of the same origin as his own. What Longchen was looking forward to the most now was the day when the new dragon sacrificial continent would become an original level world as his strength increased, or even reach a higher level. He began to calm down. His strength would gradually increase and one day, he would break through to the ultimate god realm. The rules, on the other hand, needed to be understood. Currently, Longchen had reached a higher peak in terms of rules. It would be more difficult for him to advance, but it was not impossible. Oh, right, the primordial dragon sword. Recently, after fusing with the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony's inheritance blood, he felt a slight change when using the primordial dragon sword. Once Longchen fused the 3 rules of chaos, primordial chaos, and creation into it, the primordial dragon sword would grow and transform. Perhaps this primordial dragon sword is related to the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony. Moreover, the primordial dragon sword is definitely not as simple as it seems. After thinking about this, Longchen took out the primordial dragon sword. In his hands, the primordial dragon sword was still illusory and transparent. As Longchen's strength improved, his current strength could no longer meet Longchen's needs. Longchen took out the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony's bloodline power. The 3 primordial dragon principles moved within it. The primordial dragon sword was sparkling and dazzling as if it had a life of its own and was growing. Perhaps it really is transforming and growing. In the Tower of Time, I have a lot of time. 10 days outside is equivalent to more than 20 years here. While they are looking for the entrance to the world below, I have been nurturing the primordial dragon sword. Longchen continued this process. He believed in his intuition. He would definitely gain something. Nowadays, there were too many people wandering around the infinite worlds looking for the entrance to the other 3 worlds. There were already 4 original level worlds, and there were at least dozens of people at the level of the 4 rulers. Many of them had their own abilities. After careful calculation, the primordial dragon sword had been nurtured for about 10 years. From the previous quantitative changes and growth, it finally ushered in the moment of transformation as Longchen had expected. The primordial dragon sword was like his child. Under the nourishment of its rule power, it had a closer connection with Longchen. In the end, it was like his arm. Transformation. At the last moment, the primordial dragon's sword buzzed and directly began a huge transformation. It did not leave Longchen's body, but it was growing bigger and longer. Roar. A dragon's roar was heard. Invisibly, the shadow of a silver divine dragon was circling around the transforming primordial dragon sword. The originally dead primordial dragon sword seemed to have a spirit, and it suddenly gave birth to a strong impact of will. Vaguely, it already had the momentum to surpass the origin dragon palace. However, the primordial dragon sword was no longer a sword. First, it turned into a divine dragon and circled around Longchen. Then, its body lengthened to about 2 meters and stopped in front of Longchen. The light gradually dissipated, and in the end, what appeared in front of Longchen was a silver halberd. The hard long pole was covered with the dragon scales of the primordial dragon ritual, but it was even more silver. There were also patterns of the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees on it, as well as all kinds of living beings. Each dragon scale was like a world. The tip of the long pole was very sharp, like the tail of a divine dragon, showing off its sharpness. However, the most stunning thing was still the head of the halberd. It was like 3 sharp, snow-white dragon teeth, pointing to the sky. It looked ferocious and formed the halberd, but it also looked like a trident. Primordial dragon halberd. From a tower to a sword, and from a sword to a halberd. Every time, it was a huge transformation. Although it still started with the primordial, the primordial dragon halberd was already an original grade destinable divine weapon. In terms of power, it was not much different from the origin dragon palace. Moreover, it was a pure offensive destinable divine weapon. The 3 dragon teeth represented the power of chaos, primordial chaos, and destinable creation. It was perfect for using the rules of the primordial dragon ritual. When Long Chen held the primordial dragon halberd, his first feeling was fiery. The power contained in it was like a volcano, and he could not help but feel heroic. It was as if a casual swing of it could tear the world apart and reverse the universe. Although he had been using a sword for a long time, the halberd was indeed Long Chen's favorite divine weapon. Now that he held this domineering and ferocious halberd, Long Chen felt a strong change in his willpower. Indeed, he had fallen in love with this divine weapon. A treasure matched a hero. He could not wait to wield the primordial dragon halberd and have a good fight with the primeval troll. Naturally, he was also the only one among so many people who had 2 original grade destinable divine weapons. The world lords of the 7 original grade worlds were probably not as good as Long Chen. Currently, in the entire universe, there were probably only 2 half-step ancestors who were stronger than Long Chen. They were the primordial demon master and kitten. In 10 years, less than 5 days had passed in the universe. Long Chen calmed down. He wanted to study the rules, but he found that it was difficult to make progress in his current state. This gave him a headache. Just like discovering other worlds, the more impatient he was, the worse the situation would be. He returned to the death rain. Now, everyone seemed to be busy. There were dark clouds above their heads, which were brought by the primeval troll. Chen. Lingxi was not far away. She walked over and said, "During these few days, we still haven't found any news about the other 3 worlds, but there is a piece of good news. I wanted to tell you, but I saw that you were at a crucial moment, so I didn't rush to tell you." "What is it?" "At least there was good news this time." Lingxi said softly, "We just found the primordial immortal realm, the primordial worship, and the 6 paths of reincarnation. They seem to have origin dragon souls and inheritance blood essence left behind by the peerless divine dragons in these 3 worlds. When you transformed into a dragon, Celestial Paragon Tianyuan and the others saw it clearly, so they told me what they found." Long Chen had now found all the inheritance blood essence and origin dragon souls of the primordial blood spirit dragon and the shadow dream demon dragon. There are in all 3 worlds. This made Long Chen very happy. If there were a lot of them, he would be able to nurture over 20 peerless divine dragons in a short period of time. Right now, the 15 dragon emperors were growing very quickly, all of them had become gods. There was still space for them to grow. After a period of time, they would be able to help Long Chen greatly. He needed more helpers. Since there was no other news now, Long Chen said, "Okay, I will go to those 3 worlds." Time was tight, he couldn't waste it. "Chen." Lingxi called out to him. Long Chen turned around and saw this adorable little beauty trying her best to smile at him. She said, "I've improved a lot. I believe it won't be long before I find out the secret of the primordial divine curse. At that time, I'll let those sealed divine dragons return to the dragon sacrificial continent." Chapter 32-35. For the sake of this divine incantation ring, she must have spent a lot of effort. However, rescuing those divine dragons was one of Long Chen's greatest wishes. It was also a mission he couldn't shirk from. "It's been hard on you. Don't force things, you have to discuss it with me first." Long Chen reminded her. "Don't worry, both of us have stubbornly reached this step. I know very well what I should do." Lingxi's smile would always be able to make Long Chen forget all the troubles he faced, filling him with motivation and strength to advance. The number of divine dragons that were sealed was simply too great. Right now, they could only rely on Lingxi. Hence, this was Lingxi's greatest mission now. Long Chen was also filled with anticipation for her to accomplish it. At the very least, Lingxi would often create miracles that even he couldn't imagine. After bidding farewell to Lingxi, Long Chen soon passed through the death world and directly arrived at the supreme ancient immortal realms. In this dreamlike world, Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon was currently leading his people to make preparations to resist the primeval troll. At the same time, they were also searching for the entrance to the new world. Long Chen could be considered to have saved the people of the supreme ancient immortal realms. When he came here, he was naturally warmly welcomed. He came to the most important one of the 33 heavenly layers. When Long Chen arrived, the experts of the supreme ancient immortal realms were all very curious about this young hero. They were also filled with admiration. You guys continue to do what you are doing. I'll make a trip with Long Chen. Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon instructed. After that, he came before Long Chen and spoke. I'm sure Miss Lingxi has already told you about this matter. Clearly, this item is extremely important to you. I'll bring you over to take a look. Many thanks, Immortal Paragon. Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon laughed. The calamity has descended. You and I are of the same family. In addition, you saved my entire supreme ancient immortal realms back then. It's only normal for me to give you a small gift. There was no need for too much small talk. The two of them flew across several worlds and finally landed on a continent. Heavenly Yuan Celestial Venerable said, it's in Qingjing Sky's Wenqin Grotto. The two landed on Qingjing Sky, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Wenqin Grotto. Heavenly Yuan Celestial Venerate let Long Chen enter on his own. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to be polite, as he could already vaguely sense the aura of the origin dragon soul and inheritance essence blood. Seems like it. It's all related to fate. After going deeper, Long Chen indeed saw a piece of amber that was as white as milk. It looked like a pure sea of blood from the dead world. There was a pure white crystal in it, and it was obvious that the origin dragon's soul was sealed in that crystal. There were 8 of them in total. The 8 syndicate dragons of the chaotic origin fate dragon were all here. Of course, there were still a few drops of inheritance essence blood left in the center. There were a total of 4 drops and the remaining 4 were in the origin dragon palace. Coincidentally, the origin dragon soul and inheritance essence blood of the 8 syndicate dragons were all here. This was enough for the 8 future super experts to reach the pinnacle of the supreme mystical dragon, which was the level of the current kitten and the heaven-devouring troll, or even stronger. After carefully removing the seal and putting away all the precious items, Long Chen left the Wenqin Grotto. I heard that the 2 worlds of the primitive worship and the 6 paths of reincarnation also have what you want. Hurry up and take it, Heavenly Yuan Celestial Venerable said kindly. Then I'll make a move first. Long Chen remembered these words of gratitude. Then, he passed through the dead world and arrived at the primitive worship. This ancient worship was like a destinable artifact, but in reality, it was really a world. After Long Chen entered, he discovered that there were countless steel lifeforms living in it. Everything he saw and heard were countless types of steel. There were basically no flowers or trees. Even if there were, they were only steel trees. I'm sure the ancestor god who created this world must be different from the other ancestor gods. Not long after, Long Chen found the primordial war god. This platinum-colored primordial war god didn't say anything and brought Long Chen across countless steel continents, passing through this mechanical world and arriving at an extremely hidden secret realm. It's here. After Long Chen entered, he instantly understood. This made him pleasantly surprised. His gains this time around were similarly great, not inferior to the ones in the supreme ancient immortal realms. The heart refinement dragon soul and inheritance essence blood of the 8 syndicate dragons are all here. It was all thanks to the primordial war god that he could obtain them so quickly. There's no need to be so polite with me. You are the benefactor of my steel race. The primitive worship and the supreme ancient immortal realms were both saved by Long Chen under urgent circumstances. Hence, he was even more respectful to Long Chen. Since this is the case, I will head to the 6 paths of reincarnation first. Long Chen, no matter what, our steel race will fight against the primeval troll until the very end. The primordial war god spoke in a heavy voice. I believe you. This was the strength in everyone's heart. There was another location, and there was also a surprise. Long Chen passed through the death world and came to the 6 paths of reincarnation. After learning that Long Chen went to the other 2 worlds, the 6 paths demon lord knew that Long Chen was coming. He was already waiting for Long Chen outside the 6 paths reincarnation realm. You are really fast. The 6 paths demon lord's personality was a little more casual. Let's go and take away the things that belong to you. After that, Long Chen landed in one of the 6 nebulas. This place was the Heaven Nebula, and there were many constellations there. After passing through many starry skies, Long Chen finally landed on a particular constellation. I discovered it a long time ago, but I felt that it wouldn't be of much use. Hence, I didn't bother with it. The 6 paths demon lord waved his hand lightly. At that instant, the constellation before him melted away. This was a smokescreen he set up. When the constellation melted away, the core of the constellation would be revealed to him. This is the primordial calamity dragon's core. Moreover, it was also completed. In less than an hour, Long Chen had obtained the inheritance blood essence and origin dragon souls of all the syndicate dragons of the 3 ancestral dragons. His luck was simply too heaven-defying. In addition to the harvest of the primordial dragon halberd, Long Chen was in a very good mood. In this way, what we haven't found are the inherited blood essence and origin dragon souls of the first ancestral dragon, the primordial sacrificial dragon, the void cosmic dragon, and the Tai Chi living dragon syndicate dragons. Among them, the inherited blood essence and origin dragon souls of the first ancestral dragon and the primordial sacrificial dragon are missing at all. Most importantly, the first ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence and origin dragon souls of the 10 ancestral dragons. Every one of them was absolutely crucial to Long Chen. At least, he had found many of them. He even obtained the inheritance blood essence of the primordial dragon sacrifice ceremony. This was unimaginable in the past. Long Chen was in a hurry to deal with the 24 types of inheritance blood essence and origin dragon souls. Therefore, he returned to the death realm. Of course, these 3 worlds were now completely connected to the death realm. However, those who were truly trustworthy also had to be slightly talented. Indeed, he had to choose carefully. Long Chen already had many candidates in mind. 24 types were not enough. Moreover, due to the rules, he had to give a supreme dragon to the right person. As for the specific candidates, the Dragon Emperor had already chosen many of them. It was up to Long Chen to make a final decision. He was going to bring these people to the Tower of Time for a good talk. After all, most of them were young and very hard-working. However, because they were young, they needed to be corrected. As soon as he returned, Mo Shaolang woke up from his meditation. His eyes were a bit passionate. The moment he saw Long Chen, he said, "Big brother, I'm already mentally prepared." What do you mean? Mo Shaolang said straightforwardly, although I've reached the ultimate realm of the ultimate god, I'm still weak in terms of fighting capacity. I want to be more helpful. Therefore, I want to devour the original incipient level world, the burning sun. When he said this, he naturally had a sense of pride. When Long Chen and the others first heard about the burning sun, they were still small gods and demons who couldn't even approach the burning sun. Today, however, Mo Shaolang was ready to devour the burning sun. It was like devouring the cosmic hive or the gods and demons' Buzhou mountain. Obviously, this was a bold, crazy, and even dangerous move. Before, Long Chen thought that Mo Shaolang was not prepared enough and was afraid that he couldn't handle it. But now, Mo Shaolang had made up his mind. Are you sure you can handle it by yourself? After all, an entire world and a burning sun was not a simple thing. It was the biggest fireball in all worlds and a forbidden area. Gods and demons who had not reached a certain realm dared not approach it. It was even more dangerous than the cosmic hive. Last time, Long Chen had to spend a lot of effort to cross the sea of divine monsters of the same level. Mo Shaolang took a deep breath and said, I'm not so sure, but I want to fight for it. Moreover, we don't have much time to wait. I don't agree with what Kitten said. We don't need to pay the price of death to become stronger. Therefore, I want to fight for it. It must be what Kitten said that gave him this kind of pressure. Both of them had their own reasons for thinking. Kitten might not be really cruel. But for Long Chen, it was a huge stalemate. It's okay. If you can't eat it, you can spit it out or bear the consequences. Long Chen suddenly smiled. His smile made Mo Xiaolang feel much more relaxed. He said, in that case, let's go and have a look. No problem. I will protect you. Long Chen was also looking forward to what Mo Xiaolang would achieve if he devoured the burning sun. Although there was a certain degree of danger, there was a saying that fortune came from danger. What they were after now was not fortune, but a battle of life and death. Between life and death, they might have to rely on Mo Xiaolang to devour the burning sun and turn everything around. Let's go. Without saying anything, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang went through the death world and arrived at the Northern Star region. This world revolved around the burning sun and was bathed in its radiance. If Mo Xiaolang devoured the burning sun, this world would no longer have that radiance. Of course, there would be no more disasters caused by the burning sun, because the download function was blocked by WeChat. After clicking on the link of the crazy man's WeChat, you could pre-download the game in another browser, such as UC. However, you could only play it on June 2nd. You could get Dragon Diamonds and Gold Coins for the pre-download. Now, only the Android version was available. In addition, there was a 318 yuan game in the Apple Store. If you didn't buy it now, the price would be gone when it was officially released. Chapter 32-36. The last time he came, Long Chen had already seen it. Now that he saw it again, he still felt that it was scorching hot. Such a huge fireball was countless times the size of an ordinary sun. He could not believe that Mo Xiaolang could actually devour such a huge world. He actually dared to devour it. From this, one could see how unbelievable the sky-swallowing clan was. Long Chen had mastered all sorts of rules of heaven, but in terms of cultivation speed and realm advancement, although he was nature-defying, he was not as fast as Mo Xiaolang. This was the unparalleled advantage of the sky-devouring clan. The weaker they were, the more insignificant they were, and the easier it was for them to die. But the stronger they were, the more terrifying they were. If they could not die prematurely, even heaven and earth would not be able to stop them. For safety's sake, I will guard the supreme refining sun realm. You do your best. Don't be impatient. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. This refining sun is not as simple as eating hot tofu. This was a historic moment. All right. Mo Xiaolang could not wait any longer. In reality, Long Chen had not told the others. Only a few of them knew that Mo Xiaolang was going to devour the refining sun. Long Chen descended above the supreme refining sun divine realm. He couldn't avoid being affected. He still had to guard this place. Otherwise, if the supreme refining sun divine realm fell into the refining sun divine realm, the entire world would be vaporized instantly. Mo Xiaolang flew above the refining sun realm. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a huge sun-devouring dire wolf. He stared at the incomparable world of flames. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. After all, this was a challenge. He was still a little hesitant. Big brother, wait a moment. Mo Xiaolang suddenly turned back into his human form and stood before the refining sun. What's wrong? Long Chen came to his side. At the moment, I'm not very clear about the sun of refinement. In order to understand it better, I'll go into the nucleus and see if it's really more powerful than I am. Alright, I'll go in with you. Since Long Chen could cross the sea of heavenly demon, it wouldn't be a problem for him to cross the sun of the same level. As for Mo Xiaolang, he might not be able to cross the sea of heavenly demon, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the sun of heavenly demon. After deciding, the two of them basically didn't need to make any preparations. Like fish returning to the ocean, they directly jumped into the endless sea of fire. As they entered, the sea of fire directly set off thousands of heavy waves. It was simply no different from the ocean. It was a boundless, limitless ocean, an endless world. There was not a single living creature in the entire refining Sunday. The lethality of the flames was even stronger than the ice-cold water. As soon as he passed through it, Longchen felt slightly uncomfortable. However, the degree was still very shallow, so it was not a problem. Mo Xiaolang, on the other hand, was like a fish that had returned to the ocean. He looked around. This level of flames couldn't harm him at all. He gradually moved forward and wandered in it. His eyes were deeply attracted by the boundless flames. He walked in front of Longchen, and Longchen just needed to follow him. Suddenly, Longchen remembered something and asked Heavenly God Luya, "Did you see the inside of the refining sun?" Heavenly God Luya was startled and suddenly said, "I saw most of it, but I couldn't see the core." "What's wrong? Did you find anything?" Longchen said, "Not yet. I will go deeper now. There is a passage to the 6 paths of reincarnation in the Sea of Heavenly Demon, so I think there might be one in the refining sun as well. Since you didn't see it clearly, I will go deeper. Then, I will wait for your good news." Time was of the essence now. Heavenly God Luya's tone was very heavy. This wasn't his style in the past. After the conversation, Longchen followed Mo Xiaolang deeper. Mo Xiaolang only wanted to understand the inside of the refining sun, so he was very fast. Before long, they had almost reached the inner area. Origin Dragon Palace. Here, Longchen could only use the Origin Dragon Palace to protect himself from the flames. This was no longer a place where he could move freely. Of course, Mo Xiaolang was still very carefree. "Big brother, it's about time. I still feel that I can endure this level, but I must slow down and swallow it bit by bit. Just don't swallow it all at once." Mo Xiaolang turned back and said to Longchen excitedly. Longchen said, "That's good. But we haven't reached the core yet. Let's take a walk and see if we can find anything." "What do you mean?" "There is a passage to the 6 paths of reincarnation in the Sea of Divine Demon. Heavenly God Luya couldn't enter the refining sun, so I want to see if there is a passage inside the refining sun that hasn't been discovered yet." "That makes sense." Mo Xiaolang thought it was possible too. In this world of flames, his senses were sharper than Longchen's. After all, everything in the world was made of flames. If there was any impurities, Mo Xiaolang would feel it immediately. The two of them traversed through the flames and gradually reached the core. The surrounding divine flames had already turned pale white, and the temperature was extremely high. Longchen not only had to use the Origin Dragon Palace to protect himself, but he also had to use the Flame of Life to heal the injuries caused by the divine flames. It was difficult for him to move even an inch in this core position, as if the pressure of the whole world was pressing down on him. Mo Xiaolang was in charge of searching for the possible existence of the gate. "Big brother, there doesn't seem to be one." After about an hour, Mo Xiaolang scanned the area and reported to Longchen. Of course, if there was a passage to another world, they had to hurry in and communicate with it. It was fine for Mo Xiaolang to devour the refining sun later. After all, it couldn't be done in a day. "Let's search again." Longchen was a little unwilling. It was very likely that the burning sun existed in this place. If it didn't exist here, it was even more impossible for it to exist in other places. Those who were still looking for it were basically in vain. Neither of them was willing to give up and continued to go deeper. Suddenly, Mo Xiaolang's confused voice was heard. "Big brother, there is something strange here. Come over and take a look." Hearing his voice, Longchen hurriedly passed through the sea of flames and arrived in front of him. This was the most central position, and there were terrifying pale white flames everywhere. However, in this position, the swaying of the flames was not the same as in other places. It could be said that the surroundings were filled with violent winds and waves, but in this small area, it was incomparably calm. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang felt that this place was strange. With some clues, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. This strange place was relatively difficult to find. It was pure luck that they could find it. If it wasn't for Mo Xiaolang's good luck, they might not be able to find it even if they wandered around for a few years. After all, this place was too big. Through this quiet flame, Long Chen listened carefully and became excited. He said, "Yes, there is the noise of living beings. Although it is very vague, it is very possible. Then think of a way to go in. Swallow this little fire." "No problem." Mo Xiaolang inhaled slightly, and the quiet flames in front of him rushed to be the first to be swallowed by him. Right at this moment, a barrier appeared in front of Long Chen. New flames immediately filled the barrier, but it soon quieted down. Obviously, it was because of the barrier that this place was different. "Let's go in first." Basically, he could confirm that this was a door that led to other worlds. He finally had some clues about the remaining 3 worlds. Long Chen was nervous about the primeval troll's action. Therefore, he rushed in without saying anything. As expected, although the barrier had the power to stop him, it was too weak for him. Long Chen passed through it easily, just like when he passed through the sea of heavenly demons. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at another world. Mo Xiaolang followed him out of the barrier. Just like the 6 paths of reincarnation, the barrier was in a more hidden place. It was in a corner of the starry sky without any signs. It was harder for people living in this world to find this entrance than in the Inferno sun. Before his eyes was a dusky world. Its size and shape were similar to the primal chaos divine world. It was a giant sphere, but it didn't look like a planet. Long Chen took a closer look. Not far away, that original grade world was 10 times larger than the Inferno sun. It was like a transparent glass sphere in the starry sky. All the gods and devils lived in this glass sphere, and the interior was filled with grayish-black clouds. The density of the clouds was even denser compared to the supreme ancient immortal realms. The 33 heavenly layers of the supreme ancient immortal realms were enveloped by clouds and mist. But within this glass sphere, everything seemed to be filled with grayish-black clouds. All the gods and devils in the world were living within the clouds, protected by the outer shell of the glass sphere. It was like there was no land, and there was no need for land. The grayish-black clouds, as well as the white clouds in the supreme ancient immortal realms, were actually the same as the 9-colored chaos spiritual chi. They were all original grade spiritual chi. From the looks of it, the original grade spiritual chi in this world was the densest. This entire world was condensed from it. Yet another original grade world. When he saw this world, Long Chen's tensed heart finally relaxed. The number 3 in his heart finally decreased by 1, becoming 2. In other words, there were still 2 more worlds that were constantly in danger. In the past, I didn't know that there were other worlds in the myriad of worlds. Hence, I basically didn't bother to search for them. But now that everyone tried, they discovered that there are actually other passageways to this world in the myriad of worlds. It's just that the passageways are too well hidden. In that case, what kind of world was this? Although it was very far away, Long Chen could still sense a strange energy. Chapter 32-37. The Power of the Soul. It was obvious that the entire world seemed to be the condensation of a soul. Although it was far away, there was a huge spiritual impact. The entire world seemed to be suppressing Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. "Let's go and take a look." The 2 of them sped away. Long Chen carefully observed the origin level world that was getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. He said, "I can see that the shell that looks like a transparent glass ball is actually a defensive formation like the 9-colored chaos formation. In other words, the entire world is made up of origin-level spiritual chi. It's so unique, but it can still exist. There must be something special about it." Mo Xiaolang said, "So, the shell might have other functions besides defense." When they got closer, they found that the world seemed to be a little noisy. There were a lot of mortal gods and demons cursing and screaming in pain. The entire world seemed to be in chaos. This shocked Long Chen. Could it be that the primeval troll had already come to this world and destroyed it? There were still noises, which proved that it had not been completely destroyed. However, there were no primeval troll around. With many questions, the two of them continued forward. Big brother, look over there. Following Mo Xiaolang's gaze, Long Chen looked over. The entire shell was originally complete and smooth, but there were cracks in a certain spot. There was a large number of cracks, and there was a hole in the most important spot. It was obvious that there had been a terrible battle not long ago. The primeval troll were here. Long Chen was shocked. Even when he came here, he felt the aura left behind by the primeval troll. It was definitely them. For a moment, Long Chen's heart tightened. Fortunately, there seemed to be hundreds of billions of lives in this world. Although the primeval troll were here, they didn't seem to have completed their goal of destroying all lives. The creatures here seem different. Long Chen's gaze pierced through the endless distance, staring at the people of this world. He found that although they looked like humans, they were extremely weak. What was tyrannical was that their souls and primordial spirits were completely dominant. Then, there was a change. They actually moved out of the heart of laws and formed a kind of soul body, fusing with the physical body. The soul and primordial spirits completely replaced the physical body. The physical body was like the soul's clothes. The primordial spirit has changed, and the soul power is unprecedentedly strong. They can even survive without a physical body. What a strange race. Long Chen took a look and felt very emotional. Therefore, their bodies were very light. Even newborn babies could fly between heaven and earth, drifting like a soul. They didn't need land at all. However, this world was currently in chaos. Long Chen could vaguely feel that there seemed to be a state of killing each other. The primeval troll was here and then left. What happened to this world? Just as Long Chen was thinking about that, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. At that moment, Long Chen saw a total of about 10 super experts in this world charging toward him and Mo Xiaolang. 1 ultimate realm ultimate god and 9 full realm ultimate gods. At that moment, Long Chen and the ultimate realm ultimate god looked at each other. The ultimate realm ultimate god was an old man in a black robe. His face was gloomy and he looked very vicious. The power of his soul and primordial spirit was terrifying. His physical body was still in human form, but his soul had been cultivated to a level that was comparable to the primeval troll. Therefore, what Long Chen saw was a huge soul life form. The 9 existences that were comparable to the 4 rulers behind him were just slightly smaller. It was obvious that they could fight directly with their primordial spirits even if they abandoned their physical bodies. In terms of soul and mental strength, they were simply terrifying and had a strong impact. However, Long Chen keenly noticed that each of them seemed to have some injuries on their bodies. Some were even in a state of serious injury. However, without exception, when they saw Long Chen, all of them, led by the ultimate realm ultimate god, stared at Long Chen with extreme hatred in their eyes. The battle immediately broke out as soon as they dashed out. Otherworldly alien tribe, if you dare to come again, hand over the heart of original soul. Otherwise, you'll be doomed eternally. The old man in a black robe roared. Suddenly, his soul roared and it was very uncomfortable. Just listening to him was enough to receive a terrifying soul attack. It could be seen that the old man's soul attack law had reached the peak of the divine demon realm. You've misunderstood. We're not your enemies. Long Chen resisted the pressure and hurriedly explained. He now understood that the primeval troll must have attacked this place. However, it was possible that the primordial demon master did not participate in the battle and was actually defeated by this world. However, this world had also suffered losses, such as the destruction of the outer shell, the injuries of these people, and the loss of the heart of original soul. Why did the primeval troll snatch the heart of original soul? This was Long Chen's question. He originally thought that he could talk to these people in front of him nicely. He did not expect that after Long Chen had just finished explaining, the other party did not believe him at all. They did not stop at all and directly attacked. Primordial Spirit Emperors, listen to my command. Form the Tai Soul Formation, kill the otherworldly alien tribe, snatch the heart of original soul, and ensure the eternal peace of our original soul realm. Under the command of the Ultimate Realm Ultimate God, all the full circle experts of the original soul realm instantly split up and directly surrounded Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Without saying a word, the Ultimate Realm Ultimate God took the lead and directly activated the Tai Soul Formation. It was a peerless killing formation diagram. With such a lineup and the soul power that could not be defended against, it was of course terrifying. Their world was called the Original Soul Realm. Everyone, you've misunderstood. We are not on the same side as the primeval troll who attacked you previously. We are your allies, said Long Chen hurriedly. Naturally, he was trying to avoid unnecessary fighting. However, it seemed that no one was listening to him. All the experts had entered a state of mind. Perhaps they were scared out of their wits. Now that they had encountered someone who was not on their side, the sooner they attacked, the greater the benefits for them. Tai Soul Formation, activate. For a moment, the power of the experts engulfed Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang into a terrifying world. Suddenly, the starry sky became misty and billions of ghosts appeared under their feet. All of them looked ferocious and were either crying or roaring. There was no end to them and they could not escape. In their eyes, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were food and the target of their resentment. All of a sudden, all the ghosts rushed over angrily. Ha 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 ha. Woo, woo, woo. They were either crying or laughing. Countless ferocious faces and voices brought about a terrifying impact. Each ghost was a type of soul power. Even with Long Chen's current cultivation realm, he was still a little scared. Now, they could not hear Long Chen's words. Big brother, what should we do? Mo Xiaolang was fighting back to back with him. Now, he was using the chaos green fire to purify and melt the ghosts. However, the problem was that there was no end to them and there were many terrifying attacks hidden within. This Tai Soul Formation was definitely not that simple. The killer moves were all at the back. The opponents were already fighting to the death. Only by breaking it will I have a chance to speak. Long Chen was very clear in his heart. Of course, he would not harm the people of this world. Now that he was trapped in the Tai Soul Formation, he gave up on talking. His face was cold and stern. Facing such a terrifying spiritual attack, he was actually calm. He directly took out the primordial dragon halberd. The silver-gray primordial dragon sacrificial origin divine weapon was grasped in his hand. Suddenly, the power of chaos, primordial chaos, and creation swept out, practically fusing Long Chen and the primordial dragon halberd together. The two powers blended together. Long Chen was like the supreme god of war in the infinite worlds, incomparably disdainful and imposing, shocking everyone. The brilliance of the halberd was incomparable. At this moment, Long Chen directly waved the primordial dragon halberd. Silver light danced in his hand, sweeping out violently and shooting up to the sky. Creation Samsara. A beam of light shot out from the primordial dragon halberd, ruthlessly destroying this spiritual world. Long Chen directly used a tyrannical move, rushing out in a destructive manner, completely tearing these hundreds of billions of ghosts apart. In an instant, everything was shattered, and the entire world was torn apart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang rushed out from this spiritual world, returning to the starry sky. Phew. The experts who had cast the Tai Soul Formation retreated one after another. Under the impact of Long Chen's attack, they were even more injured and couldn't hold on for much longer. Soul Melody of Life. This was the first thing Long Chen did after coming out. Under his power, the flames of the Soul Melody of Life engulfed all the experts on the other side. At first, the other side thought that they would be killed by Long Chen. Never would they have thought that this kind of rule power would actually help them recover. The power of the soul melody of life didn't only target the physical body, but also the soul. What's going on? He's saving us. I vaguely heard him say that he doesn't seem to be in cahoots with the guy from before. We've misunderstood. Under the soul melody of life, the experts from the soul realm who were enjoying their recovery finally calmed down. At that moment, the ultimate realm ultimate god who was not injured finally stood in front of Long Chen. He slightly relaxed but was still full of vigilance. Who are you? Where are you from? Why did you invade the soul realm? Long Chen said, don't be nervous. First of all, you have to understand that those who attacked you before are my sworn enemies. I chased you all the way here because I'm worried that they will destroy your world. With that as the premise, it was easier to talk. Chapter 32-38. Long Chen had broken the Tai Nethersal formation with the primordial dragon halberd. He had such strength, but he didn't attack the other side's experts. Not only did he not attack, but he even used the melody of life to help them. Because of this, the other side, who wasn't stupid, chose to stop attacking. In particular, Long Chen was sincere and amiable despite his terrifying strength. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang next to him also possessed the strength of an ultimate god. Such a combination was enough to deter the opponents. Calm down. Let's have a chat and you'll know what happened. My name is Long Chen. How should I address you, Your Excellency? Long Chen said. The other side had calmed down, but that didn't mean they weren't on guard. They gathered together and looked at Long Chen with deep fear. Because Long Chen had broken the resurrection song of life, their eyes were filled with shock. Just call me heaven-reaching soul overlord. The opponent's voice was low and cold with a sinister look on his face. He was always on guard against Long Chen. Long Chen began to narrate the story. He seemed to have to narrate the process every time he saw a new world. He had gotten used to it. He then started from the original size of the myriad realms to the recent birth of the primeval troll and the series of battles he had with the primeval troll. The opponents were from the original soul clan of the original soul realm. The original soul clan was shocked to hear that the myriad realms were so huge. The primeval troll was indeed the one who had appeared and destroyed their original soul sky diagram. The so-called original soul sky diagram was the outer shell of the original soul realm. After listening to Long Chen's story, the opponents fell into a long silence. Among them, many of them were completely convinced. However, they all turned to look at the soul overlord. After all, he was the sovereign. Thanks to his awakening from his slumber and joining the battle against the alien invasion, the soul realm was saved. Ladies and gentlemen, may I know what happened here before I came here? Long Chen asked. The heaven-reaching soul overlord was still on guard. He spoke, since you said that you have already visited the supreme ancient immortal realms, the ancient battleship, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the primal chaos divine world, why don't you tell them to come over first and let us take a look? Only then will we believe you. He was the supreme ruler, and had never met a worthy opponent. Ever since he could remember, it had always been like this. In his dictionary, there was no such thing as an existence on the same level as him. When the primeval troll appeared, he was already shocked enough. Now, there was Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen. If there were 4 more, then, there was no reason for him not to believe in Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was so powerful that there was no need for him to lie to him. This is simple. Just as Long Chen was about to report this good news to them, he opened the death world and summoned the 4 of them into the death world. Hearing Long Chen summon, the 4 of them quickly entered the death world. This way. Long Chen opened the death world's dragon gate right in front of them. The chaotic divine might, heavenly origin immortal paragon, primordial war god, and 6 paths demon lord appeared in the origin soul world. When they saw this world, they were all stunned. You actually found another original grade world. In that case, there are only 2 left. No, this place seems to have been attacked by the primeval troll. When these 4 experts appeared, a total of 6 ultimate divine venerables stood in front of the heaven-reaching soul overlord. There was no need for Long Chen to say anything. Everything was self-evident. If Long Chen had any designs on the origin soul world, there was no need for him to play any tricks. He could just directly attack and crush them, even more terrifying than the primeval troll. I believe you. The heaven-reaching soul overlord cupped his fists and said to the crowd, "Everyone, I am the heaven-reaching soul overlord. Welcome to the origin soul world." As soon as the other 4 arrived, Long Chen casually accepted them and then said to the heaven-reaching soul overlord, "Now that we are all allies, soul overlord, can you tell me about the primeval troll's attack?" The heaven-reaching soul overlord asked the other perfect realm ultimate gods to go back and sort out the chaos in the origin soul world. At this time, he looked angry and worried. His anger was directed at the primeval troll and the origin soul world. He said, "Yes, 3 days ago. At that time, the origin soul world was not involved in this storm. I never knew this world was so huge. At that time, there were 2 primeval troll. If the sky-devouring giant demon you mentioned had a higher realm, it should not be him. It should be Ancestor Wa and Ancestor Shi. One of them was slightly weaker and should be Ancestor Shi, who was slightly injured. Ancestor Wa and Ancestor Shi had arrived in the origin soul world. Then, how did the battle go?" The heaven-reaching soul overlord said, "They also brought a group of other primeval troll, all experts, and attacked together. At that time, I was entangled by Devil Wa, while the other one injured our experts and even broke through our origin soul sky diagram and rushed in. At first, he wanted to destroy all living beings of the origin soul race. However, we have cultivated our primordial spirits into origin souls, so we must be different from the living beings in other worlds. We can share the same spirit and will to fight against the enemy. In the end, we fought back for survival and forced the enemy to retreat. But we also suffered 2 huge losses. This was a disaster for the origin soul race and also their hatred. One of the biggest losses was the living beings of the origin soul world. Many of them died in the battle, and most of them were directly devoured by the enemy. Speaking of this, it was indeed a deep hatred. Therefore, the heaven-reaching soul overlord's face did not look good these days. The second biggest loss was that the enemy saw that it was difficult to cause the greatest destruction to the origin soul world, so he snatched away the core of the origin soul world, the heart of the origin soul. The heart of the origin soul is the most important thing to us. Its importance is comparable to an origin-grade destinable divine artifact. What does the heart of the origin soul do? Long Chen was also angry when he heard this. He had been actively searching for other worlds because he was worried that a tragedy would happen. Fortunately, the origin soul world had not been destroyed. Heaven-reaching soul overlord said, "You may not know this, but the origin soul race specializes in cultivating the origin soul and strengthening the soul. When our origin soul is exhausted, or we die in battle, or we die in a disaster, the fragments of our origin soul will return to the heart of the origin soul. They will return to peace and purity, and eventually turn into heroic spirits that fly up to heaven and gather on the origin soul sky diagram. They will remain with the origin soul race for generations to come. But now that we have lost the heart of the origin soul, the souls that died in battle will not be purified by the heart of the origin soul, and they will become vengeful spirits that lose their minds. They will use their remaining strength to endlessly attack our compatriots until their strength is exhausted. For the origin soul race, the most perfect fate is to return to our heroic spirits and become part of the origin soul sky diagram. But now, you see, the origin soul world is in such a mess because those vengeful spirits are attacking our compatriots and need to be suppressed. It was not hard to imagine that many people had to face the attacks of their loved ones." As he spoke, Long Chen finally understood why the other party had attacked him so decisively. It was because the lesson that the primeval troll had taught them was too great. At this moment, heaven-reaching soul overlord gritted his teeth and said, "I must snatch the heart of the origin soul back. I will also take revenge for the primeval troll and give the people of the origin soul race an explanation." Since we are all standing together for the same reason, I will naturally join your team. I will even slaughter them with my own hands. The primeval troll were cold and merciless. They were a race created by the sky-devouring race. There was no good or evil in their lives, only destruction. Showing mercy to them was equivalent to being cruel to oneself. Facing this group of existences that existed only for the sake of destruction, no expert had the right to be polite to them. They had to be ruthless. Otherwise, there would be even more lives that would perish. I can try to help with the matter of the origin soul world. After obtaining heaven-reaching soul overlord's approval, Longchen entered the origin soul sky diagram through the entrance and entered the origin soul world. Requiem of life. In this boundless world, there were too many vengeful spirits wandering and destroying. Although the origin soul race was not very similar to the ordinary human race, Longchen still wanted to give it a try. The Requiem of life took effect very quickly. When the emerald green flames spread throughout the world, all the vengeful spirits that came into contact with it changed. This was a resurrection technique that swept through the entire world. As long as the mortal spirit's realm was not high, the possibility of resurrection was higher. After all, there was a limit to Longchen's power. One dead existence after another was resurrected in front of Longchen. It was an incomparable miracle. Heaven-reaching Soul Overlord and the others found it hard to believe that the origin soul race's current problem was being resolved. When everything was over, a brand new origin soul world appeared in front of them. This made heaven-reaching Soul Overlord even more grateful to Longchen. He vaguely saw Longchen as his leader. In other words, there are still two worlds that have yet to unite and will be in constant danger, heaven-reaching Soul Overlord asked. That's right. They still had no clue about the passage to the remaining two worlds. Even the origin soul world was found by Longchen and Mo Xiaolang's luck. This is going to be difficult. Once the heaven-devouring giant demon recovers, the two worlds will definitely be destroyed. Heaven-reaching Soul Overlord was not worried at all. Let's work together and search together. There must be a way. Up until now, Longchen still had a lot of confidence. Okay. After settling the matter of the origin soul world, Longchen remembered the purpose of his trip with Mo Xiaolang. He smiled at the crowd and said, "Everyone, my brother, Mo Xiaolang, is about to give you a visual feast. I wonder if you're interested." Needless to say, everyone was interested. In that case, let's go through this place and let the soul overlords know where the connection between you and the myriad worlds is. Mo Xiaolang could not wait any longer. Under Longchen's lead, they went through the passage and arrived at the core of the burning sun. Even the ultimate realm ultimate gods could not stand it. There will be an update from 22 to 23 p.m. The game will be online at 11:00 tomorrow. Are you ready? If nothing goes wrong, I will graduate after the 5th. I'm still revising my thesis. Please forgive me. Chapter 32-39. Refining Sunday. Although it was equivalent to the original incipient level, the cruel environment in its core was hard to find even in the origin world. Arriving at the core of the sun, Skirich Spirit Overlord was very surprised, and exclaimed, "No wonder I couldn't find the world outside the original soul realm after so many years. So the exit is actually here, and after coming out, it's actually such an environment." The core of the scorching sun was extremely hot. Even the existences at the ultimate realm of Tai Divine Realm would find it hard to stay here for too long. Longchen led the crowd from the core of the scorching sun to the periphery, and then rushed out of the scorching sun, bringing waves of fire with him. At this moment, they were eager to know what the big scene Longchen mentioned was. Seeing Mo Xiaolang's passionate eyes, they seemed to have guessed what it was. Mo Xiaolang stayed at the periphery of the refining sun while Longchen and the others went out until they reached the supreme refining sun divine realm. When they arrived, Longchen said, "Guys, we need to protect this world together." This was the first time Skirich Soul Overlord had seen a world other than the original soul realm. Compared to the original soul realm, the refining sun divine realm was very small, but it was still very strange to him. What shocked him the most was the boundless territory of the myriad of worlds. In terms of territory, it was much bigger than the original soul realm. Protecting him is because Mo Xiaolang wants to swallow the refining sun. The chaos divine martial art was the clearest about this. Mo Xiaolang had reached his current level by swallowing the chaos array diagram. That's right. Hearing Long Chen's affirmative answer, every ultimate realm ultimate god was shocked. That's why we came here and found the original soul realm by chance. The ultimate realm ultimate gods finally understood the situation. While they were talking, Mo Xiaolang had turned into a black sun-devouring demonic wolf. He had turned into his biggest size, but compared to the refining sun, his body wasn't that big. If the refining sun was an egg, Mo Xiaolang was the size of an ant. An ant wanted to swallow an egg. The sky-devouring clan had always been so heaven-defying. Unbelievable. Even the experts who witnessed this scene were shocked. They could destroy the sun, but they couldn't swallow it. These were two different concepts. An ordinary martial artist could break a rock with a punch, but he couldn't swallow it. Other than the chaos divine might, everyone else was stronger than Mo Xiaolang. It's starting. However, while the crowd was still doubting if Mo Xiaolang could succeed, he let out a howl beside the sun. The howl traveled across the heavens and earth, and even reached the divine demon Buzhou mountain. That was a strong desire, a spirit that challenged one's limits. It was also something that Long Chen was willing to do. In front of everyone's eyes, Mo Xiaolang, who had transformed into a sun-devouring fiend wolf, charged directly into the sun refinement. However, he was in a rather shallow position and didn't reach the core. He was on the surface of the sea of fire. Boom. For a moment, a large part of the sea of fire caved in. In its place, a formation made up of millions of divine flames appeared. The sun-devouring fiend wolf was at the core of the formation. When it swallowed, the entire refining sun shook, as if it could feel how terrifying Mo Xiaolang was. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the heaven-swallowing fire diagram went, endless divine flames surged into the sun-devouring fiend wolf's stomach. Now, the sun-devouring fiend wolf was completely engulfed in flames. It had turned into a fire wolf, and its divine body had expanded several times. Although it's hard to imagine, I have to say that your brother's ability is really heaven-defying. Skirich spirit overlord's eyes widened. In their vision, a sun-devouring fiend wolf was rolling on the refining sun, setting off monstrous waves of fire that formed a flaming storm that rose tens of thousands of zhang. The originally quiet refining sun was now stirred up by wind and fire, as if countless arms had risen up and were waving for help. That's right. The power of the refining sun is indeed decreasing at a certain speed, but it doesn't seem to be fast. If he can really finish devouring it, it will take at least a month, Lord Sixpaths concluded after observing for a while. Heavenly Yuan Celestial Venerable said, that's not necessarily true. I can see that the speed of his devouring has been gradually increasing since the beginning. If it keeps increasing, it should be even more terrifying towards the end. After all, with every devour, the sun-devouring fiend wolf would grow a bit stronger. Long Chen did not say much. He had great confidence in Mo Xiaolang. In his opinion, if he could really succeed, it would not even take a month. However, he still had some doubts as to whether he could devour it all at once and use the power of the entire refining Sunday. Hence, he stayed here so that Mo Xiaolang would not force himself too much because of the primeval troll. The sky-devouring clan had a certain limit in the process of growth, but their limit was constantly increasing. After devouring the refining sun, Mo Xiaolang's limit would be raised to a higher level. Time passed, and the scene in front of them became bigger and bigger. It was like a rolling snowball. During the devouring process, the sun-devouring fiend wolf grew stronger. As he grew stronger, so did his appetite. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Compared to before, the refining sun had shrunk by a third. Basically, the outermost layer of the Sea of Fire had been completely devoured by Mo Xiaolang. Naturally, because of the refining sun's power, Mo Xiaolang grew rapidly. At least in terms of size, the sun-devouring fiend wolf was already the size of a fly. The fly was getting bigger, the egg was getting smaller and smaller. The refining sun was violent and angry. Especially at this moment, it seemed to be roaring. Long Chen and the rest did not protect the supreme refining sun god realm. To prevent the refining sun's power from dissipating, they formed a huge formation diagram, trapping Mo Xiaolang and the refining sun within. This way, the refining sun's dissipation would not be too serious. Although I said it once, I still can't help but feel amazed. This is too unbelievable. Looking at this scene with their own eyes, it was indeed as Long Chen had said, it was a magnificent sight. At the very least, the people in the Supreme Refinement Sun God realm were going crazy. The refinement sun that had tormented them for countless years was actually shrinking. One could vaguely see a giant wolf rolling around on top of it. Later on, they found out that it was Long Chen's sun-devouring fiend wolf brother who was devouring the refining sun. Now, Long Chen was known as the ancestor god, the supreme being of the myriad worlds. Therefore, the people here were naturally happy to see this grand scene. They knew that Long Chen was relying on this power to fight against the primeval troll. Time continued to pass. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, another 3 days passed. As Mo Xiaolang went deeper, the divine fire at the core of the refining sun became denser and more fiery. It was harder to devour and digest. It could even cause the sun-devouring fiend wolf to explode at any time. But with his strong will and determination, he continued to challenge his limits without saying a word. Long Chen knew that he wanted to share his burden. It was his way of repaying him. Long Chen also wanted him to succeed. He even wanted to prove to the Sky-Swallowing clan and the primeval troll that Mo Xiaolang was not from the Sky-Swallowing clan, but his brother, Long Chen. He would never change. 6 days later, another third of the sun had been consumed. The remaining third was pale white, and was incomparably intense and violent. It was the most difficult part of the sun to consume, and yet, the amount of divine flame it contained exceeded the previous 2/3 by quite a bit. The most crucial part was also the most dangerous part. It was also everyone's nervousness. The sun-devouring fiend wolf's success depended on whether it could devour the last third of the refining sun. No matter what, the refining sun was different now. Devouring the refining sun, how heroic was that? At this moment, Long Chen already believed that he could do it. Just by looking at Mo Xiaolang's passionate eyes, he knew it. Strong, stubborn. If the refining sun was only an egg yolk, the sun-devouring fiend wolf would be the size of a beetle. It was only about half the size. Above the refining sun god realm, one could clearly see that the giant flame wolf was completely enveloped in a sea of fire. It was unknown how many layers of fire it was surrounded by. At this moment, the sun-devouring fiend wolf was more than twice the size of the refining sun god realm. Such a gigantic body could house 1 trillion living beings. Boom! It was the last desperate attack. His eyes were scarlet red, but his heart remained the same from start to finish. The more the archaic great devils ridiculed his future, hinting that his future would be controlled by his natural instincts, he longed to prove that all of this was simply impossible. Just as Long Chen said, he, Mo Xiaolang, was still human. Big brother. Suddenly, he looked at Long Chen with a burning gaze. What? Long Chen saw countless flames burning in his eyes, but there seemed to be a single tear. Thank you for not doubting me at all. I won't let you down. After saying this, Mo Xiaolang disregarded his own safety and charged into the final blazing Sunday. He began his final journey. He wanted to completely end this blazing sun within 3 days. Long Chen couldn't help but smile. Perhaps this was the feeling of brothers. From the beginning until now, they had fought side by side, drank the blood of the enemy together. 3 days. Mo Xiaolang kept on devouring, pushing himself to the limit and breaking through again and again. In front of many experts, Mo Xiaolang was creating a miracle. Long Chen was also waiting for the day he succeeded. As the refining sun weakened, Mo Xiaolang's body gradually surpassed it. In fact, he wasn't far from it. However, on the last day, when all the experts were most looking forward to it, Long Chen received an urgent call from Li Xuanji. Come back quickly. Ancestor Hua has appeared in the Single Origin Sword Sea. The Single Origin Sword Sea was an eternal level world in the Western Star region. Long Chen had once passed by that place. Tomorrow, the Dragon Blood God War game will be in open beta. You can follow Madman's WeChat, and he will send you a download link. You can directly click on the game's official website or the game forum in the main menu to download the game. However, the download link will be blocked by WeChat, so you must remember to click on the 3 buttons in the upper right corner, and then use another browser to download the game. Chapter 3240. Before he went to the third heaven, he had passed by the first origin Sword Ocean and asked about the situation of the third heaven and Pangu continent. Ancestor Hua. No matter why Ancestor Hua appeared, and no matter why she appeared in this place, Long Chen and all the experts had no time to think, because if they hesitated for even a moment, it could lead to a huge number of casualties, hundreds of millions. Li Xuanji was keeping an eye on the myriad worlds. If something happened in other regions, she would naturally make arrangements and communicate with Long Chen in time. It just so happened that because Mo Xiaolang had devoured the sun, all the supreme experts had gathered together. Now, Long Chen had no time to care about Mo Xiaolang. At the last moment, he opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and summoned all the supreme experts to enter it. Ancestor Hua, the one who snatched our primordial heart. Upon hearing the news, Supreme Soul Overlord became even more anxious. Without the primordial heart, their original soul realm would always be in chaos and suffer heavy casualties. As the supreme experts entered the Death Realm, Long Chen had already opened the gate leading to the first origin Sword Ocean. Fortunately, he had built the passage to the myriad worlds before, or the myriad worlds would suffer heavy casualties. In the Death Realm, a sea of blood towered into the sky, but the experts did not stop. They rushed straight over, came out of another gate, and came to the sky above the first origin Sword Ocean. When they all arrived here, it was actually not long after Ancestor Hua appeared. The first origin Sword Ocean was a sword-shaped continent that existed in the endless starry sky. Now, the entire first origin Sword Ocean was shrouded in a huge shadow, blotting out the sky and the sun. There was no light in the whole world, and the sky was filled with endless shadows. That was Ancestor Hua. If he did not look carefully, just by looking at her huge body, Long Chen would think that it was the heaven-devouring giant demon. Ancestor Hua's body was much slimmer than the heaven-devouring giant demon. In other words, Ancestor Hua had become even larger. For example, this was the first time Lord Six Paths had seen Ancestor Hua. When he saw Primeval Troll, he was extremely shocked. In his vision, there was a serpent covered in dragon scales. Its tail was sharp and full of bone spikes. It had 2 ferocious arms and sharp claws. It also had a pair of huge wings that were even larger than Demon Hua. Ancestor Hua is different. Given her current level, she is definitely close to the primordial demon lord. She must have gone through a huge change to become so powerful. This was Long Chen's first thought. If it had been Ancestor Hua in the past, Long Chen would have been able to handle it himself. But now, it was different. Fortunately, Ancestor Hua was only flying above the first origin Sword Ocean and did not attack. Now, the mortals in the first origin Sword Ocean were only frightened by such a huge beast. There were no casualties. Given Ancestor Hua's current level, she would only need one attack to destroy the entire first origin Sword Ocean. Long Chen and the others quickly blocked in front of the first origin Sword Ocean. Among them, Heavenly Yuan Celestial Monarch had used a sword array to protect and isolate the world. To them, mortals, no matter how weak, were still compatriots and companions. They had to be protected and could not be abandoned. She swallowed the heart of original soul. It is the heart of original soul that made her stronger. Skirich Soul Overlord's face turned even more gloomy. Of course, it was because of Ancestor Wa. I see. No wonder Ancestor Wa had risen a realm and became a half-ancestor. It was because of the heart of original soul. Is there any way to break it? We can only defeat her and take out the heart of original soul. Skirich Soul Overlord said through gritted teeth. Long Chen understood. However, he knew that Ancestor Wa's arrival must have brought a great sense of crisis to Long Chen and the others, but she did not attack them. Sure enough, after seeing Long Chen and the others, Ancestor Wa smiled coldly and said, "You really came fast. Long Chen, you are making me feel more and more afraid and hateful." Long Chen signaled the 5 super experts beside him. Even if Ancestor Wa had become a half-ancestor, if there was an opportunity, they would at least retrieve the heart of original soul for the original soul realm. Even if they could not kill her, they would at least take back the heart of original soul. However, after becoming a half-ancestor, it would not be easy for Ancestor Wa to accomplish that in front of the first origin Sword Ocean. Today, it might be a battle of life and death. However, Skirich Soul Overlord did not hesitate, and neither did the other experts. Just state your purpose of coming here. Long Chen responded calmly. He was already prepared to make a move. The others also vaguely controlled their creation divine weapons, waiting for the moment to make a move. Among them, Heavenly Yuan Immortal Supremacy was slightly responsible for taking care of the first essence Sword Sea. Even if Ancestor Wa gently flapped her wings, she would cause a strong storm in the surrounding starry sky. She looked very relaxed and even smiled. It's really incredible. In such a short time, you managed to get in touch with 4 original level worlds. Including the chaotic divine realm, that's already 5. This is far beyond our expectations. Such a miracle has amazed us. To be honest, the sky-devouring giant demon that has not recovered yet hates you to the extreme. Ancestor Wa said so much, but most of it was nonsense. She only told Long Chen that the sky-devouring giant demon had not recovered yet. However, Ancestor Wa had become a half-ancestor. So, why have you appeared here today? Ancestor Wa said, I have become a half-ancestor, so I naturally want to show you and give you a sense of crisis. At the same time, I want to make a deal with you. Sure enough, she came with a purpose. Long Chen asked, just tell me what kind of deal you want to make. However, I don't think any deal is possible between us and you. Ancestor Wa smiled coldly and said, it's very simple. I won't make things difficult for you at all. The deal is that you need to return the demon Wa from my primeval troll to me. She is the last demon Wa in my clan besides me. She should come back to me. This was out of Long Chen's expectation. He did not expect that she came for Soyeon. No wonder she would act alone. The sky-devouring giant demon and ancestor she must still be recovering. Mo Xiaolang was still devouring the refining sun. Soyeon was not the original demon Wa, so it was impossible for her to return the demon Wa. There was no room for negotiation. However, Long Chen had to know what her conditions were. He did not speak and waited for Ancestor Wa to continue. As for what I will do if you don't return the demon Wa to me, first of all, I am only a half-ancestor. Although the sky-devouring giant demon is injured, I am unharmed. Secondly, it is impossible for you to have the passage to the other 2 worlds. However, I know that if I start to destroy those 2 worlds now, you will not be able to stop me. Therefore, my condition is that if you return the demon Wa to me, I will not act alone against those 2 worlds before the sky-devouring giant demon recovers. I will destroy and devour everything in those 2 worlds. You choose to return the demon Wa to me, or the lives of billions of mortals in those 2 worlds. It's your choice. This was not a deal, but a threat. Moreover, it successfully threatened Long Chen. Despicable. The others did not know much about Soyeon, so they were still confused. However, from Long Chen's expression, they could roughly guess that the demon Hua was very important to Long Chen. Everyone, the demon Hua she wants is actually my younger sister, who is also the person Xiao Lang loves. I just happen to possess the body of the demon Hua by chance, so I can't give my younger sister to her. For Long Chen, Soi Yan was his younger sister. He cared for her as much as he cared for Yang Lingqing. Especially for Mo Xiaolang, who risked his life for her, he could not do that. In this way, the experts had a little understanding of the situation. Long Chen knew that he had to find a way to resolve this. He stared coldly at Ancestor Hua and said, "Why are you so conflicted? If you want Demon Hua, then just kill me. If you're conflicted like this, why don't you just listen to me? You're a half-martial ancestor now. Do you not have the courage to fight us head-on? Or are you afraid?" This also showed Long Chen's attitude. A deal was out of the question. Ancestor Hua should know that the demon Hua was Soi Yan. Otherwise, she would not trade the peace of those two worlds for Long Chen's. However, Long Chen's unyielding attitude still shocked Ancestor Hua. Long Chen and the others were very resolute and unyielding. At this moment, a majestic battle intent erupted from them. Even Ancestor Hua was shocked and the 6 super experts gathered together. "You!" Ancestor Hua was furious. Long Chen wanted her to be angry, wanted her to accept the challenge. Only then would Long Chen and the others have the chance to kill her. What he was most afraid of was that she would not be angry and directly return to the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb to destroy those two worlds. The angrier she was, the more chance she would have. Before Ancestor Hua could speak, Long Chen sneered and said, "Ancestor Hua, do you think you're a half-step ancestor just because you say you're a half-step ancestor? Why don't you show us a little bit of your strength? If you want to scare us, at least show us your strength. If you really defeat us, we might be able to discuss the matter of the demon Hua." She must make them leave unwillingly. Ancestor Hua's goal was actually to find the demon Hua. Otherwise, she would not have come here in person. At this moment, under the fierce attack of Long Chen and the others, Ancestor Hua was furious, but she did not lose her mind. She said, "Although this is your provocation, so you're worried that I'll go back and destroy those two worlds, but after becoming a half-step ancestor, I really have to teach you a lesson. Long Chen, you're right. As long as I kill you, the myriad worlds and all the original level worlds will not have the strength to resist." Primeval Troll was proud. They stood at a higher level and saw Long Chen and the others as food. The sky-devouring troll could have easily devoured Long Chen and the others, but something unexpected happened and Long Chen was still alive. Therefore, Ancestor Hua was indeed impulsive. Since she was here, she did not want to go back angry. Chapter 32-41. Besieging a half-step ancestor. It was an extremely crazy operation. However, Long Chen and the others had done it once. The last time they targeted the heaven-devouring troll, they even managed to severely injure it. Of course, they paid the price of the chaotic lord's life. Ancestor Hua might not be any weaker than the heaven-devouring troll at that time, but sometimes battles were unavoidable. One would not have the will to fight if they were too afraid and worried about the consequences of the battle. Before Ancestor Hua could say anything, the experts from the Myriad World side took action at the same time. Other than Tianyuan's Celestial Lord who was still in his original position protecting the Yuan Sword Sea, the other 5 instantly rushed out and surrounded Ancestor Hua. Long Chen was right in front of Ancestor Hua, right in front of Ancestor Hua. He was the only expert who could face Ancestor Hua head-on. Origin Dragon Palace. The first type of original level creation divine weapon was shrouded in golden light when the Origin Dragon Palace was integrated. A golden divine dragon flew and coiled around Long Chen's body. Although it was not big, the light it emitted was brighter than all the other ultimate realm ultimate gods. Primordial Dragon Halberd. The second type of original level creation divine weapon, the silver primordial dragon halberd appeared in Long Chen's hand. He held it in one hand and clenched the other into a fist. 9 types of chaotic elements condensed on his arm and formed a 9-colored divine dragon that spun at high speed. Gold and silver. Long Chen had become the center of attention in Ancestor Wa's eyes in a short moment. The 2 original level creation divine weapons were also the most dazzling among the experts. Chaotic Dragon Fist. The chaotic law was violent and destructive. Among the many attacks, the chaotic dragon fist was the most dazzling and direct. It directly hit Ancestor Wa at the fastest speed. However, that was not Long Chen's final attack. He did not stop when the chaotic dragon fist erupted. He waved the primordial dragon halberd in his hand and used the origin dragon palace to protect himself before charging toward Ancestor Wa. The primordial dragon halberd was going to kill Ancestor Wa. Long Chen posed enough of a threat from the front, and the others weren't weak either. Behind Long Chen, Heavenly Yuan's celestial supremacy was guarding the first origin sword Ocean, but he could also take action. The pure white divine sword in his hand was naturally an original grade creation divine weapon called the primordial heavenly immortal sword. Its power was no weaker than the primordial dragon halberd. The immemorial heavenly immortal sword in the hands of Tian Yuan celestial sovereign was like the sword at the core of the myriad worlds. The moment this sword appeared, the entire myriad worlds flickered with sword shadows that swept through the endless starry sky. 33 Heaven Supreme Divine Sword. Above the first origin sword Ocean, Heavenly Yuan celestial supremacy who had reached grand completion in his sword Dao slashed out a total of 33 swords in a short period of time. Each sword shadow passed by Long Chen, and each sword shadow displayed a layer of heavens in the supreme ancient immortal realms. It was as though Heavenly Yuan celestial supremacy had unleashed all 33 layers of heavens in a single sword strike. The other ultimate stage divine venerables weren't weak either. For example, the Six Paths Demon Lord directly transformed into the Six Paths Reincarnation Beast. With the Samsara blade in his mouth, he circled behind Ancestor Wa and executed the Law of Eternal Oblivion. The Law of Eternal Oblivion, Long Chen had spent a lot of effort to destroy it back then. And then there was the primeval god of war. Beside Ancestor Wa, he streaked across his steel body and turned into a steel giant that stood proudly in the air. His platinum steel body was extremely dazzling, and the diagrams and patterns on it flowed with tremendous power. In the end, all of it gathered on his arms, and at that moment, a towering pillar suddenly appeared in his hands. This creation divine weapon was also an original grade creation divine weapon named Primordial Pillar. It was the most important pillar of the primordial worship and was extremely useful to the entire worship. Just like the primordial soul heart, it was something that couldn't be lost. The primordial war god grabbed the primordial pillar and rushed up into the boundless starry sky. He gathered all the law of destruction on the pillar before he swung it up and smashed it down. It was a simple and crude move, but it contained boundless power. This was especially so since the primordial pillar was so gigantic. If it smashed into an primordial incipient world, it would be directly smashed into 2. The remaining Chaos Divine Might and Sky Connecting Soul Overlords were also in different locations. Now that the Chaos Divine Might had inherited the primogenitor wings, his improvement was tremendous. He had also started to grasp the laws that the primordial Godlord was proficient in. Now that he executed it here, it was a form of revenge. Primordial Chaos Formation. Sky Connecting Soul Overlord stayed until the end. Because of his deep hatred for Ancestor Wa, his attack was the most vicious. He quietly hid and then appeared above Ancestor Wa's head. When he appeared, he was already holding a pitch-black tower with a sinister wind in his hand. It was the supreme divine weapon of the original soul realm, the original soul tower. Tai Soul Reaping. Under Sky Connecting Soul Overlord's control, the original soul tower released the Tai Soul Reaping, a killing move that targeted the primordial soul. With the help of the original grade creation divine weapon, it was even more terrifying than the Tai Underworld Soul Formation. Although it was the last to be used, it was the fastest to deal the most damage to Ancestor Wa. After Long Chen's chaotic dragon fist, it directly hit Ancestor Wa's primordial spirit. However, in the face of so many attacks, Ancestor Wa was not surprised at all. From her expression, one could only see deep contempt, even when Long Chen attacked with two original-grade creation divine weapons. For a moment, the chaotic dragon fist, the Tai soul reaping, the supreme divine sword of 33 heavens, and other killing moves all descended. In the endless light, the huge demon Wa was almost drowned by the terrifying laws. They attacked so chaotically that Ancestor Wa would not even have a chance to fight back in the chaos. However, Ancestor Wa was still calm. She did not make a sound, but her body had undergone some strange changes. It was the laws that belonged to her. Endless demon body. In a short moment, the endless demon body appeared, and Ancestor Wa's entire body changed. She was proficient in the creation laws, and she was most proficient in black holes. Ancestor Wa's current body had directly turned into a black hole. Although she still existed, every part of her body had directly turned into a whirlpool. It was like liquefying and then vaporizing. It was a state similar to the 6 paths of reincarnation beast. Buzz. Buzz. In the next moment, all the experts were shocked to see that the chaotic dragon fist, the supreme divine sword of 33 heavens, the Tai soul reaping, and the eternal oblivion had all rushed into Ancestor Wa's body. However, they seemed to have entered a door and disappeared in the blink of an eye, not causing any damage to Ancestor Wa. Although Ancestor Wa's body was still there, she had used the laws to transfer all the attacks. This was a heaven-defying method. Moreover, when Long Chen's primordial dragon halberd performed the creation reincarnation, it directly slashed into Ancestor Wa's body. However, the attack had indeed completely missed and did not cause any damage to Ancestor Wa. It was as if Ancestor Wa had simply disappeared. All the laws were directly devoured by it. What a terrifying method. It seemed that Ancestor Wa had great confidence in facing the 6 experts even though she knew that Long Chen was goading her. If the laws of the endless demon body were always working, how could Long Chen and the others do anything to Ancestor Wa? It was impossible. When the creation reincarnation attack missed, Long Chen realized that danger would immediately befall him if such a siege failed to hit his opponent. He had to face that reality. He hurriedly put away the primordial dragon halberd and flew backward. The other ultimate realm ultimate gods did the same. Retreat. At that moment, the most confident attack had been completely diverted by Ancestor Wa. Everyone was shocked, especially Tong Tian's soul overlord. He thought his attack could once again force Ancestor Wa to retreat. You only have such ability because you've devoured the original soul heart. Her previous law couldn't have reached this level at all. It was the original soul heart that made her. Therefore, Tong Tian's soul overlord was extremely unwilling. Everyone, be careful. Ancestor Wa was proud of herself after suffering the attack. Now that she was about to attack, it would definitely be a huge disaster like the sky-devouring giant demon. What kind of price would she have to pay this time? At 10:00 that day, the game Dragon Blood God of War had spent tens of millions of yuan on was officially released. The server had been opened, and everyone could go to the website to download it. The domain name in the middle was the pinyin of Dragon Blood, and the initials of God of War. Lunatic had already tried it and found it to be very good. He sincerely invited everyone to play. Everyone could also follow Lunatic's WeChat and directly download it from the game's official website. However, after connecting to WeChat, they had to click on the top right corner and select another browser to download it. Apple users could directly search for Dragon Blood God of War official mobile game in the store. It was already free to download. Android users could download it from various mobile apps, especially the 360 Assistant. The game was online, but Lunatic was very busy. He was in the car today. He had promised to release more chapters today, but now he planned to release more chapters after the 5th to ensure that everyone would enjoy it. You've read my novel and liked it. I hope everyone will like the game. Again, the novel was almost over, but the game had just begun. Everyone could join in the new game and relive the story of Dragon Blood, God of War, as well as those touching scenes. We, the dragons, have returned, and blood has dyed the blue sky. In the future, the hidden dragon list and so on will be released. Then, we'll see who is the #1 hero of the Dragon Blood world. Chapter 32-42. Half-Step Ancestor. Whether it was Kitten, the sky-devouring troll, or Ancestor Wa, who had become a half-step ancestor after devouring the original soul heart, all of them seemed to have surpassed the level of ordinary divine demons. Even Ancestor Wa, who had just reached the half-step ancestor realm, possessed a magical ability that allowed her to crush Long Chen and many ultimate gods. The endless demon body devoured all the experts' attacks in defiance of the natural order. Creation Samsara, Chaotic Dragon Fist, 33 Heaven Supreme Divine Sword, and so on were all devoured. Ancestor Wa's body was now in another world as all her powers poured into that other world. At that moment, it was as silent as death. In the next moment, Ancestor Wa, who had turned into an illusion, sneered and suddenly made her move. It seems that all of you are extremely confident in yourselves. In that case, I'll let all of you see exactly how capable you are. Endless Demon Body, release. Ancestor Wa's endless demon body changed drastically again as the powers that had disappeared in her body returned. Some killer moves were revealed and revealed their ferocious side. Just at that moment, a brilliant light flashed, and all the rules appeared once again. However, they were completely different. Every single one of the rules was tainted with the power of the primordial giant demon, and they were all part of her attack. What kind of laws were needed to reverse the power of an ultimate god? Buzz. In an instant, all the laws that had disappeared, after transforming, charged towards their original owners with even more terrifying power. For example, Long Chen, the chaotic dragon fist, and the good fortune reincarnation cycle reappeared, but they were completely under Ancestor Wa's control. The 33 Heaven Supreme Divine Sword slashed toward Heavenly Yuan Celestial Venerable. It sank forever and returned to the 6 paths of reincarnation beast. The primordial soul tower's Tai soul reaping also returned and charged toward Tong Tian's soul overlord. The primordial chaos formation was also controlled by Tong Tian's soul overlord. Billions of chaotic powers rushed toward the chaotic divine marshal. In fact, everything happened in an instant. Long Chen did not have time to think before the impact came. It was his first time facing his chaotic dragon fist, and it was even a modified version. To be honest, the pressure was great. Endless life and death tribulations. Without saying a word, he brandished the primordial dragon halberd and swung it down violently. The attack swept out and instantly collided with the 9 divine dragons. The power of 2 Genesis-grade destinable divine weapons combined and exploded. Boom. Amidst the thrill, the primal chaos dragon fist shattered. However, the cycle of creation and reincarnation descended in an instant, and it didn't give Long Chen the chance to catch his breath at all. Moreover, it was simply too sudden. At the moment of chaos, Long Chen launched another boundless life and death tribulation. The boundless power of the life and death tribulation was boundless. It could destroy the opponent's laws at the most crucial moment. But even so, the reincarnation cycle that belonged to him still shook his body, resulting in intense destruction. However, Long Chen had protected himself with the life-returning melody in advance, so he was just barely not injured. But he was nervous. Ancestor was swallowed and released the rules. It was too sudden, and he only just reacted. Furthermore, he had to rely on the melody of life. The moment he raised his head, the 33 Heaven Supreme Immortal Sword swept past him and attacked Heavenly Yuan Immortal Supremacy. Be careful. Long Chen swept the primordial dragon halberd horizontally to deflect the sword chi. However, he could not do much in such an emergency. Not only did Heavenly Yuan Immortal Supremacy have to protect himself, but he also had to protect the Yuan Sword C, which was quite difficult. Once any of the sword chi from the 33 Heaven Supreme Immortal Sword landed on the Yuan Sword C, it would cause many casualties. Damn it. Long Chen desperately chased after the sword chi and destroyed every sword chi he could. As for the rest, they could only rely on the ultimate realm ultimate gods to deal with it themselves. Break. After several chases and explosions of destruction, he and Heavenly Yuan Immortal Supremacy worked together to block those attacks and allowed the Yuan Sword C to survive the disaster. However, the problem was when Long Chen turned around, he saw what he expected and did not want to see. The chaotic divine marshal, primordial war god, Tong Tian's sole overlord, and the demon lord of 6 paths were suddenly injured by their own laws. Moreover, the injuries were not light. Ancestor Wa had easily smashed such a powerful team into pieces. Not good. Long Chen hurriedly returned to face Ancestor Wa. The ultimate realm ultimate gods were in a very dangerous situation under the opponent's attacks. They might die in battle if there was no support. They were all expelling the law power in their bodies and could not recover for the time being. During this period of time, they could only rely on Long Chen to block the attacks. For a moment, all the experts felt very sad. They did not expect to be suppressed so quickly by the opponent. It was a one-sided battle. The Tong Tian's sole overlord who suffered the most was hit by his Tai soul reaping curse. His original soul was injured and could not recover so easily. Oh, you guys seem to be quite proud and arrogant just now, but you can't even withstand a single attack. This is really shameful. I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to take care of you guys by myself, but I didn't expect that I would be able to do it myself. If that's the case, why would I bother to make a deal with you, Long Chen? Ancestor Wa could not help but laugh. Her laughter could penetrate the entire myriad realms and everyone could hear it. Indeed, Long Chen had been suppressed once. Ancestor Wa, who was originally ordinary, had become so strong. The gap in his heart was indeed a little big. The atmosphere was very dismal, and the people in the single origin Sword C were even more terrified. All the ultimate experts were defeated in one go. However, no matter how unconfident the others were, Long Chen still rushed out violently. His eyes were fixed on his opponent, and the shining star instantly appeared in front of his opponent. Kill. Are you the only one left? Ancestor Wa wanted to kill as many ultimate realm ultimate gods as she could. However, Long Chen rushed up at that moment. She decided to deal with Long Chen first. It was not easy to use the endless demon body previously, so she had already removed the endless demon body state. Hongmeng Dragon Realm. Eternal Whirlpool. It was the dual control of spacetime again. Before the destruction, Long Chen's strongest binding force fell on Ancestor Wa. It was as if thousands of mountains were crashing on her back. Long Chen was in a state of madness in order to turn the tide. He must not lose. He could not afford to lose anything. The myriad realms can't afford to lose anymore. The loss of a chaotic divine lord is big enough. Ancestor Wa still wanted to defeat Long Chen the most. She still needed to find Demon Wa through Long Chen. Therefore, when she was controlled by Long Chen, she gave up on the other opponents and focused on suppressing Long Chen. She used another law. The black hole was born next to Long Chen. When Long Chen used the spacetime law to control the other party used the black hole to descend on Long Chen's head. This black hole's laws were even more heaven-defying. Countless chains appeared on the foundation of the black hole vortex. Those pitch-black chains formed a cage that wrapped around Long Chen's body. In an instant, they entangled him. Half-martial ancestor-level laws swept forth and took control of Long Chen's body. Under this control, the endless power of the black hole surged into Long Chen's body as if it was being torn apart. Spacetime power and the black hole power controlled and restrained each other. However, it was undeniable that the other party's power was stronger and caused Long Chen to lose in a head-on confrontation. Ancestor Wa was able to tear apart the power and break free from the spacetime shackle. Ancestor Wa. After Ancestor Wa controlled Long Chen, while Long Chen was struggling in space-time, she was trying her best to move towards the position of the Chaos Divine Might that was closest to her. She was affected by the Eternal Whirlpool and the Primordial Dragon World, so it was difficult for her to deal with Long Chen. However, with her current ability, it was still possible for her to deal with the Chaos Divine Might that was injured in the Primordial Chaos formation. The situation was urgent. The Chaos Divine Might was shocked and quickly fled. However, the Black Hole Law of Ancestor Wa had also locked onto him. This guy is the weakest. I will start with him. Ancestor Wa's huge divine body had the power to tear apart spacetime. At this moment, time was like a chaotic whirlpool. The sturdy steel of the space was shattered by Ancestor Wa's body. When the Chaos Divine Master died in battle, he asked me to help the Chaos Divine Might. Today, I must not let anything happen to the Chaos Divine Might. Long Chen was anxious. However, under the control of the Black Hole Whirlpool, it was too difficult to help the Chaos Divine Might escape at this critical moment. It was a critical moment. Xiao Lang. It was almost time. Long Chen knew that after dealing with the Day of Refinement, it was time for him to arrive. Chapter 32-43. The situation was critical. If there was no solution, the myriad realms' gods and demons would definitely suffer a great loss. The chaotic divine realm might even be leaderless from then on. At the critical moment, Long Chen was entangled by the black hole in the sky. Seeing Demon Wa tearing the spacetime confinement apart to crush the chaotic divine marshal, Long Chen was so anxious that he was about to burst into flames. However, it was not that easy to break free from the half-ancestor confinement. There was no doubt that Ancestor Wa was the most proud of herself at that moment. It was unbelievable to her that she could crush all the ultimate gods by herself. She had never thought that the heart of original soul would be so useful to her. Everyone saw that thrilling moment. However, Tong Tian's spirit overlord, Six-Path Demon Lord, and the others could not keep up with Ancestor Wa's attack, especially the chaotic divine marshal. Like Long Chen, it was also controlled by the black hole. Chaotic divine marshal. A loud shout was heard. It came from Long Chen. This only attracted Ancestor Wa's attention slightly. She thought that Long Chen had broken free, but seeing that Long Chen was still controlled by the black hole in the sky, Ancestor Wa did not hold back at all. In the blink of an eye, Ancestor Wa's huge body had descended on the chaotic divine marshal's head. The chaotic divine marshal was in the form of a chaotic beast, but compared to Ancestor Wa, it was like a rabbit in front of a tiger. Reunite with your father. Ancestor Wa flapped her huge wings. The black hole law turned into pitch-black thunderbolts that changed and twisted on her body like her ferocious face. The chaotic beast was about to be crushed into pieces. At that moment, a gigantic Death Realm dragon gate opened up behind Ancestor Wa. In a short time, it was opened to its greatest extent, and in the next instant, a terrifying, fiery, and majestic aura abruptly descended. What Long Chen had been waiting for had finally arrived. Mo Xiaolang. For a moment, all the experts were stunned as they looked at the sun-devouring fiend wolf that was surrounded by endless divine fire. The sun-devouring fiend wolf had completely devoured the sun. It was like a newly born sun had descended from the Death Realm Dragon Gate and appeared above Ancestor Wa's head. What shocked everyone the most was that the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body was comparable to Ancestor Wa's. Flame, scorching, shining. The first origin sword C was instantly shrouded in heat that was as hot as the refining sun god realm. You finally arrived. Mo Xiaolang didn't disappoint Long Chen. He knew that the situation was urgent, and therefore, he went even crazier than before, using his unimaginable willpower to consume the sun. By this point, he hadn't even fully refined it yet. But it didn't matter. Both Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang knew very well that they had come here today to kill Ancestor Wa. Now was the perfect opportunity. If Ancestor Wa survived, it would be a disaster for the other two worlds. Moreover, the future was not a good thing for Soyan. There was no doubt that Imo Xiaolang was very close to the half-step ancestor realm. Although he was still lacking in principle and power, his realm was definitely at the half-step ancestor realm. The refining sun and the original incipient realm had made Imo Xiaolang what he was now. Therefore, before Demon Hua realized what was going on, this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now Ancestor Hua was at her most complacent moment, and it was time for Imo Xiaolang to launch his fatal move. Therefore, Imo Xiaolang must not give Ancestor Hua any chance to escape. Although the pressure was great, it was really exciting. Do it. The sun-devouring demon wolf had just descended from the Death Realm Dragon Gate, and under Long Chen's urging, he had erupted. He had absorbed too much sun refinement energy and was waiting to vent it out. Ancestor Hua had become his outlet. Roar. The ancestral flames and billions of divine flames were spat out from Mo Xiaolang's mouth. Before Ancestor Hua could defend herself, the divine flames and ancestral flames that Mo Xiaolang had swallowed were drowned in the most terrifying sea of fire in history. Burn. Under the sun-devouring demonic wolf's control, all the divine flames formed a locked space to confine Ancestor Hua. Among them, the ancestral flames, the chaos green flame, the eternal sacred flame, the desolate myriad calamity flame, the 9 serenities demon ancestral flame, and the heaven emperor ancestral flame directly attached to Ancestor Hua. This was especially true for the eternal sacred flame, a flame that would burn for all eternity. It would follow Ancestor Hua to the ends of the earth, and perhaps even for all eternity. Mo Xiaolang had swallowed the refining sun and used a large amount of flames to nourish the ancestral flame. Under the endless nourishment of the divine flames, the ancestral flame grew rapidly. Although it still had a lot of space to grow, they had basically shown the true power of the ancestral flame. Any one of them would be devastating. The Heaven Emperor ancestral flame was born to destroy. The 9 serenities demon ancestral flame was bone-chilling and deadly. The eternal sacred flame burned endlessly and was a bone-chilling fire. The chaos green flame was a purifying fire that burned away all evil. The desolate myriad calamity flame was a killing calamity that was endless. The ancestral flames swarmed into Ancestor Hua's primeval troll divine body and took root in it, making it difficult for her to get rid of it. Ancestor Hua was filled with hatred and anger. She was originally in control of the situation, but Mo Xiaolang suddenly appeared. What was going on? Not to mention the hundreds of millions of divine flames, the terrifying ancestral flames had caused a lot of trouble for Ancestor Hua. At the very least, she could no longer suppress Long Chen and the Chaos Divine Martial Art under such an attack. Long Chen and the Chaos Divine Martial Art struggled out of the black hole in the sky. Among them, the Chaos Divine Martial Art had taken the opportunity to leave Ancestor Hua and directly gathered with the Ultimate Realm Ultimate Gods. Ancestor Hua naturally could not defeat them one by one. On the other hand, Long Chen had disappeared from Ancestor Hua's perception. It was time for the counterattack. The Demon Lord of 6 Paths and the others could not be of any help at the moment, so they were expelling the law power from their bodies. They still needed a little more time. For Long Chen, he was most used to cooperating with Mo Xiaolang. After all, they had fought side by side countless times. In terms of combat, both of them had reached the level of telepathy. Their tacit understanding might not be any worse than Li Xuanji's telepathy. Roar. At that moment, the sun-devouring demonic wolf once again let out a ferocious roar. After imprisoning its opponent with flames, it suddenly swooped down. Its huge sun-like body swept across the starry sky and produced endless waves of fire. It directly pounced on Ancestor Hua before she could escape from the burning flames. Wolf fangs and claws were its weapons. It was the most primitive fight. It was like a battle between a wolf and a giant snake with wings and arms. As the giant snake was not poisonous, it might not be able to gain the upper hand despite its huge size, especially when the sun-devouring demonic wolf was completely entangled in flames. Boom. Rip. It was the most brutal fight. The sun-devouring demonic wolf pounced on Ancestor Wa from top to bottom. Its sharp wolf fangs instantly bit down on Ancestor Wa's slender neck. The sharp wolf fangs pierced through Ancestor Wa's dragon scales and directly into her flesh. At the same time, 2 pairs of wolf claws pierced through Ancestor Wa's dragon scales. The huge primeval troll was completely riding on Ancestor Wa's body. It suppressed Ancestor Wa, who was in the flames, like prey, and bit her brutally. Especially in the wolf's mouth, 5 kinds of ancestral fires and billions of divine fires erupted, pouring into the depths of primeval troll's body from the wound. In an instant, Ancestor Wa's body was invaded by the 5 kinds of ancestral fires and burned by billions of divine fires. Roar. Ancestor Wa finally realized how powerful Mo Xiaolang was. It was simple and violent, without many laws. But it was precisely because of this that he was able to suppress Ancestor Wa. This way, with Mo Xiaolang pestering her, it would be troublesome to open the demonic dragon ancient tomb. Even if she could open the demonic dragon ancient tomb, even if she could rush in, she would have to bring Mo Xiaolang in. That would also be a huge problem. From being complacent to being in such a sorry state, the change was too fast. All of this was thanks to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Ancestor Wa had no idea when Mo Xiaolang had become so difficult and terrifying. But as long as she could not escape, it was far from the end. Go to hell. Ancestor Wa was furious. To be honest, her first thought now was not to escape, but to throw the sun-devouring demonic wolf off her back. The opponent's flames were already terrifying enough. If it continued to bite, she would definitely be severely injured like the heaven-devouring giant demon. Black hole in the firmament. The restraining laws formed countless steel chains that entangled Mo Xiaolang. Ancestor Wa's huge body was ready to break free as she exerted her laws with all her strength. However, the sun-devouring demonic wolf's bite was too tight, making her vomit blood. With a pull, her neck was almost torn off. At that moment, everyone in the Yuan Sword Sea and the many Ultimate Realm Ultimate Gods were watching the battle between the sun-devouring demonic wolf and the primeval troll in horror. It was a battle of flesh and blood. In close combat, Mo Xiaolang, who was not good at laws, had the upper hand due to his divine fire and ancestral fire primordial fire. Ancestor Wa's flesh and blood splattered under his huge power. Of course, the black hole in the sky had also torn bloody wounds on Mo Xiaolang's body. However, his eyes were bloodshot and he did not even frown. That was Mo Xiaolang's will. Hold her down. Suddenly, Long Chen appeared in front of the sun-devouring dire wolf and Ancestor Wa. Compared to these 2 huge beasts, he was too minuscule. However, his voice was a nightmare for Ancestor Wa. Don't you dare. Ancestor Wa roared angrily and struggled frantically. Mo Xiaolang still bit her no matter how hard she tried to shake her neck. As soon as Ancestor Wa roared, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang immediately took action. They were fast and accurate. At that moment, the sun-devouring demonic wolf unleashed a tremendous force and pulled Ancestor Wa. Its 4 thick and powerful wolf legs shackled the primeval troll's wings while its head bit the primeval troll's head, completely exposing its most vulnerable abdomen to Long Chen. At that moment, Long Chen did not say anything. For the sake of the myriad worlds, for the survival of all beings, and even for the glory of the dragons, he charged forward. Chapter 32-44. Today, you will definitely die. These were the last words Long Chen said to Ancestor Nuwa. Endless life and death calamity. The primordial dragon halberd streaked across the starry sky. The simple but powerful endless life and death calamity instantly penetrated the dragon scales on Ancestor Nuwa's abdomen, exploding her flesh and blood. The power of laws mixed with Mo Xiaolang's divine fire and ancestral fire once again wreaked havoc on Ancestor Nuwa's huge body. The other ultimate gods were watching the show with their eyes wide open. Long Chen, you're dead meat. Ancestor Nuwa was so angry that she was trembling. She was most proud of being imprisoned and attacked like this without being able to fight back. It was like falling from heaven to hell. At this time, Ancestor Nuwa's only thought was to tear apart Imo Xiaolang and Long Chen. Therefore, she was roaring and preparing a new law. She was already regretting that she had used the heaven-defying law of the endless demonic body at the beginning. Otherwise, she would have been able to solve this crisis. Blood Talisman of Death. The answer to Ancestor Nuwa was a mark in Long Chen's hand. It was the power of death hatred of the primordial blood spirit dragon. It directly imprinted on Ancestor Nuwa's flesh. Ancestor Nuwa struggled desperately. The sun-devouring demon wolf roared and used its flame and physical strength to imprison her. She thought she could break free, but every time, she was just a little bit away. What was fatal was that she was getting weaker and weaker under Long Chen's fierce attacks. Ugh! The blood talisman of death worked. The nightmare attacked her mind. For a moment, Ancestor Nuwa trembled 3 times in a row and lost half of her life. She was struggling to break free before, but now she had no strength at all. Even her eyelids couldn't help but droop. Her body was either burnt black or dripping with blood. Such a miserable state was naturally very miserable. However, if she didn't die, the ones who would die would be millions upon millions upon millions of lives. The ones who would die would be the myriad of worlds. Long Chen knew very well that the kindness he showed his enemies was the same as being cruel to himself and his own people. Ancestor Nuwa recovered from the blood talisman of death. At this moment, she finally realized that she should escape. If she didn't escape, she would really die under the siege of Imo Xiaolang and Long Chen. Death was a terrifying word to them primeval troll. They were imprisoned for so many years, and now they could finally come out. They didn't come out to die. In that instant, Ancestor Was struggled, doing her utmost to open the great door to the dragon demon ancient tomb. Then, she erupted with unprecedented strength. All of her laws erupted. As long as she could shake off the sun-devouring demon wolf, she would be able to rush in. Nuwa. The crazy Ancestor Nuwa didn't care about the divine flame, the ancestral flame, and Imo Xiaolang who was restraining her. She only wanted to rush into the demonic dragon tomb. Past and future life reversal technique. Just as Ancestor Nuwa shook off Imo Xiaolang and rushed into the dragon demon ancient tomb, Long Chen's past and future life reversal technique struck Ancestor Nuwa directly. This was very similar to the last time with the heaven-devouring troll. When the heaven-devouring troll was attacked by the primal chaos deity lord, it couldn't defend against Long Chen's various laws, causing it to be heavily injured. As for Ancestor Nuwa, when she desperately wanted to rush into the dragon demon ancient tomb, she couldn't resist at all. The power of the past and future life reversal technique swept through her like a sharp pain. It instantly surged through Ancestor Nuwa's body. Ugh! Ancestor Nuwa trembled all over. She stopped in front of the dragon demon ancient tomb and was once again controlled by Imo Xiaolang. She lost the chance to leave. Her face was incomparably pale, her eyes bulging. Under the effect of the past and future life reversal technique, she suddenly spat out a giant grayish-black ball. The heart of the origin soul. The Skirich spirit overlord was extremely excited. Without another word, he rushed up and caught the heart of the origin soul. That was the most important thing in the origin soul world, related to the survival of countless origin soul tribe members. Under the effect of the past and future life reversal technique, Ancestor Nuwa actually spat out the heart of the origin soul. This meant that Ancestor Nuwa had lost her half-ancestor strength and returned to her previous level. This was an important moment that would determine Ancestor Nuwa's fate. From the actual battle of the past and future life reversal technique to Ancestor Nuwa spitting out the heart of the origin soul, it was already destined that Ancestor Nuwa would never be able to return this time. She was so terrifying that Long Chen didn't dare to give her the slightest chance to speak. Creation and reincarnation. The primordial dragon halberd directly pierced through her abdomen. The power of the 2 origin grade creation divine weapons erupted, releasing a myriad of forces that formed a destructive attack. Creation, destruction, and reincarnation bombarded Ancestor Nuwa again and again, shattering her body into powder. "No, I can't die." One of the three ancestral devils, Ancestor Nuwa, let out a heart-wrenching howl. The one who had ended her life was Imo Xiaolang's sky-devouring fire diagram. After Long Chen's creation and reincarnation, Imo Xiaolang had unleashed the sky-devouring fire diagram. He had opened his mouth and directly swallowed his opponent. Ancestor Nuwa was completely devoured after being destroyed by the creation and reincarnation. Along with it, all the flames that Imo Xiaolang spat out were reabsorbed. Not a single flame was left in the entire world, returning to the sun-devouring demon wolf's body. This time, the sun-devouring demon wolf had truly devoured the sun. Moreover, it had devoured the sun. In the end, it had succeeded. Without a doubt, Ancestor Nuwa had truly died in battle. She couldn't possibly survive in the body of the sky-devouring demon wolf, especially under Long Chen's many rules of death. For a moment, when Imo Xiaolang transformed into his human form and reunited with Long Chen, the entire world seemed to have returned to peace. Everyone found it hard to believe that all this had happened. The total time between Imo Xiaolang's arrival and Ancestor Nuwa's death and devouring was very short. However, it was precisely in this short period of time that the situation had reversed. One of the three ancestral devils had been successfully killed, and even the heart of the origin spirit had returned to the hands of the Skirich soul overlord. In this way, all life in the origin soul realm could be considered saved. A terrible crisis has turned into a carnival. All of this is so unbelievable. Even the ultimate gods couldn't help but admire the brothers at this moment. Previously, it was Imo Xiaolang who had defied the heavens and devoured the sun. Now, it was their cooperation that had completely ended Ancestor Nuwa. With Ancestor Nuwa's death, there were only two ancestral devils left. The sky-devouring troll was seriously injured, and Ancestor Shi wasn't much of a threat to them. The situation had suddenly turned from tragic to wonderful, so wonderful that it exceeded everyone's expectations. For a moment, everyone could only feel awkward and did not know what to say. Anyway, at this time, the Yuan Sea of Swords was safe. It's a pity that we didn't think of rushing into the demonic dragon ancient tomb. Otherwise, we could continue to attack and kill the sky-devouring troll and Ancestor Shi, said Long Chen. The other ultimate gods looked at each other. The celestial venerable celestial said, "Today's result has greatly exceeded our expectations. It can be said that there are many surprises. As for the remaining two, it seems that they can't be anxious." At least they were now much more relaxed. Today's main contribution is Xiao Lang's. If it wasn't for his help, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to use his laws no matter how powerful he was. In that case, the chaotic divine martial artist might have died at this time. "Thank you for saving my life, both of you." The chaotic divine martial artist couldn't help but say. "We are of the same race, the same kind, so there's no need to thank us. The primeval troll hasn't been eradicated yet. Today is our first great victory, but there will definitely be many more battles in the future." He said this because Kitten had said that the primeval troll didn't only have 3 ancestral demons. It was very likely that there were other powers. When everyone calmed down, they naturally had to think about the next problem and what to do next. "Big brother, I'll go back to the Tower of Time first and completely digest the power of the sun refinement. Maybe I'll make some progress. Also, there's this." Imo Xiaolang opened his mouth and a black vortex appeared in his hand. The vortex contained a majestic power. "This is the condensation of Ancestor Nuwa's essence. I think it will be helpful to Yen. Just treat it as a gift to her." Long Chen took a look and said, "Truly inconceivable. You can even turn Ancestor Nuwa into this. This is the purest form of power, and there is even comprehension of the laws within. It just so happens that it can allow Yen, to improve greatly." Soi Eon was now in the body of the primeval troll. Long Chen had no other way to help her recover for the time being. Now that everyone was very strong, except for Soi Eon, who was still in the final realm of the Divine King realm, Mo Xiaolang must be thinking about making her better at all times, so he remembered this point. Then I'll go in first. Take good care of Yen, Long Chen was very relieved to have Mo Xiaolang in the Tower of Time. He estimated that he would bring Sui Yan into the Tower of Time to cultivate together. This time, Mo Xiaolang was slightly injured and indeed needed to rest. After Mo Xiaolang left, Long Chen and the other final realm ultimate gods returned to the death reign. The four rulers and the perfect realm experts of the various worlds were basically gathered together. The primeval troll that is now wandering around the world has not attacked any of the worlds. However, it is undeniable that they will attack at any time and will not be polite at all. It is our shared responsibility to protect all living beings. Now that Ancestor Nuwa is dead, there are only 2 of the 3 ancestral demons left. They are also injured to a certain extent. As time passes, their injuries will recover. There are still 2 worlds left. The current situation is much better for us than before. Therefore, I suggest that we think of more ways to take the initiative to attack. This was everyone's opinion. How do we take the initiative to attack? Long Chen asked. Indeed, if they could deal with the primordial demon lord and ancestor Shi, it would not be difficult for them to deal with the remaining primeval troll. Chapter 32-45. Many people agreed to Skirich Spirit Overlord's suggestion. They now believed that there was nothing Long Chen and the others couldn't do. Once they found the entrance, once Long Chen and the others rushed in, the heavily injured primordial demon lord and ancestor Shi would have nowhere to run. This time, it would not be easy for them to chase Long Chen out of the demonic dragon tomb. In any case, they had to kill them as soon as possible. Of course, we have to search for the other 2 worlds as much as possible. Now that the threat of the primeval troll is lower, we should be bolder and send more people to search for the demonic dragon tomb and the entrance to the other 2 worlds. Our origin world is temporarily not threatened by ordinary primeval troll, so we can send quite a few people to participate. Now that the demon master of 6 paths, primordial war god, Heavenly Yuan Immortal Venerable and Skirich Spirit Overlord were all participating, they were very active, so they were not completely under Long Chen's control. Although he felt that it was a bit rash to barge into the demonic dragon tomb, he could not find a reason to object. Perhaps what they said made sense. Indeed, they should send more people to search for the entrance. The longer it took, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. After all, the primordial demon lord at his peak would definitely be stronger than the demon Hua from before. In the end, they decided to do as they said and send more people to search. Of course, during the search, there would be unavoidable battles with the primeval troll, and there would be casualties. At the same time, the death world would constantly monitor the state of the myriad worlds. Just like this time, when Ancestor Hua had just appeared in the Sea of Swords, Long Chen and the others had quickly arrived. This was the best situation. However, Long Chen did not spend time searching. As a supreme expert, the most important thing was to defeat the opponent's most powerful force. Long Chen felt that he was not enough. Moreover, Xiao Lang had already reached the half-martial ancestor realm, and he was still only an ultimate divine emperor. The difference was too great. To him, strengthening himself was the most important task. Although Kitten didn't help, Long Chen always felt that what he said made sense. Especially the opponents they would face in the future, who were the real enemies of the mystical dragon tribe. After returning to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time, Long Chen had plenty of time. Mo Xiaolang was digesting the power of sun refining, Sui Yan was studying the item left by Ancestor and Viwa, Lingxi accompanied Long Yan and improved herself. The most important task that Long Chen assigned to her was not combat, but immortal curse finger rings. In the future, the awakening of those cursed divine dragons would all depend on her. Everything seemed very peaceful. Long Chen sat down in a seat and thought about his own matters. It was not difficult to break through to the ultimate god realm, but it was not as fast as Mo Xiaolang. It would take time. As for the rules, Long Chen felt that he had reached a new starting point for each rule. Of course, chaos, creation, and primordial chaos were the starting points. In order to advance in slaughter, karma, and fate, one would need opportunities and comprehension. Recently, Long Chen discovered that the lethality of the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony is quite great. Chaos, primordial chaos, and creation are actually of the same origin. They are all primordial. There must be a connection between them. As long as I can find the connection, I might be able to combine these three rules into one. That would definitely be terrifying. This was Long Chen's current thought. He put it into action. In recent battles, I have used these three rules the most. They are very effective. However, I haven't found a killer move that could really threaten the half-step ancestors. If I could combine Chaos Dragon Fist, Primordial Dragon Realm, and Creation Samsara into one rule, it would definitely be terrifying. Moreover, these three rules are of the same origin. The possibility of success is still relatively high. After having a goal, it was time to quietly practice and search for their common points. This was not an easy task. The comprehension of the rules required one to enter a very deep realm. To comprehend chaos, primordial chaos, and creation. In this tower of time, Long Chen gradually became silent. He shifted his gaze to the new draconic sacrificial continent in the middle of the god country. This world was like his arm and his body. However, he didn't necessarily understand it completely. His will went deep into the skeleton of this world to comprehend chaos, primordial chaos, and creation. The elements of chaos, the primordial space, and the evolution of creation. This process lasted for a very long time. It made Long Chen forget the passage of time. In fact, close to 30 years had passed. Of course, only a dozen days had passed in the outside world. Chen, it's time to consolidate the Death World Dragon Gate of the Infinite Worlds. Although it was not convenient to disturb Long Chen, it was a matter of great importance. Lingxi still reminded him. All right. After coming out of that state, Long Chen spent a quarter of an hour to consolidate the Death World Dragon Gate of the Infinite Worlds. Then, he returned to the Tower of Time. After returning, he played with Long Yen for a while. This mischievous daughter made him feel much more relaxed. Daddy, Mommy said that you've been fighting big monsters recently. Long Yen was already a little girl. Although she was still young, she was already very cute. She had 2 braids on her head, her cheeks were bright red, and her eyes were shining with a hint of slyness. She was very cute. Daddy, Yen also wants to help. Long Yen nestled in Long Chen's arms and said with her eyes wide open. She was still a child. She didn't know how dangerous the infinite worlds were now. Yen, Daddy will create an eternal, carefree world for you. Before you grow up, Daddy won't let you do anything. That's not something you should do. What you should do now is to grow up happily. Do you understand? I don't know. Long Yen smirked and said, I don't care. I'll sneak out sooner or later. This Tower of Time is not fun at all. I'm going out to ride a big pig. Long Chen was amused by her. In order for her to grow up as soon as possible, Long Chen kept her in the Tower of Time. However, she seemed to feel bored. Long Chen said to Lingxi, take Yen, to the dragon sacrificial continent. Tell her that it's a new world that belongs to us. Lingxi knew Long Chen's determination and his intention. She would take Long Yen to the dragon sacrificial continent, while Long Chen would stay here. When he sat down, he suddenly felt that there was a bright road in front of him. The real world built by chaos, primordial chaos, and fortune can never be matched by the world in the Tower of Time. It's boring here. Even Yen doesn't like it. How can I like it? Instead of staying here for a longer time, he might as well take a walk in the dragon sacrificial continent. Therefore, Long Chen stood up and left this place. The dragon sacrificial continent was a vast expanse of hundreds of millions of miles. It was filled with layers upon layers of mountains and green peaks. The entire continent was like a huge dragon. Because it had just been born, it was filled with a large amount of fresh spiritual qi. Among the mountains and ravines, there were beautiful mountains and rivers, overgrown with flowers and plants, and dense immortal qi. It was like a dream. The magnificent mountains and rivers were like an ink painting. It could be said to be extremely beautiful. However, for Long Chen, it had a deeper meaning: home. In a quiet path, a fairy-like, ethereal woman in plain clothes and a pair of white bare feet stepped on the bluestone ground, yet it was not stained at all. Her white skirt fluttered gently in the breeze, occasionally revealing her smooth calves. It was a little pretty, making one's heart flutter. Beside that woman was a little girl in a light yellow skirt. She was running barefoot and giggling like silver bells. She was very cheerful, jumping up and down. She needed the woman's constant reminder to be obedient. All of a sudden, a burly, long-haired man in red clothes and blue robe appeared beside the little girl. With a faint smile on his face, he held the little girl's other hand in a relaxed manner. "Daddy." Long Yan's smile was as brilliant as a flower. In her mind, her father seemed to be too busy and rarely had the time to walk with her like this with her mother. "Why are you here?" Lingxi was also smiling like a flower. She thought that Long Chen would continue to be immersed in the rules. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and sensed this world. He also stepped on the soil barefoot and felt the moist soil. He said, "I've just found that the rules don't exist in the Tower of Time, but in the soil under my feet. I've been cursed by time and have been calculating time all day long. Now that I think about it, I have more things besides time." Chen. Lingxi held Long Yan's arm and said with a smile, "I don't understand your rules. But since you're here, don't think about the rules. Just accompany us for a walk." Looking at Lingxi, who was still as quiet as a snow lotus before the crisis, Long Chen couldn't refuse anything she said. He nodded lightly and agreed. Throwing everything aside, they were to completely integrate into this dragon sacrificial continent, into this home, into this family. Family, home. A world for the three of them. Yay! Long Yan was overjoyed. She insisted on riding on Long Chen's head and let Long Chen bring her around to play. From then on, they used this method to forget everything and entered a rare state of silence. They roamed the entire dragon sacrificial continent. They toured the mountains and rivers, played in the forests, played in the lakes, rode the winds and waves in the vast ocean, and flew above the mountains. The sun rose and set. Flowers bloomed and wilted. Under the moonlight, Long Yan slept deeply. On the ice-cold bluestone by the lake, Long Chen gently took off the clothes of the beauty in front of him. To him, she was the most beautiful creation in the world. He didn't know how much time had passed. Once he was entangled with time, it would destroy Long Chen's state of mind. Just as Lingxi had said, he had entered a completely different state. In his world, he was completely relaxed, completely carefree, and his mind had become a complete blank. Perhaps this was the only way he could store new things. In the end, Long Chen didn't know how far he had walked. There was only excitement. During the journey, Long Chen held Lingxi in his left hand and Long Yan in his right as he slept in the forest. He had forgotten what it felt like to sleep for so many years. He only felt that he had to give up everything and fight to protect the two women in his arms. Just like that, in his dream, Long Chen saw the fusion of the Chaos Dragon Fist, the Grand Mist Dragon World, and the creation Samsara. Lunatic realized that he was terrible at games. In addition, he didn't have much time. He had only reached the family meeting. Thinking back, Long Chen won the dragon seal in the family meeting. In the game, it was taken away by everyone. The setting of the game was very interesting. It allowed everyone to join the world of the novel. Girls could also create female characters. Finally, I want to report to my brothers in dragons. Dragon Blood God of War's results were heaven-defying. The number of downloads was very high, breaking 2. 1 million on the first day and exceeding 300,000 downloads. Among all the online novel adaptations, it was considered the top. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your support. Lunatic knew that we, dragons, would not lose. I will continue to write novels. In the future, there will be more books by Lunatic, more and better game adaptations, comics, animations, physical books, and so on. I will use my wholehearted efforts in exchange for your sincere support. I hope that we, dragons, can achieve greater glory. If you wanted to download the game, follow Madman's WeChat account. There was a download address. Go directly to the Apple App Store, the Android App Store, or go directly to the official website of Dragonblood God of War. The official website's domain name was Dragonblood's Pinyin and God of War's initials. Chapter 3246. There was no need to force it. The rules naturally came from a dream. In that dream, Long Chen saw the evolution and fusion of the three rules. There was no need for words to remind him. As he watched the evolution and fusion, he could roughly find the key point. His thoughts were clearer than ever. Chaos Dragon Fist, 9 types of chaos elements, the power of the primordial chaos space, and the evolution and profound meaning of samsara. They were like small dragons, entangling, guarding each other, and then fusing together. With a single point, the 3 primordial powers perfectly fused together, finally becoming a divine dragon with 3 rules. Long Chen looked at this silver-gray divine dragon. The 3 powers perfectly fused together. This was the true primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony. Chaos, primordial chaos, and good fortune were inseparable. I see, in truth, after seeing all of this, Long Chen already had a grasp of the new rules. The new rules formed by the 3 rules were not like Long Chen's fusion of the life and slaughter rules. They belonged to him, but they were part of the primordial dragon's sacrificial ceremonies rules. The silver-gray dragon in the dream had the most extreme destructive power and will. In terms of lethality, it was the most terrifying thing that Long Chen had ever seen. The primordial dragon sacrificial ceremonies rules were the birth and destruction of the primordial world. But now, the 3 rules combined to form only the destruction part. This was a destructive power that surpassed the ancient blood spirit dragon and the universe chaos calamity dragon. Nirvana primordial beginning. Silence and destruction were its true Tao. Under Nirvana, everything returned to the primordial chaos. It was a fundamental destruction. If he was hit by this destruction, even Long Chen's soul revival song would find it difficult to revive him. Once he died, his physical body would perish, his soul would scatter, and his karma and fate would disappear. Early in the morning, Long Chen opened his eyes. Lingxi and Long Yan were still nestled in his arms. One cannot live in a dream world forever. Although I cherish this moment, in order to make this moment last, it is time for me to set off. Long Chen let go of them and stood up. Looking at the mother and daughter sleeping peacefully, looking at Lingxi's tranquil face, and looking at Long Yan's playful sleeping posture, he naturally felt a strong warmth in his heart. Although I hope that time will stop at this moment and I can live a carefree life from now on, all living beings in the myriad of worlds are also longing for this kind of tranquility and not living on the edge of destruction, living in a world without a future. Now, under the devouring of the sky-swallowing clan, the 10,000 worlds were a world without a future. After leaving Dragon Sacrificial Continent, Long Chen returned to the Tower of Time and practiced the Quietus Primogenitor skillfully. Although it seemed to be a long time, only over 10 days had passed in total. Long Chen went there again to consolidate all the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Mo Xiaolang had completely digested the burning sun. It seems like I don't have to use the infinite divine technique anymore. My power has automatically reached the standard of the original level infinite divine technique and my realm has also stabilized at half ancestor. However, my familiarity with the laws is too little. Moreover, there are no other existences in the myriad of worlds that I can devour. I might be stuck at my current strength for a long time. Don't worry, we'll cross the bridge when we get to it. As long as Long Chen was still around, Mo Xiaolang would definitely continue to become stronger. Not long after everything stabilized, there was news from Heavenly God Luya. "Have you found the entrances to the remaining 2 worlds?" asked Long Chen. "Not really, but we can confirm that we found an entrance to the demonic dragon ancient tomb. Although it's very hidden, we've searched very carefully and finally confirmed the location of an entrance to the demonic dragon ancient tomb. The other ultimate gods think that if we can blast it open, we can rush into the demonic dragon ancient tomb and kill all the primeval troll. But what?" Heavenly God Luya smiled and said, "They've all tried and no one could open it, so it's up to the 2 of you to try. If it doesn't work, we'll think of other ways." There were no other clues. Although this method was risky, the longer it took, the riskier it would be. Long Chen nodded and asked about the location of the entrance. "It's in one of the places in the cosmic hive. It's very difficult to find. I remember going in, but it's normal not to find it." The demonic dragon ancient tomb had entrances to all directions in the myriad of worlds. The cosmic hive was considered to be in the south. Ancestor Hua must have entered the first element sword C from the western entrance. All right. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. The 2 of them were already prepared. After informing Li Xuanji about the movements in the myriad of worlds, he and Mo Xiaolang headed to the cosmic hive. Long Chen left the Death Realm Dragon Gate in the sky above the cosmic hive. Soon, they arrived. This was definitely a dangerous place for ordinary gods and demons, but for Long Chen and the others, it was a world that could be destroyed at will. Mo Xiaolang had devoured such a world. This way. Under the invitation of the 6 Paths Demon Lord, Skirich Soul Overlord, and Primordial God of War, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang went deep into the cosmic hive. Not long after, they reached the deepest part of the cosmic hive. The world lords of the 5 origin worlds, plus Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, were the strongest lineup on the side of the myriad of worlds. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were super experts that even the world lords admired. They were led by Long Chen. "It's here." They moved through the cosmic hive and reached the deepest part, where the illusions were the most concentrated. Long Chen had been here before, and it was here that he caught the eternal phantom fiend. The location was slightly different. When he saw the 5 world lords, Long Chen arrived at a relatively empty space. The surroundings were very dark, and illusions were everywhere, but in fact, it was a very ordinary place at the core of the cosmic hive. When Long Chen looked over, there was nothing, not to mention the door of the demonic dragon ancient tomb. "Why is there nothing?" Long Chen asked after arriving. Skirich Soul Overlord said, "It's because there's nothing that it's strange. This entrance is too hidden. With our ability, we can destroy the entire cosmic hive, but it seems that we can't touch this place." He pointed to a location, where there was an illusion. Long Chen squinted and felt it deeply. That's right, there's indeed the aura of primeval troll. It's very obscure, and it's very likely that there's a door here. Behind the door was the demonic dragon ancient tomb. Long Chen, even the 5 of us together have not succeeded. The 2 of you can try. If it still doesn't work, the 7 of you can try again, said Venerable Heavenly Yuan Immortal. Long Chen and Skirich Soul Overlord approached and roughly made preparations. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's plan first. If we break through and enter, then we'll have to fight to the death with the primeval troll. Our first task is to deal with the primordial demon master and ancestor Shi. The others are easy to deal with, but if that's the case and they can't protect themselves, they'll definitely let the primeval troll roaming around the myriad worlds attack the entire myriad worlds. The primeval troll will be waiting around. Once they launch a fierce attack, we need someone to suppress them. That makes sense. Having an ultimate realm ultimate god stay in the myriad worlds to preside over the overall situation could reduce a lot of pressure." Chaos Divine Marshal said directly, "Among everyone, my cultivation is the lowest, and the chaotic divine world is also among the myriad worlds. As for the other few worlds, there are no primeval troll roaming around. It's more suitable for me to stay. Long Chen's opinion was also that of Chaos Divine Marshal. Although Chaos Divine Marshal could not deal with Ancestor Shi and the Primordial Demon Master, it could still take down quite a number of Perfect Realm Demon Venerables. Then it's decided. After we enter, the most important thing is the 2 ancestral demons. In terms of lineup, Mo Xiaolang was already a half-martial ancestor. Long Chen also had terrifying means. In addition to the 4 world lords, the odds of winning were still relatively high. It was unknown how much of the heaven-devouring troll demon had recovered. They did not have much time left. Let's do it. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were about to attack when the others dispersed. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding. I'll use the flames to burn for a while. Big brother, you go. In his human form, Mo Xiaolang condensed 5 types of ancestral fires and billions of divine fires. He condensed the extremely terrifying flame power into a fireball with a diameter of about 2 meters. The fireball had many colors and powers. The ancestral fire was in the deepest position. Go. The flames instantly burned at the position they mentioned. Indeed. If it wasn't for the strangeness, space and time would have been distorted by the heat. However, that strange region had a very strong resistance. It was like an indestructible gem. To soften it, it would take a certain amount of time to burn. Under the burning of the flames that had once imprisoned Ancestor Hua, Mo Xiaolang could indeed sense that the position was beginning to fluctuate. It was like a melting gem that was beginning to soften, and its resistance was declining. They are indeed powerful. Just like how they dealt with Ancestor Hua, Mo Xiaolang's confinement and Long Chen's killing blow. At this moment, the 5 world lords had already sensed an even more terrifying aura from Long Chen. They looked at Long Chen in shock. If Long Chen was their opponent, they would probably be frightened. What terrifying laws! Long Chen's laws were heaven-defying to begin with. This time, he has surpassed the limits of God-fiend laws. This destructive power is even more terrifying than Mo Xiaolang's flames. The strongest laws had become even stronger. Long Chen fused with the Origin Dragon Palace, and his entire body was covered in golden light. His power skyrocketed, and then he held on to the Primordial Dragon Halberd. The silver-gray Divine Dragon and the golden Divine Dragon revolved around his body. The 2 Origin-level creation divine weapons allowed his strength to surpass even Tian Yuan Immortal Venerable and the others, not to mention the laws. Since I'm familiar with the Nirvana Primeval, I'll use this peak law in history to try and destroy the entrance of the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. To be honest, he understood the ancestral dragon, so he knew how difficult it was to force his way into the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. It was just that time was of the essence, and he did not have that much time. An increasingly terrifying destructive power formed on Long Chen's Primordial Dragon Halberd. Madman finally opened the hidden dragon list last night and discovered that he was ranked around 7,000 in the first area. My ID is, God Ancestor, welcome everyone to abuse me. Chapter 3247. The 3 sharpest dragon teeth on the Primordial Dragon Halberd were born for those 3 types of laws. At that moment, those 3 laws were also fusing at that place. Chaos Dragon Fist, 9 types of destructive chaotic elements, the primordial space's spatial power, and the evolution of creation condensed into a whole on the Primordial Dragon Halberd. The current Primordial Dragon Halberd was filled with power that even the ultimate realm ultimate gods felt trembling. Even though most of the Nirvana Primordial's destructive power was on the Primordial Dragon Halberd, the small portion that was released was enough to make the entire universe's hive tremble. Under the burning of Mo Xiaolang's various flames, the entrance of the demonic dragon tomb was really soft. Long Chen naturally knew that the ancestral dragon's world was not easy to deal with. However, after thinking about it carefully, these worlds had lost their true masters for more than an era. Even the other worlds had declined to such an extent. The demonic dragon tomb should not be as strong as it was when the ancestral dragon was still alive. Therefore, he had the confidence and will to attack the entrance with the Nirvana primordial that he had just mastered. Break. All of a sudden, Long Chen roared and raised the primordial dragon halberd. It looked simple, but it was the most heaven-defying law. With an incomparably violent posture, it smashed the entrance. Nirvana. Primordial. The word nirvana was the true meaning of this law. Under nirvana, everything was dead and destroyed, as if returning to the primordial state of the myriad worlds. Rip. The primordial dragon halberd stabbed the empty space. The might of the nirvana primeval swept out. Vaguely, one could see primal chaos elements wreaking havoc within it. The flames, storms, lightning and other powers were all violent and heavy. Among them, there was the most ferocious spatial tearing power. Within it, space was distorted and shattered, and the entrance of the demonic dragon tomb was also pulled in the same way. Naturally, the destruction of creation and reincarnation were waves after waves of killing. 3 types of divine might erupted from within. Rumble. For a time, the sky turned dark and everything trembled. It was as if the endless world around them was submerged in an endless primordial torrent. Bang. An earth-shattering sound rang out. It was like the entire world was trembling. Mo Xiaolang had provided Long Chen with a superior premise that allowed the Nirvana primogenitor to be invincible. Long Chen could clearly feel that the area that the ultimate gods could not destroy was really collapsing under the Nirvana primogenitor and the infinite divine fire. It was as if an entire world had been destroyed. Boom. The world shattered, and in the midst of it, Long Chen could already vaguely see the endless black mountains of the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, the boundless rain of blood that filled the sky, the devil claws that extended out from the wet ground, and the primeval troll that crawled out. It broke. For a moment, everyone was pleasantly surprised. They had also seen the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, and this was the first time they had seen the interior. However, they could all feel the aura of primeval troll inside. However, this place was also damaged for a moment. After that, the entrance was repaired, so Long Chen and the others had to enter as soon as possible. Let's go. Long Chen immediately reacted and opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate before the ultimate gods and directly entered. As long as he entered, the others would be able to enter through the life and death realms. Once we enter the Death Realm, we must quickly lock onto the location of the heaven-devouring giant demon. We must kill these 2 ancestor devils so that the myriad worlds will have peace. We must also pay attention to the movements of the myriad worlds. The opponent will definitely be desperate. After a simple exchange, Long Chen had already entered and the entrance was quickly closed again. The others entered the Death Realm Dragon Gate. As long as Long Chen found an opponent, he could let them fight at any time. At present, Long Chen's speed was faster, so it was easier for him to chase after the enemy. The entire Dragon Devil's ancient tomb was currently very empty. Long Chen could not be bothered with so much and directly set off to search for the location of his 2 opponents. Logically speaking, the 2 of them would definitely know that he had barged in here. He didn't even need to look for them. They would come looking for him. Now that he had a way to forcefully barge into the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, regardless of whether he could kill the 2 ancestor fiends this time, if the 2 ancestor fiends could escape, they would have nowhere to hide in the following days. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. He stopped in his tracks and his will swept across hundreds of millions of kilometers. At their realm, they were rather sensitive to opponents of the same level. According to his understanding of the life and death realms, the 3 ancestor fiends might be able to change their positions at will in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. Of course, it was only a possibility. After all, Long Chen's life and death realms were different from their Dragon Devil's ancient tomb in many ways. For example, the life and death realms were only controlled by Long Chen. As for the 3 of them, they could even be used by fiend supremacies. In that direction. After locking onto the direction of the ancestor fiend, Long Chen immediately chased after it. He broke through the layers of black clouds and encountered a primeval troll of the primordial realm fiend supremacy along the way. Long Chen stopped in his tracks and easily controlled its soul. Before he could say a word, the primeval troll broke free from the eye of desire and said to Long Chen very calmly, "It's you. You broke through the passageway and barged in." This was the voice of Ancestor Shi. Long Chen had seen his methods the last time. It was indeed powerful. No matter which primeval troll Long Chen controlled, it couldn't escape his eyes. He could appear at any time. Ancestor Hua has already died in battle. Only you and the primordial fiend lord are left. If you have the guts, come and die. Long Chen said coldly. Ancestor Shi was slightly angered as he said, "You came at the right time. I was just about to settle this debt with you. Do you think that you have obtained a complete victory in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb? Let me tell you, this Dragon Devil's ancient tomb is our world. If you still dare to enter this time, I will definitely make sure that you won't be able to leave." Among the three ancestor fiends, his relationship with Ancestor Hua was the best. They had been companions for hundreds of millions of years. Long Chen was outside, so he didn't dare to seek revenge on Long Chen. However, once he came here, his courage was gone. "Where's the primordial fiend lord? Let him come as well. Today, in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, we will fight to the death with you, primeval troll." Long Chen wanted to use words to trick them over and kill them all, preventing them from escaping this time. Humph. Ancestor Shi did not reply. When Long Chen spoke again, the primeval troll in his hand had already returned to being controlled by Long Chen's heart's eye of desire. However, the problem was that the primeval troll's body was once again ignited with the flames that were once born from the eternal illusion demon's body. Not long after, the primeval troll was burned to death. Will Ancestor Shi escape, or will he really seek revenge on us? Mo Xiaolang appeared beside him and asked as he looked at the vast land. Long Chen was not sure about this. However, in a very short moment, the primeval troll that Ancestor Shi had transformed into descended on top of Long Chen's head. It could be said that he had arrived here in an instant, similar to Long Chen's ability in the life and death realms. With this kind of ability, it won't be easy to kill him in this Dragon Devil ancient tomb. Long Chen thought. However, he could roughly follow Mo Xiaolang's method last time and finish him off just like how he killed Ancestor Hua. Being imprisoned by Mo Xiaolang's flames and physical strength, it would not be easy for him to escape in an instant. However, after waiting for a while, Long Chen had a big doubt in his heart. Where's the primordial demon lord? Why did Ancestor Shi come but not the primordial demon lord? In this Dragon Devil ancient tomb, I alone am enough to deal with you guys. Ancestor Shi flapped his huge wings, causing an endless torrent of rain to sweep towards Long Chen. He did indeed have the ability to control the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, and in a battle here, he had a great advantage. There's a problem. Even though what Ancestor Shi said was true, Long Chen knew that it was definitely not what he said. There must be something else going on with the heaven-devouring giant demon. He and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. The two of them had the same thought. "Big brother, you and the others go find primeval troll. I'll take care of him. Are you confident? I can use the method to deal with Ancestor Hua. Even if he escapes, you can just come back to pick me up from the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Ancestor Shi is not the biggest threat. The biggest threat was still the heaven-devouring giant demon. Therefore, the primordial demon lord was an existence that needed to be killed urgently. He is like a fish in water in this Dragon Devil ancient tomb. You have to be careful." Other than Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang was the only one here who had a high chance of defeating his opponent. Long Chen left him here and left the Death Realm Dragon Gate here. He could return at any time. Even if the other party erased the traces of the Death Realm Dragon Gate like last time, Ancestor Shi would not be able to deal with Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen took one last look at Ancestor Shi and left. He turned into a line of blood and instantly disappeared in front of Ancestor Shi. "Where are you going?" Ancestor Shi was about to chase after him, but Mo Xiaolang had already turned into a sun-devouring demon wolf. He stepped on the endless demon mountain and bathed in blood. Now, in terms of size, the sun-devouring demon wolf was already in existence, even larger than Ancestor Shi and Devil Shi. This was the true battle between wolves and snakes. The two beasts stood in a bloody standoff in the middle of the endless Devil Mountains. Although they weren't actually fighting, the power they displayed caused the surrounding primeval devils to retreat in terror. It was you who swallowed Ancestor Wa, right? Ancestor Shi's voice was cold. Yes. Today, I will devour you to avenge Ancestor Wa. Ancestor Shi let out a roar, causing the endless black clouds to tremble. Mo Xiaolang did not say much. If he killed Ancestor Shi today, he could clear many obstacles for Long Chen. I hope you remember what you said now. Don't run away when the time comes. I think the dignified Ancestor Shi can't afford to lose face like this. It was not that Ancestor Shi did not know how powerful Mo Xiaolang was, but just as Mo Xiaolang thought, he also wanted to restrain this heaven-defying opponent for the heaven-devouring troll, so that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang could not join forces. So in fact, he could not escape. This is my last chance. I must stop him, or even kill him. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.